Summary.
I'm Maddox Quinn, a turn wolf. There was a time it was illegal to turn a human. My brother, Venom, changed all that. It's not illegal anymore, but it is a process. If you're lucky enough to begin the process before you're 16, it isn't as painful and you pretty much shift on your birthday. Like a born wolf. My best friends, Hunter and Valerie, decided they wanted it, too. Venom, being a birth-mantled alpha, is the only one who could do it. It took some persuading, but he agreed. I will be taking over as president of the club on my 18th birthday. Venom and Lainey want to focus on the pack, and my nieces and nephews. My name is Delilah Connors. My stepmom moved my stepsister Emily and I here to Pine Grove a year ago. It's okay, I guess, except as evil steps go. I got the lion's share. I have to keep a job, so I can pay rent. Emily doesn't. I have to do chores. Emily doesn't. Oh, who am I kidding? Emily is homecoming queen and I am captain of the debate team. So, I go to school. And after school, I work at the diner in town. My boss is awesome. Queen lets me do my homework on the clock. Gives me bonuses for always being on time. Anything she thinks I deserve extra for. But it's always cash, and her only condition is I never tell Elizabeth, the wicked stepmother.
Chapter 1 Prologue.
Delaney stands in the living room. Her 4 children, Artemis, Aaron, and the twins Deline and Colleen at her feet. Maddox Adrian Quinn, I swear to the goddess, if you make us late one more day this month, you won't get your car for another year. Maddox flew down the stairs, barely hitting every 4th one. I'm coming. I'm here. Are you pregnant again? She growled. No, I am not pregnant, Maddox said. Hangry? Wrong side of the bed? Somebody piss in your Cheerios? 'Cause you're cranky. She smacks his head and tells him to help her with the littles. He grabs Colleen and puts her on his hip, following Artemis to the SUV, helping them all into their seats. Driving to school, Delaney asks, Has your wolf spoken to you yet? Maddox shrugs. I don't know, sis. I don't know how I am supposed to feel. Sometimes I feel a pressure in my head. I am on a short fuse this past week. Even Hunt avoids me, but my wolf hasn't said anything. Maybe it didn't take, which would suck, to go through being bitten all 3 times and feeling like my body is going to explode. And then no wolf? That would suck. She laughed. Oh no, Buddy Rowe, you have a wolf. He's there. We can sense him. Smell him. Maddox grinned ear to ear. No way, I have a wolf. I can't wait. These 2 weeks need to hurry up. I want to meet him. Delaney said, I am dropping Artie off at kindergarten before you today, with Vicky already over at the daycare. It's too much to unpack all the other babies just to walk Art to class. Maddox told her, I will walk him in, then hop on over to the high school. Just take the other 3 to Vicky after you drop us off. Maddox dropped Artemis off with his teacher, then jogged across the campus to the high school. When Venom built the new schools, he built them in a horseshoe pattern, making them easily defensible. Since Venom became Alpha 5 years ago, the club had increased in size from 1,000 members to over 4,000, at least 3/4 of them being ex-military. He refuses to call them a pack. He accepts any rejected or widowed military personnel needing a place to feel that brotherhood that comes with it. Easily, 400 members are nomads, meaning they wear the warrior wolves cut, but are granted nomad status, allowing them to travel, which is fine, because Venom is considering opening 2 new chapters in different states. He says he wants his presence felt. It gives their enemies pause. Maddox walked through the doors of the school, saying hello to everyone who greeted him. Valerie bounced up and hugged him. What's shakin', big guy? He grinned at her and asked, What's got you so perky this morning? She smiled and started to answer as Hunter joined them. We have 2 new students. Sisters, I have been tasked with showing, Delilah around. So, I am excused from classes today, unless we have some of the same. Hunter groaned. I got the other sister, Emily. Valerie growled, then covered her mouth, eyes wide. I don't even know what the hell that was, but I do know she better keep her mitts to herself. Hunter laughed and hugged her. I'm all yours, Bugaboo. Maddox walked off, towards his locker to grab books. He had rounded a corner just as a girl bumped into him, bouncing off his chest and then bouncing her ass off the floor. She sprung back to her feet, rubbing her butt and her nose at the same time. He laughed and asked, Are you okay? She craned her neck and answered, Fuck, you're tall. No wonder I thought you were a wall. I didn't hurt you, did I? He laughed louder and said, Nah, I'm good. I'm Maddox Quinn. You, I assume, are one of the new kids? She whined, Yes, I hate being the new kid, but my stepmother is an idiot. Delilah Collins, by the way. Maddox asked, An idiot? Is she wicked too? Delilah grinned and replied, Yep, she makes Maleficent look like a guardian angel. Ah, such is my plight. Enough about me. Valerie and Hunter walked up and Maddox introduced everyone. Hunter asks, Where's your sister? I'm her school guide today. She shrugged, stepsister. And she's probably looking for the cheer captain to convince her why Emily is better for the position. Valerie asked, Have you gotten your schedule? Delilah shook her head. Nope. Soon as I got here, I hit a wall. Maddox laughed again. I'm the wall. The girls left for the office, and just as Maddox turned to walk to class and Hunter just stayed in place, Maddox called his name. Hunter said, I don't know what to do. I mean, that chick isn't here. Should I go to the office, you think? He laughed. Yes, dumbass. Go to the office before they summon you over the PA system. Hunter took off in the direction of the office, passing Valerie and Delilah. Is the other girl inside? They nodded, and he entered through the doors. He saw a pretty girl at the front counter. Are you Emily? She smiled prettily and told him, I thought you forgot about me. He grinned. Never. I got hung up. But I'm here now. Let's get started, shall we? She tucked her hand into his elbow, and they went out to find her classes. She chattered the whole time, setting Hunter's teeth on edge. He knew it was going to be a long day. By the time lunch rolled around and Hunter could find Maddox and Valerie, Delilah busted out laughing. Dude, your ears bleeding yet? She never shuts up. He shook his head and wrapped his arms around Valerie and groaned, Save me. She giggled and snuggled into him. Emily walked over and asked Maddox, Is this the cool kids' table? He shrugged and said, I don't know. I don't think in terms of cool kids. I think in terms of my friends. She scoffed. Well, I heard you're the captain of the football team. I thought the cheerleaders would be here. Valerie laughed. Oh, nope. That would be over there, by the windows. See? The head cheerleader is Bethany. Tell her I sent you. Making Hunter and Maddox laugh, Delilah asked, Why is that funny? Did I miss something? Maddox grinned. Valerie and Hunter have been together since middle school. Bethany thought she could come between them by spreading rumors, saying Val was cheating. My older sister helped her find Bethany's skeletons, and Valerie rattled them all over school. Delilah grinned at Valerie. Oh, girl, we are going to be besties. I can already tell. What were her skeletons? Valerie laughed. Apparently the entire football team. At a party. And a bet. How long does it take to give happy endings to them? No matter the method. Delilah hooked her eyebrows into her hairline. The entire football team. Maddox laughed. Yeah, not me. And not Hunter. When that shit starts, we leave. And before you ask, I hang out with girls. I go to events and dances. But I don't kiss them. Much less anything else. I am waiting for my mate, and I don't want her dealing with an ex's drama. Besides, my sister would kill me. Delilah laughed. Relax, bro. I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking, you wooa, fucking skank. Making them all laugh, Emily stormed back over to them and said, Lila, go over there and show that girl what it means to piss me off. Delilah sighed and told her, Emily, I warned you. I am not beating up anybody else for you. I want to finish my diploma and get the fuck away from you and your mother. I am not getting kicked out again. Emily shrieked, I'm telling Mom. She will make you. Delilah shook her head. Can't make me do anything. Not anymore, Emily. Never again. The rest of the day was uneventful. They discovered they all had gym together, much to Delilah's delight and Emily's displeasure. Maddox told Delilah his sister was hiring at the diner when she mentioned needing a job, then invited them both to his birthday bonfire at the lake. In 2 weeks, at the end of the day, they all said goodbye and parted ways.
Chapter 2, I Love You Both.
2 weeks flew by, and Maddox has been out of school for 3 days. His temperature kept spiking, his muscles spasming, his wolf pushing through. Hunter and Valerie haven't left his side. Vicky was experiencing the same thing Maddox was. She opted to make the turn at the same time, so neither one would be alone. Snake was beside himself with worry. Even though Venom kept telling everyone this was perfectly normal, Delaney was pacing. Even though she knew what to expect, it didn't make it easier. She had hired Delilah to babysit the kids, so she could spend her time with Maddox. When he groaned and whimpered, Delaney crawled into bed beside him. She whispered, I'm right here, Buddy Rowe. Just a little while longer, and we get to meet your wolf. I'm so excited for you, he whispered. Steel. His name is Steel, and he has a lot to say. She giggled. Opposite of you, then. You're my strong, silent type, so I'm happy he talks a lot. Venom walked in. Lifting Maddox into his arms, Vicky is already out back. We need to get Maddox out there so the moon can do her thing. You shift into Lex. I won't let Torin shift until Steel makes his appearance. Then I will. I have to make him submit as quickly as possible. This is a strong wolf coming through. Once everyone was in the backyard, Vicky and Maddox were stripped and covered with blankets. Valerie and Hunter sat on the lanai. Close, but not too close. Venom knows Maddox's wolf will be unpredictable, and he doesn't want a bunch of people around him. It could be dangerous. The moon had nearly reached its apex when Vicky began her shift. Snake shifted into Mathai's and nuzzled into her, licking her face, nudging her, halfway through her shift. Delaney heard the first pops and snaps of Maddox's bones. He roared out his agony as Venom began talking him down. Delaney shifted into Lexi and curled around her little brother. He whined, moaning occasionally. While Lex whimpered into his back, Vicky shifted into a saddleback blonde-colored wolf, small, with black-tipped ears. She was adorable, and Venom whispered, That's Daisy. She was finding her feet, just as Maddox completed his shift. Panting heavily, laying on the ground, was a silver-blue wolf, looking like pure steel, nearly as big as Torin, and all alpha, with bright sky-blue eyes. Venom shifted immediately and started snarling and growling at Steel to submit. Steel stood and lowered his head. Baring his teeth, he growled at Torin in challenge. Delaney jumped to her feet, growling loudly at him. He spun to face her, curling his lip. His chest rumbled. Lexi snarled again and circled him. His eyes followed her, and he positioned himself to lunge. Torin latched onto the back of his neck, just behind his brainstem, and shook his head, ordering submission, needing Maddox to bond with Steel. If he didn't, Torin would have no choice but to put him down. That is the danger of a turned wolf. They could go feral if they don't bond with their human. Delaney shifted back and snapped, Maddox, take control of your wolf right the fuck now. You are stronger, and I will beat your ass if you let Steele take over. Within seconds, Maddox had submitted, and the pack was racing through the trees, allowing Steele and Daisy time to bond with their humans. Delilah stepped onto the lanai. Damn, that was intense. Steele is a big fuker, definitely alpha. Hunter nodded. I can't wait for my shift. Not the pain. But dude, running on all fours. Delilah asked, What about you, Val? You ready? She shrugged. I'm excited. But I haven't heard my wolf yet, so that makes me anxious. Delilah whispered, Oh no, don't do that. Our wolves come at different times, and turned wolves seldom hear from their wolves before the day of their shift. I don't hear mine yet, even though I know she's there. A hunter asked, Why can I smell your wolf and not Emily's? Delilah laughed. They're human. Her and her mother. Both my parents were beta wolves in a pack that was dissolved when I was little, and we just became lone wolves after that. Valerie took her hand and told her, I'm sorry. I know what it's like to lose. My dad left when I was 3, and my mom worked herself to death. Delaney and Venom took me in so I didn't have to go into foster care. Growing up in a biker club has been an adventure. Delilah giggled. I can only imagine. They're all such cool people, though. A hunter said, My folks are still alive. They just don't want much to do with me. They are pissed off that I am turned, and I'm okay with that. I mean, I love them, but we have never been close. Not like here. You know where you stand with the bikers. Delaney arrived back first. Shifting back, damn, Maddox is fast, huge, Venom, and I have decided we have to speak with you both, Hunter. So meet us in the office when Steele gets back here. As she walked inside to check on her babies, Valerie looks puzzled. Wonder what that's about? Delilah smiled. I'm pretty sure it's because Steele is alpha, and that can cause problems in any pack. He's still a couple years away from feeling the full effects of his mantle. But when he does, Steele may try to force him to challenge for the title. Hunter responded, Fuck, that's not good. At all. Maddox would be crushed if his wolf did that. Delilah laughed. I think that's what Venom wants to discuss with him. To avoid all that. I'm positive he and Delaney will have a solution. Have a little faith, dude. Maddox and Venom came crashing into the backyard, nipping each other and rolling around. They shifted back and Venom told him to clean up and meet him in the office. Maddox walked over to his friends, grinning from ear to ear. That was the awesomest shit ever, dudes. Nothing like it. I can't wait until you shift next month, Hunt. We're going to have a blast. When the boys got to the office, Venom sat them down. And Delaney smiled. Well, Steele was unexpected. He's gorgeous. And huge. He's also alpha. That is the unexpected part. Venom said. And that's what we want to discuss with you. I have a feeling. The connection you have with Hunter. And with Valerie. That they are quite probably your seconds. Beta strength. Maddox asked, Isn't that problematic? What if Steele refuses to submit to you once he reaches maturity? I don't want to leave my family, Venom. If I had known this, I wouldn't have asked to be turned. His eyes filled with tears, and Venom hugged him. That won't happen, little bro, because I have a solution. You and Hunter will be going to the Alpha Academy. You will complete your senior year there. It is a 2-year course, so that will have you home just after your 18th birthdays. Delaney asked Hunter, Your birthday is 5 weeks away, right? And Val's is in August? Hunter nodded. Will I be here for her shift? I promised her. Venom smiled. Yes, of course. You won't leave until after her birthday. Maybe not until September. We will come to visit from time to time. But you both have to stay on campus for the duration of your courses. You will be training your wolves and learning about the roles of alpha and beta. Delaney said, "You will FaceTime me every night. We haven't been apart since you were born, and I don't know if I can handle it. Especially with Marcus being released in 14 months. Maddox smirks. Unless we get lucky and he starts another riot. Like 3 years ago. With nobody being hurt this time." Venom sneered. "He's a coward. And in for a real surprise when he comes face to face with you again." They all laughed. Venom looked directly at Maddox. "When you have come home after graduation, we will hold your ascension ceremony. You will become Alpha of Warrior Wolves too, and your club will be housed in the original compound on the south side, by the training farm. It will be your club, to run as you see fit. I have complete faith in you, my brother. You have the heart, the strength of conviction, and the morality it takes to lead." Delaney told him, "We will help you, advise you when you ask. But your members will be of your choosing, and choose carefully. Make sure every application is vetted, background checks and all. We will loan you Gizmo for that. But finding a few techies of your own is imperative." Maddox was in shock. He sat quietly for long moments, tears in his eyes. He whispered, "I won't let you down. I will do you proud. I promise. I love you both."
Chapter 3, False Bottom.
When time came for Hunter to shift, Steele made his wolf, Axel, submit to his alpha. Axel was a good-sized wolf, sable-colored and playful, and Alpha Maddox had his first pack member. The next 7 weeks, the boys spent as much of their summer just being boys as they could. Their departure date was scheduled for the day after Valerie's shift. Delilah tried to keep them all occupied because Valerie was sad, and the boys were anxious. She planned fun picnics by the lake, movie nights, water balloon fights, anything to keep them entertained. The problem was she was forced to bring Emily along, and all she did was complain. It was too hot. There were too many bugs. The movies were stupid. The snacks stale. A constant litany of how she could do it better. The night of Valerie's shift was a party. Everyone was preparing to send Maddox and Hunter off to the academy, which was in Wyoming. The entire happiness of the evening was dampened with the anxiety of the boys leaving for 2 years. Valerie was saddened, but knew it was necessary for the safety of the pack, and she was worried that when they returned, Hunter wouldn't be her mate, and she didn't know if she could let him go. When Valerie finally shifted, she was a small reddish-brown wolf named Amber, built for speed and agility. Maddox submitted her within seconds, and then she just wanted to run and play. She bounced off trees and over shrubs, being chased by Axel and Steele. Everyone stood in front of the pack house the next morning. After all the goodbyes, hugs and tears, both Maddox and Hunter climbed on their bikes and took off for Wyoming and their next adventure. Delaney looked at the 3 girls, but spoke directly to Delilah and Valerie. "Tomorrow, my lovely ladies, we start your training. You game?" Delilah fist pumped the air and yelled, "Hell yeah, I have only ever trained at the Y. I couldn't afford anything else with paying all the bills at home." Delaney spun around on her, explained. "Now," Delilah said, "my stepmother and Emily don't work at anything. They live off my father's life insurance money. But, according to Elizabeth, that was to provide for her, and for her to provide for her daughter. In lieu of paying rent, I am allowed to live in the old laundry room, as long as I pay all the utilities." Delaney looked at Emily. "And you're okay with that? Taking advantage of your sister this way?" Emily sneered. "Sister? And why wouldn't I be? Obviously, her dad cared more about my mom and me than her. Otherwise, he would have made her his beneficiary. Delaney slapped her. How dare you? You have some nerve. He couldn't make his underage daughter his beneficiary, you idiot. And he probably had no idea how much of a bitch your mother would be to his daughter. Delilah, no more. You do not pay bills of any kind for those two leeches. Delilah smiled. Queen, I need a place to live. It's my only option. Delaney said, nope, it's not. First thing Monday, we petition the courts for guardianship. It's the same thing Elizabeth would have had to do to retain custody. Emily said, my mom didn't have to do that. Nobody even asked. I guess because my mom's last name is Connors too. Delaney looked over at Delilah and grinned. Even better. But now my curiosity is piqued. Why? I can't help but wonder why. Delilah, do you mind if I do a little background on your family? Delilah smiled. Nope. Why would I? Everything you've done for me has always been in my best interests. Want me to write down everything I remember about my parents? At Delaney's nod, she wrote down she was born in Louisiana in Pontchartrain Pack. To the beta pair, Henry Connors and Calypso Dubois. The Dubois were an alpha family out of Hume. Blackwater Pack. She's an only child, and when the Louisiana packs disbanded, everyone scattered to the winds, joining other packs, or becoming lone wolves like her parents. Her mother was killed by hunters outside a small town in Nevada, claiming they thought she was a simple timber wolf. Her father married Elizabeth in human courts, telling his daughter that because she was widowed, with a daughter the same age, he could join her mother in peace, knowing she had a guardian and a companion, a sister. Her father gave up and let his heart lead him home to his true mate. Delaney read over it and asked how long after he married Elizabeth did he pass away. Delilah answered, about 6 months. That was almost 3 years ago. We have moved like 8 times since then. Just packed up and took off. 3 times we moved in the middle of the night, always stopping in some little podunk town. She enrolls us in school, forces me to find work. Actually, the diner is my first real job. I was too young before, so I babysat, chopped firewood, mowed lawns, shoveled snow, whatever I could get. Lexi growled loudly, "Oh, hell no, this ends today." When Lexi growled, it brought Venom, Snake, Axe, and Gizmo, all running to her. She snarled, "Baby, we are taking custody of another teenager." He grinned and said, "Okie dokie. As long as you aren't injured or out here killing anyone, I'm all good." She wrapped her arms around his waist. Tippy-toeing to kiss him, asked, "And if I'm killing somebody?" He laughed, kising her nose. "Well, I would have to drag him outside so he didn't bleed all over the house," making her laugh with him. Emily sneered, "You people are disgusting. Every one of you should be put down." Delilah laughs, "You are really so stupid, making ignorant statements like that. In a clubhouse full of people who could snap your neck in a second. Idiot." Delaney handed the sheet of paper to Gizmo. "I want you to run every bit of information you can find on these people. I have a feeling there is more to this than my new daughter knows." She looked sharply at Emily. "What's your father's name, girl?" She responded, "Eric Garrison," making Delaney mind link Gizmo. "Find him, too. I don't believe he's dead. That Elizabeth is running from something, and I want to know what it is." She tells the girls, "Hop in the Jeep, ladies. We are going to pack up Delilah's things and get her set up in her own room here." Emily snarled, "My mom is going to be pissed. She won't let you take her. She has a responsibility to us." Delaney laughed, "Scared you'll have to be the one paying the bills now?" She mind-linked Venom, letting him know she wanted him to follow her to Delilah's house, in case she needed a mega intimidation tactic. He chuckled and told her, always using me for my muscle. She busted out laughing. Well, always wanting to use your muscle. Anyway, he gasped and smacked her on the ass. Oh, you are naughty. But I would love a demonstration of that use. Later. Wiggling his eyebrows at her. They reached Elizabeth's house, and Delaney sent Delilah and Valerie to pack up her things. Elizabeth demanded to know what was happening, and Delaney told her. She screamed, I am her legal guardian. You can't take her. I will call the cops. Venom smiled and said, Go right ahead. They should be here by the time Delilah has finished packing. In the meantime, why don't you get your legal documentation proving you are her court-appointed guardian? Emily told her mother that we were investigating Delilah's family history and want to take her away. Elizabeth lost her shit, demanding they leave her house immediately, or she would have them arrested for trespassing, making Delaney laugh again. Did you not notice the name of the owners of this house when you signed the lease? In case you didn't, it was me. My name. So, I reckon that makes me your landlady. Imagine that. Delilah and Valerie came in, each with a garbage bag and a box. Venom asked, Which room, sweet girl? I will get the rest. Valerie shook her head. That's it, Venom? This is all she has. Delaney gasped and narrowed her eyes at Elizabeth. Delilah asked, Where is my cherrywood treasure box, Elizabeth? It was under my bed this morning. Now it isn't. You were the only one home today. I want my box now. It's all I have left of my family. Elizabeth tried denying any knowledge of the box, and Delaney snarled, Woman, I will slap the shit out of you in a heartbeat. Tell this child where her property is. I promise you. I will tear this place apart until I locate it. Elizabeth sputtered. It isn't hers. My late husband carved that box with his own hands. Legally, everything that was his is mine. Venom told her, I'm rapidly losing patience here. Get the goddess damned box right the fuck now. She left, returning shortly with a beautifully carved box about 2 by 3 feet. It looked heavy, slamming it down on the coffee table. The hinges had been beaten off with what was most likely a hammer. Delilah gasped, and her eyes filled with tears. It's a puzzle box. Why would you try to destroy my only possession? What did I ever do to you? Delaney smiled. That's what I'd like to know, Princess. We are going to get to the bottom of this. I promise you. Now check if anything is missing. Before we leave, we don't want there to be a reason to come back here. Delilah looked through the box. I want my cards, my birthday cards. I had all the ones my parents ever given me. I want them back. My birth certificate, my parents' marriage license, their death certificates. Why the fuck would you take those things? What is wrong with you? My mom's rings and her locket. You are not only a miserable excuse for a person. You're a thief, not above stealing from a kid. Delaney slammed her hands on the kitchen counter. You have exactly 2 minutes to return every single piece of paper, card, jewelry, whatever the fuck you stole from our child, or I am calling the cops, filing a report, then bringing you to our version of our own private hell jail. I meant jail. Elizabeth ran to get the items she took. Delilah checked it was all there, and they loaded up to head home. Venom asked Lila, Have you ever checked that box thoroughly? I think there is a false bottom.
Chapter 4, Like She Was Home.
Delaney made good on her promise of becoming Delilah's guardian. The girls were enrolled for their senior year, and Delaney had both girls with her in Trenton Falls, buying everything they needed for school. They had both been training hard. Delilah showing a great aptitude for archery and katana. She performs well in hand-to-hand and weaponry, excelling in the first 2, though. Venom was right. There was a false bottom in the box. Papers. a ton of what looked like legal documents, and a key to what looked like a locker key. Gizmo is analyzing all the documents for any information he can find, especially about the key. First day of school, Valerie and Delilah decided they were going to share a locker, since Valerie's locker was on the opposite side of the school, and most of their classes were together, closest to Delilah's locker, so it made sense. In a weird teenaged girl kind of way. The morning went by quickly, and they had just sat down for lunch, joined by Derek and Brock. Hunter had asked them to stick close to Valerie. The boys had all grown up together at the clubhouse. Derek and Brock were brothers, their Mannix sons, and Irish twins. In the strangest way, less than 8 months apart. Derek was born in January, and Brock was born 2.5 months premature. The 3rd week of August, so they ended up in the same grade. They were all laughing and talking about their new teachers. When Emily stood in front of our table, "What's going on, Brock? Why are you sitting at the loser's table?" They all heard tittering laughter and realized Emily was wearing a cheerleading uniform. Not surprising, but cue mean girl mode. Bethany tauntingly said, "Alwa Valerie. However are you surviving not attached to Hunter's ass? I worried you'd need to be amputated." Delilah laughed. "Sounds like jealousy to me. But tell me, Emily, why would Brock not sit with us?" Emily flirts. "Do you want to tell her, Brock? Or shall I?" Brock says, "What? Tell who what?" He looks at Derek, who shrugs. She giggles. "About us hooking up at Tyler's party Friday night?" Brock looks confused for a minute, then says, "I didn't hook up with anyone. I did get a blowjob by some chick in the men's room." Oh shit, that was you?" By this time, Delaney and Valerie have lost it. Practically rolling. Emily whined, "You said it was the best you've ever had. How can you act like it was nothing?" Brock grinned. "It was nothing. It was all it ever will be. My wolf gets antsy, and blowjobs calm him down. I won't ever even kiss you, let alone fuck you. All my firsts will be with her. Oh, except blowjobs. And I tell every girl it was the best I ever had. Ask Bethany or Sophia, they can tell you." Delilah and Valerie fell out of the chair laughing. Derek was shaking his head, trying to hold it together. Valerie tried to stop laughing long enough to get out, "Bethany, I am doing fine. I miss the fuck out of Hunter, and I know he misses me just as much. He is where he needs to be. It's a wolf thing. You wouldn't understand." They went to their next class, feeling rejuvenated and on top of the world. It was always refreshing to put a mean girl in her place, and Emily isn't even good at it. That's a first. A wannabe mean girl. The rest of the day hurried by, and the 4 kids climbed on their bikes and rode home. Delaney was waiting for them all, with grilled cheese sandwiches and soda. She told Delilah to eat up. She had a meeting with Venom about the contents of the box. Once everyone had eaten, the girls hurried to Venom's office. Delilah was eager to know what was uncovered. Valerie held her hand, squeezing it. "It's going to be okay. They will tell you everything." Venom walked in and smiled. "Don't look so glum, princess. It's not always bad news being sent to the principal's office." That made them giggle, and the tension dissipated. Delaney came in with Venom's ranks, and everyone got comfortable. Gizmo started. "Most of the documents are standard forms. Birth, marriage, death certificates. All but 2 are yours and your parents. The other 2 are a marriage certificate between your stepmother and a man named Eric Garrison, and a death certificate for the same man. Hardly worth mentioning, except the death certificate isn't authentic. It's a forgery. In order to be issued a marriage license, you have to show proof of divorce or death ending any previous marriage." Delaney asked, "So, does that mean he's still alive?" That they're still married? That would mean she was never legally married to Delilah's father? Gizmo said, correct. It begs the question, why would she marry your father so quickly? I might add, if she already had a husband. Venom tells Delilah there was a bank book with debit cards and a letter addressed to you. We didn't read the letter because it has your name on it, and it's from your dad. Delilah took the letter, recognizing her daddy's handwriting immediately. She ran her hands over it. Taking a deep breath, she opened it. My angel baby, if you are reading this, then I am gone. I have been betrayed and my death is not an accident. I would never leave you. Not while you are so young. Your mother would have my head. I am so sorry I brought that woman and her demon spawn into our lives. It never occurred to me she was targeting you. The documents in the box will explain why she did. I have hidden proof of her perfidiousness and all her crimes in locker number 658 in the train depot inn. She turned the paper over, looked in the envelope, shook it upside down. Where's the second page? What train depot? Where? Axe tells her, that's all we know. So now we have to figure it out. Where were you living when your father passed away? She answered, a little town. Outside Gob, Nevada. There's no train depot or station. I don't know if there were any in the towns nearby, either. Axe told her, Gizmo will find it. It may take a few days, but he will find that train depot. To be on the safe side, try and remember all the towns you've lived in. Delilah nodded. That's easy. I have an eidetic memory. I will write them down. Axe said, it would be helpful. Also, any town that held significant meaning to your parents, either one or both, all the towns you've moved to. Since his death, we may not be the only ones looking for that locker. Venom said, Delilah, what do you know about your mother's family? She shrugged. Mama was the only one left. From as far back as I can remember, I know their pack was wealthy at one time. They were diamond smugglers, which is why the pack was disbanded when they got caught. Venom smiled. Your mother wasn't the only one left. You are. And the documents your father refers to are their last wills and testaments, leaving all their worldly goods to their only daughter, to be accessed on her 21st birthday. Delilah, you're worth over $5 million. She gasped. What the fuck? My parents didn't have that kind of money. We lived within our means. We had a modest 2-bedroom ranch-style house in a little town. Daddy worked at the hardware store and Mama taught school. We were just normal. Delaney said, that also means your father's insurance settlement belonged to you too. Do you know how much it was? She nodded and told them $250,000. Venom tells everyone, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Until we know what deceit and crimes your father referenced in his letter, everything will just be speculation, and as stupid as pissing into the wind. Delaney said, we are amending our guardianship to include an ad litem addendum. That way we become trustees for your money, and whomever may be targeting you has to go through us. Delilah muttered, I can't ask you to do that. You've already done so much. I can never thank you enough. I don't want you putting yourselves in the line of fire for me. I couldn't ask that of you. Do that to your family. Venom smiled. Sweet girl, you didn't ask. And we are telling. Our minds are made up. We always take care of our own. And you are one of ours. Never forget that. Tears filled her eyes, as warmth filled her heart. She hadn't felt this sense of belonging since her father died, and she didn't realize she had missed it this much. She felt like she was home.
Chapter 5. Good or bad, right or wrong.
Delilah's birthday is 3 days away. Her wolf, Blue, has awakened. She hasn't shut up. She's funny, sassy, and highly intelligent. Delilah can't wait to meet her. They have spent countless hours bonding and learning everything they could about each other. Venom has made 10 copies of the locker keys. They send teams of 4 out, checking every train depot, starting with Delilah's parents' hometowns, and then stopping at every train station between there and the next town they move to. Delaney said process of elimination is the best way to handle the search. It canvasses a greater area and eliminates the probability for mistakes. Emily walked into the diner with Bethany and Sophia. Delaney asked, "You want me to take them? I know she hasn't been too overly nice to you." Delilah laughed. "Are you kidding me? It's the highlight of my day. She gets so frustrated when I don't act all but hurt or pissed off." So Delaney hung back, but not out of earshot. Just in case, this is the one time Emily actually succeeds in getting under Delilah's skin. She stepped up to the girls' table and asked if she could take their order, and Emily smirked. "I don't know, can you? It does require some semblance of intelligence, and you so seldom exhibit any." Delilah sighed and responded, "Oh, Emily, just stop. We both know whose intelligence is in question. You are lucky to score a C, and that's with blowjobs for the teachers. But damn those female teachers for failing you. Maybe you should consider going bisexual." Delaney barked out a laugh and said, "That's my girl." Then she looked at the 3 girls. "Either order something or get out. We haven't got time to play your little mean girl games." They all ordered salads. Shocker. So Delilah went to prepare them. Valerie came in with Brock and Derek, having just gotten off shift from their part-time jobs. Valerie went to wash her hands, and Delaney was talking to the boys. No one noticed Bethany and Sophia head to the bathroom. When Delilah brought the salads to the table, and Emily demanded extra ranch, Delilah went to get it. She returned to the table, wondering where the other girls were. She glanced over at Delaney and the boys, then back around the diner. "Where's Valerie?" She was already moving towards the bathroom and could hear noises. She took off running, slamming into the door, realizing it was locked from the inside. Derek and Brock had reached her and kicked the door in. Valerie was on the floor, bruised and bloody. Delilah went crazy. She grabbed both girls by their hair, dragged them outside. She snarled, 2 against 1. How did you do it? Sneak attack? Sucker punch? You couldn't have taken her unless you got the jump on her. You cowards. You pathetic, jealous, petty cowards. Can't fight one-on-one, can you? You have to gang up on someone before you stand a chance to win. Well, I'm giving you the chance to prove how big and bad you are. Both of you. Bring it. Let's see how it works out for you when your opponent is facing you. Because I gotta tell ya, that was your last opportunity to put hands on Valerie ever again." Bethany swung at her, and Sophia tried to kick her. Delilah took 2 steps back and laughed. "Damn, y'all suck. Let me show you how it's done." She stepped into a lunge, punching Bethany in the face, making sure to strike the bridge of her nose for maximum damage, while kicking Sophia in the solar plexus, sending her sailing about 8 feet. She grinned. "I was right. Pathetic. And when you try explaining to Mommy and Daddy why you're both beat up, best tell the truth. We have video surveillance cameras all over this place. I would hate to have to upload what you've done to all your social media. Imagine every one of your followers seeing your true colors. Bet that shit would go viral in under 2 hours." Delilah moved back so Delaney could give them both medical attention. Then they went back to Valerie. She was awake, and Venom was sending a transport to take her to the infirmary. Delilah held her hand. "I'm so sorry, Val. I should have gotten to you sooner. How'd they get the jump on you?" Valerie tried to smile. and whispered, "They hit me on the back of my head with a toilet tank lid. Once I was on the floor, they had a field day. Bitches." Delaney walked out to the front of the diner, straight to the girls' table. Someone had given Bethany an ice pack. Sophia was still trying to catch her breath. "You both may want to get some X-rays and never come back to my diner. None of you. Not even if it's an emergency. I wouldn't piss on you if your guts were on fire." Delaney closed the diner, saying she wouldn't miss out on anything important, and she wanted to make sure Valerie was okay. Delilah went to school every day, making sure to bring Valerie's assignments home. The cheerleaders were giving her a wide berth, and that caused her to giggle every time she saw them, especially Bethany with her 2 black eyes. On the day before her birthday, she noticed everyone kept giving her dirty looks, especially when Valerie walked in with very few bruises left. Delilah let it slide until lunch. Her hearing had intensified, and she was picking up the whispering. She stood up, looking for the cheerleaders. She spoke loud enough for everyone to hear her. "You apparently didn't heed my warning. You didn't take me seriously. I have heard what's being said, and you should have told the truth. Everyone, check your little cheerleading buddies' social media in about 20 minutes. I will be tagging them in a couple videos." She sat down, uploaded the videos, and looked at Bethany. "Last chance, popular girl. Tell the truth." Bethany screamed, "I told the truth, you fucking bitch. You broke my nose." Delilah laughed. "Well, now I'm going to break your reputation, your social status, your pedestal that you've built upon the sand. You aimed too high. Shame on you." Everyone's phones started alerting to notifications, and Bethany screamed, "You fucking bitch. I hate you. I will destroy you." Delilah chuckled. "Good luck with that. And Emily? You really should choose better friends." Delaney had planned a beautiful Sweet 16 birthday party for Delilah, with all the club and pack kids that she goes to school with. She had asked that only Delaney and Venom be with her for her shift with Valerie, and as she felt Blue coming to the surface, she headed to the backyard. She and Blue had bonded so deeply that it only took 20 minutes for them to shift. A beautiful smoky gray wolf laid where Delilah had been. When she found her feet, she stretched out, bowing to Torin, and then to Lexi, letting them know she submitted. The moonlight hit her fur, and what they had thought was dark gray was actually smoky blue, with eyes as blue as the sky at twilight, a beautiful deep azure blue. After the pack run, she shifted back, and Venom brought her into the pack by joining their slashed palms. She felt the pack bond strengthen and swell. Everyone gathered in Venom's office. Axe had found the locker. In it was several flash drives with pictures of Elizabeth, meeting repeatedly with a man who looked suspiciously like pictures of her dead husband. A voice recording of a medical examiner doing an autopsy on Delilah's mother. As they listened, it became clear that her mother had been targeted. She had been killed by a silver bullet tipped in wolfsbane, which would have killed her anyway, had the bullet not nicked the aorta. Venom said, "So your mother was murdered to clear the path for Elizabeth to marry your father. And then, I am nearly positive they killed your father, hoping to get their hands on your money." Delaney smiles at Delilah. "I am so sorry, baby girl. Now the investigation truly begins. We backtrack and follow their footsteps. Our first priority is to figure out how they knew about your inheritance and move forward from there." Delilah responded, "I want to know how deep Emily is involved. She's the same age as me. It bothers me to think she is as corrupt as her parents." Valerie asked, "If Eric's death certificate is a forgery, how do we know Delilah's dad's wasn't falsified as well? What if he's alive? And they're trying to get information about the money Delilah stands to inherit?" Venom said, "Holy shit. You might be onto something. I am so proud of you girls. Valerie, you're already thinking like a beta. Good work. Delilah said, I want to go over to Elizabeth's and beat the shit out her. Repeatedly, until she tells us what she knows. Delaney laughed. You'll get your chance. But right now, we don't want her knowing we know. Like I said, the real investigation starts now. We will find out what's happened. Good or bad, right or wrong.
Chapter 6. She punched him anyway.
Maddox and Hunter arrived at the academy in the middle of the afternoon, the second day after they left home. They were excited about learning everything they need to be in charge of the pack. Maddox stopped a guy to ask where he could find the Dean of Administration office. The name on the door read Dean Anthony Bradford. As Hunter knocked, they made their introductions and were given room assignments, as well as their class schedules, which, for the most part, were the same. Each boy went to their rooms to settle in. They would soon learn this was nothing like high school. It's more of a military facility and have to follow a regimen fit for a soldier. Their meals are always at the same time. Every day, if you missed it, you went hungry. Maddox learned to grab snacks from the commissary to compensate. School wasn't due to start until the third day they were there, so their time was spent learning where everything was. Classes were held in the academic building, and course load for both of the boys was grueling. 6 hours of every day would be spent learning werewolf law, the doctrine of the goddess, as well as bookkeeping, battle strategy, psychology, history, first aid triage, and biology. After academics, they had 2 hours of strenuous physical activity, which varied from day to day: weightlifting, obstacle courses, calisthenics, wrestling, and boxing. 3 times a week were spent on weaponry. Maddox and Hunter both had grown up training in all forms of martial arts, as well as weapons. The added advantage having the battle simulator place them in the top percentile of their age group, which in turn ranked them higher than most newbies. Maddox fell into a routine easily enough and excelled at most of his courses, where all of his classes were geared to leadership. Hunter opted to add to his, taking technology and security courses as well. The time went fairly fast. Delaney and Venom made it a point to physically visit him, at least once every 6 weeks or so. He had been kept informed with everything that was going on back home. He was told everything that was going on with Delilah and would discuss what was being done in the investigation. Delaney told him of problems arising among the other biker clubs. The president of the Vikings had gotten power hungry, and being a 1%er, was dealing drugs, weapons, and prostitution. She told him Marcus had been released, and they had been able to keep an eye on him for about 2 months. But he slipped away in the night, and they are waiting for him to resurface. President Viper was planning something big, so Axe planted a mole to prospect at his clubhouse. Venom recommended Maddox work on alliances. As soon as he opened the new chapter of Warrior Wolves, Maddox grinned. I haven't stopped networking. There's 3 second-born alphas in class with me, interested in prospecting for me. But to be honest, I may skip that process with them. They have grown up around MCs and have ridden for a few years. They score high in the physical aspect of our training here. Venom laughed. Way to be thinking on your feet. Little brother, I am dealing with Cabot and Alpha Dylan. They've decided we hold too much territory and believe they can take it from me. So, you handling the Vikings and that asshole Viper frees me up to deal with the wolves. Axe and his team are busy running leads on Delilah's situation. We keep hitting walls and dead ends. Delaney said, I think they will try something before her birthday in November. That girl is brazen, fearless. She warned her stepmother that she had better hope We don't find anything implicating her in the death of her parents. After her run-in with Bethany and Sophia, Delilah had become the popular kid, which she wasn't thrilled about. That made Maddox laugh, knowing she hated calling attention to herself. The boys were approaching graduation, grateful they hadn't been forced to attend the standard 4-year course most people there were subjected to. There wasn't really anything they could learn physically that they didn't already know, and both of them were quickly promoted to team captains, as well as instructors. The popularity they had achieved was both flattering and annoying. Maddox Wonver complained. Determined to make Venom proud, Steele and Axel became stronger, more focused, bonding deeply with their human counterparts. Maddox grew larger, stronger. His muscles developed into those of a grown man. He matured, became even more serious and introspective. Being there, so far from home, caused Maddox to grow into the strong, silent type. He learned he could gather more information by observing than by contributing. Graduations were held the first week of July. They had passed their 18th birthdays at the academy. All Hunter could think about was getting home to Valerie, praying she was his mate, but knowing they wouldn't know for sure until after her birthday in August. He hadn't been allowed to speak with her the entire time he was away. She had written letters, but the dean wouldn't let him have them. Outside distractions were strictly prohibited. If not for the fact that Venom was one of the Academy's largest contributors, they wouldn't have been allowed contact with them. Their cell phones had been confiscated on their arrival, so FaceTime with his sister was off the table. Graduation day was upon them, and Hunter was panicking. Maddox asked, "The fuck is wrong with you, bro?" Hunter looked at him, his eyes huge. "I haven't seen Valerie in 2 years, dude. 2 years. What if she's changed her mind? What if she doesn't like the way I look? I never even discussed tattoos with her. Or letting my hair grow out. I should have gotten a haircut. What if she doesn't like me anymore?" Maddox laughed. "Damn. Bet you've been awake all night worrying about this shit. You need to stop. She has loved you since forever. That hasn't changed. I promise. And I've heard all girls think tattoos are sexy. But seriously, have you given any thought to what you will do if she isn't your mate? You won't know until her birthday." Hunter growled. "She's mine. Don't even think that. Saying it out loud will jinx us. So stop it." Making Maddox laugh again. Hunter was among the first to walk across the stage since his last name began with B. Maddox was called once 2/3 of the graduating class had walked. As he crossed the stage, he could hear his family whistling and calling his name, louder than anyone else had done, bringing a huge smile to his face. Shaking the hand of the dean, he was asked, "Have your own fan club, Quinn?" Maddox grinned. "My family, sir." The dean nodded, congratulating him, and replied, "Lucky man." He hopped off the stage, holding his diploma high in the air, and Delaney stood up, Wolf whistling, "That's my brother. Way to go, Buddy Rowe," causing the crowd to erupt in laughter. Everyone of the family had gathered in the courtyard, awaiting the graduating duo. Delilah held Colleen, and Val had Deline, while Artemis and Aaron ran circles around their parents in excitement. Snake and Vicky stood off to the side, her rubbing her very pregnant belly, while Axe had stepped away to smoke a cigarette. When Valerie spotted Hunter, she handed Deline off to Delaney and ran as fast as her little legs would carry her. She launched herself at him, and he barely had time to drop his bag before catching her. Her legs wrapped around his waist, tucking her face into his neck. She cried tears of pure joy. Maddox grinned. "Worried for nothing, bro. What did I tell ya?" They reached the group and hugs were exchanged all around. When Maddox saw Delilah, his breath caught in his chest. She had gotten even more beautiful, filled out in all the right places. Steele straightened up and looked her over, mesmerized by her dark hair and sparkling blue eyes. She told him, "If we weren't friends, I would punch you. Feels like you're imagining me naked." He busted out laughing. "I wasn't. I was admiring your beauty, but hadn't reached the naked part of my fantasy. Thanks for the visual, though." She punched him anyway.
Chapter 7 New Alpha in Town.
Venom called Maddox into his office a week after he had been home. He wanted to discuss what was going on. Things were heating up with Cabot, and Delaney's ex-mate had allied with him, having decided Venom's territory was too big. What they didn't realize was Maddox was about to take over 2,500 acres of the 8,000 in Venom's possession. Delaney told Maddox that the farm and its 300 acres would also be his. Maddox asked, "Has your brother brought this up with our council?" If he thought his complaint was above board, he would petition the council for review. Venom nodded. "I wondered the same thing, but my brother would avoid a fight with me at all costs. He knows I would kill him. He is a weak man with weak ambitions. It is obvious he has enough backing to make him feel brave. I fear a war is coming, which is why I want your club chapter up and running." Maddox smiled. "Whatever you need from me. My inner circle has been decided upon. Hunter will be my VP beta. Valerie will be my mate's beta when I find her, regardless of whether she and Hunter are mates. Derek will be my sergeant at arms gamma, and Brock is my enforcer delta. A guy I went to school with, Bo, will be treasure techie." Venom smiled. "All good choices. Have you chosen their road names? I will give you yours at your ascension to Alpha, then your induction ceremony as president to Warrior Wolves too." Maddox laughed. "Any hints? It's not going to be something lame, right? I don't want to have to wear a patch that reads peaches or some shit." Venom laughed. "While it sounds really appealing, I wouldn't do that to you, little bro." Then he gets serious again. "Almost all our members under the age of 25 want to join your club, but I want you to recruit new blood too. Military, wolves, or human. Find some clean, cute sweet butts. Your men will thank you. A lot of them need to let off steam, and they like to do it by fuking." Maddox shrugged. "Maybe I will have Valerie and Delilah choose the girls. I want to keep the tradition of our clubs being a safe haven for rejected or widowed wolves." Venom nodded. "Manic will be staying here with his boys. Derek and Brock are his rocks now, since Pee-wee was killed. Losing your mate is devastating. Without his boys, I doubt he would have made it. Are you keeping your circle's road names private until the ceremony?" Maddox laughed. "Nope. Hunter will remain Hunter. Because, well, he is Vala's dove. Hunter calls her his little dove. Derek is Hammer. His fists are like hammers. And Brock is Digger because fuck with him, and he will dig your grave." Venom nodded. "Good. I like it. Now, next order of business. Your ascension and induction will take place on the next full moon, and that just happens to be Valerie's 18th birthday. Killing two birds with one stone. I'm just hoping you don't get too much bigger when the mantle from the moon settles around your shoulders." They laughed and Maddox shook his head. "I filled out, yeah, a lot. Even surprised myself. Shit, bro. I'm 6'6" now. Can you imagine?" Gizmo said, "We are still investigating what's happened to Delilah's parents, although it is definitely pointing to her mother's death being murder. I am working on tracing Elizabeth's steps, from David's death to the day they made contact. This investigation has taken me down so many back roads that dead end without warning, and that poor girl is struggling to not choke the life out of her stepsister every time she sees her." Maddox said, When Beau arrives this weekend, would you bring him up to speed on what we know? Fresh eyes may highlight something that's been overlooked. I'd hate to think her dad is out there somewhere, needing rescued. Venom agreed. There's no telling what shape he will be in if we find him. I promised Delilah full disclosure, so as we find something out, I tell her. When we found out her mother had indeed been murdered, she cried, mourned her all over again, for a solid 10 minutes, and I thought, okay, the tears break my heart, but I can understand grief. Then anger hit, and she destroyed my office. My whole fucking office. Obliterated. Gone. Maddox laughed. I thought this looked like new furniture. It's nice, though. Maybe it was time you renovated anyway. Venom grinned. That little girl is strong. So strong, in fact. It took Torin 5 times to get her to submit. And I believe it only happened because Blue respects him. But it's funny as fuck. As soon as anyone even mentions the word office, Delilah apologizes profusely all over again. Then Venom sighed. We have to discuss the Marcus situation. We can't fool ourselves into thinking he's not going to want some form of payback. I expect him to actually try to extort money somehow. He knows that Delaney has a trust fund. Your mother told him when she transferred her own trust into hers. Maddox nodded. I have been thinking about it. He doesn't seem an overly intelligent individual. When he shows up, maybe I should play him a bit. Make him think I am on his side against Laney. Even though I am definitely not liking the idea of being anywhere near that snail slime. Venom shook his head. I don't think that's a good idea. I know you're a grown man, and alpha in your own right. I would never presume to tell you what to do. But I know your sister. She won't have a problem telling you exactly what she thinks. Maddox smiled. She would definitely have an opinion. But Venom, please know that I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. You are my big brother, and I will always need you. Your support, your advice, your love. I have learned so much from you about the kind of man I want to be. Both men walked out to the club bar. Maddox ordered a Bud Light. As Hunter walked in with Valerie, her face flushed, a strange scowl in place. Maddox asked, Where's your friend? Val scoffed and snottily said, What? She's not your friend anymore? You go away for 2 years and now she's not your friend? Well, my friend is working tonight. Maddox laughed at her. I didn't mean to offend you. Of course I consider her my friend. Val, what's got your panties twisted? She groaned, fuking Bethany, and the wicked stepsister. They spray-painted slut on both sides of Delilah's gas tank. Ruined her awesome paint job. I was so pissed. All Delilah said was she would repaint it. She wouldn't get mad because she wasn't in the mood to kill anybody today. Hunter asked, She'll repaint it. She did that paint job. The wolves howling at the moon beside the waterfall? She did that? Valerie nodded. She painted mine, too. That Betty Boop was all her. Freehand. He jumped up, said, Hot damn, and started pulling Valerie out the door. Maddox cracked up. Where you running off to, bro? He shouted, to ask Delilah to paint my bike. I know exactly what I want. Maddox jumped up, heading out the door. Wait up. I'll go with. I want to see what was done to her bike. The trio rode into town, straight to the diner. The place was hopping. Of course we had to show up at dinner time. Hunter said, Well, we might as well grab a table and have something to eat. The burgers are the best in the world. Maddox laughed. Okay, let's do it. I want to see the bike first. Y'all go ahead and get us a table. They parted ways, and Maddox walked behind the diner to see Delilah's bike. What he found pissed him off. Bethany and Emily were in the process of taking the gas cap off, and Sophia had a bag of sugar. Steele growled so loud the ground shook. "What in the fuck do you think you're doing?" The three girls startled. Sophia dropped the bag of sugar. Bethany jumped, and Erica stood, staring at Maddox. "Maddox, is that you? You filled out." And she stepped closer to him, about to lay her hand on his arm. He grabbed her wrist and snarled, "Don't ever touch me," as he mind-linked Hunter to get out back. What the fuck were you thinking? To a biker, their bike is sacred, like their mother would be. It is a part of them, not just a ride. And that particular bike is a $60,000 machine. You deliberately set out to destroy it. For what? If you can offer me a valid reason for why you would maliciously do that, I won't lock you in my cells. Hunter walked over, with Delaney and Valerie, and Maddox explained what he interrupted. Now, I am waiting for them, each to explain what Delilah has done for them to destroy something as precious as a biker's ride. Emily sneered. "She's got you all fooled. She's not the nice girl you think she is." Delaney laughed. "That's the best you got? You're jealous? High school is over, girls. Time to leave your little girl toys on the playground." Maddox looked at Hunter. "Have Derek bring the transport. A couple days in the cells should show them I won't tolerate this shit." Delaney laughed again. "Looks like there's a new alpha in town."
Chapter 8. You're always my hero.
The morning of Valerie's birthday dawned stormy. Winds were howling. Pouring rain beat out a rhythm on the windows. Delilah ran into Valerie's room, bouncing into the middle of the bed. "Get up. Get up. It's your birthday. You get to find out today. Why aren't you excited?" Valerie whispered, "I'm scared, Lila. So scared. I don't think I can survive it if he isn't my mate. I have loved him longer than I can remember. If he isn't my mate, I won't be able to stay here and watch him with his true mate every day." Delilah pulled her into her arms and Kai's the top of her head. She crawled under the covers with Valerie and pulled them up over their heads. She smiled. "Then we are just going to stay in the room all day. Together, safe and secure in our little fort I just made. We don't need no stinking men. It is better to have loved and not know than to leave our safe haven." Valerie giggled. "You're a dork. But okay, I get it. May as well find out." Delilah jumped up and said, "Wash your face and braid your hair. For goddess' sake. Chew a few Tic Tacs or something. I am finding you something cute to wear. My girl has to look irresistible." The girls skipped downstairs to the dining room, and as soon as they stepped through the door, Hunter practically tackled Valerie. His wolf growling mate, and Delilah squealed, clapping her hands and giggling. Maddox leaned down and whispered, "I think you're more excited than they are." She laughed and said, "You're quite possibly right. An hour ago, my best friend had made up her mind to leave if Hunter wasn't her mate. He is. So she's staying. And I'm not losing somebody else important to me. Yep, I'm more excited." Maddox laughed and led her to her seat. Valerie and Hunter hadn't moved, even when Delaney walked in with Venom and their children. Delaney was smiling ear to ear. "Are we having a bonding ceremony tonight as well?" Hunter yelled, "Fuck yes, we are. I have waited my whole life for my little dove." The storm had cleared away, leaving the air smelling fresh and clean. A slight breeze kept it cool enough for the four ladies to decorate the stage and surrounding area of the garden. Vicky was intertwining vines and flowers, making a beautiful garland to drape across the stage front. Delaney suggested the girls all go to town for dresses for the ceremony, and they all agreed that Trenton Falls was the better bet to get what they needed. As they were leaving, Maddox stopped Delilah. "I have been meaning to ask you. Will you be joining my club? pack, or staying with my sister, here in their territory. She grinned. I want to join yours, but I'm not 18 for 3 months, and your sister is my legal guardian, so I don't know if she'd let me. Not sure if I have the nerve to ask. He laughed, telling her, I'll take care of it. She nodded, running to catch up with the other three. All four of them found dresses. Delaney's was a bright green floor-length sundress, soft, polished cotton, with Hawaiian plumeria embroidered halfway up the skirt. Vicky chose a cocktail-length crepe, spaghetti-strapped fitted bodice, with a flared skirt, empire waistline. In baby blue, it showed off her adorable baby bump beautifully. Delilah chose a ruby red bodycon-styled dress with side cutouts, while Valerie's was a pink blush strapless floor-length gown, corset-backed silk, with lace overlay. She looked gorgeous, and just like a bride. Delaney's eyes filled with tears. She whispered, My first little girl is getting married. Valerie hugged her tight and sniffled, I will never be able to repay you for everything you have done for me. You have taught me so much. Delaney smiled, Honey, you taught me. I will miss you, but I will always be just a phone call away. The group decided to have lunch at a restaurant in town, laughing and enjoying their meal. Delaney happened to notice a man walking into the bank across the street. She mind-linked Snake and Axe to watch the bank front, that she thought she saw someone she recognized, but felt he was out of place here in Trenton Falls. Their food had just been delivered when Snake murmured, Queen, heads up. They watched across the street. As Max Unger walked out of the bank, looking around as if he suspected someone spying on him. Before ducking into an alleyway, Axe asked, Should I follow? Delaney shook her head. Gizmo still has the hack codes for these cameras. Let him know we need him to access them. What the fuck? Snake looked across at the bank, seeing Dylan and Cabot come out of the bank, carrying a briefcase. Delaney whispered, What the fuck is going on? Delaney turned and mind-linked Vicky. We need to get out of town. Max Unger is here in Trenton Falls, with my ex and Venom's brother. Vicky turned to Delilah, Sweetie, can you go get the car and bring it to the door? My tummy is cramping a little bit, so I think I should limit walking too far. Delilah jumped up to do just that, never questioning reasons. Delaney smiled, once the two young women had gone to get the car. Smart idea. It minimizes our exposure, and I would just as soon Max didn't know he was spotted. Well, Cabot and Dylan either, but they would be easier to explain. Max would know we were suspicious. By the time the girls had returned home, Venom led them to the office and asked what they saw, and asked Delaney what she suspected. She responded, I didn't see Cabot or Dylan go in the bank, and I had only a glimpse of Max as he went in. He was inside less than a half hour. When he came out, I made sure it was him. His body language was screaming he didn't want to be recognized. He pulled his coat collar up around his ears, tucking his head closer to his shoulders. He was furtively looking around him and sticking to shadows. Cabot and Dylan had no such qualms. They came out of the bank less than 5 minutes after Unger, carrying a briefcase, just sauntered off down the street. Venom nodded. Was Max in uniform? Axe. Run a check on him. I want to know what he's been doing the past 5 years. We don't know if the three of them have connected somehow, but it's too much of a coincidence. Delaney replied, Max was in a civilian suit. His hair is longer, and he has a mustache now. Snake shakes his head. What are the odds? 5 years ago, he managed to insert himself into our investigation into Slate. And as soon as we begin an investigation into two alphas trying to cause us problems, he pokes his head out of his hole. I agree. I don't believe in that much of a coincidence. Delaney asked, Vicky, did you recognize any of them? Were any of their faces familiar? Vicky shook her head no. I didn't see anyone's faces. When they had me locked up, well, the two that took me away. But we were always kept in the hold. If I could hear their voices, maybe, that I could probably recognize. Venom looked over at Gizmo, who responded, On it. I can find something. I'm sure. He stood up and went over to the laptop. Venom said, Let's do that, but don't tell her who she's listening to. And mix in some random ones. Our subconscious remembers, recognizes things we don't realize we know. As the moon was rising, everyone had gathered on the south of Venom's territory, at the site of the original clubhouse. All eyes facing the stage, Venom performed the ceremony that would make Maddox Alpha. Right before their very eyes, Maddox's entire body swelled. Muscles extended and grew. His height increased by a couple inches. His aura strengthened, and every wolf felt it. Maddox stepped off the stage, taking the ceremonial dagger. He stood in the center of the property. Slicing a deep gash into the palm of his left hand, he made a tight fist, allowing his blood to drip into the earth by my heart and with my blood. I claim this land in the name of Alpha Maddox Quinn and Warrior Wolves 2-pack. The earth underneath their feet rolled and grumbled. The moon shone down in a bright beam of light. A beacon illuminated the entire 2,500 acres. Blessed by the goddess herself, Venom performed the induction ceremony, making Maddox president of the second chapter of Warrior Wolves MC. Then Maddox ascended his inner circle, as well as swearing them in as officers for the club. Everyone who was joining Southside were sworn in and recited the oaths of fealty to the club, then pledged loyalty to their alpha. They all removed their old cuts, tossing them onto the bonfire, before wearing the new ones, signifying the new chapter was open for business. Venom helped Maddox perform the bonding ceremony for Hunter and Dove. Then the celebration began with their first ever pack run. An hour later, Delaney found her little brother, leaned against a tree, proudly looking out over his pack. The property deeds, the insurance policies, and the bank accounts are all ready to be transferred into your name. We will take care of all of that Monday. I am so proud of you, Buddy Rowe. You are becoming such a strong man, and your heart is still pure. You're always my hero.
Chapter 9, All of the Above. Delilah's POV.
I was scheduled to open the diner all this week. I didn't mind, because it allowed me to be home by 3. I love working here, and Delaney has been giving me more and more responsibilities, which is something else I don't mind. It allows her to be home with her kids. The girls are nearly 4, and the boys are both in school, being Luna and Club Queen are each full-time jobs. So, helping her run the diner, after everything she and Venom have done for me, it's the least I can do. I have been helping Geek, get all the technology set up at the clubhouse in the afternoons as well. I love all things technological, and am a quick study. Gizmo has even started teaching me binary coding, and I've been able to hack a few computer systems around town. I accidentally hacked the mayor's computer and thought I was going to get into some serious trouble. But Axe laughed and told me good job, to prove he was proud of my mistake. They still maintained the hack. I had just completed prepping for the lunch crowd, which is always busy. The school kids meet up here instead of the cafeteria, and they are pigs. I sigh. Harry, hell's coming. Carried on the shoulders of all this year's seniors. May as well don our hazmat suits now. He laughed and says, It's the same. Every year, Punkin. I had just finished prepping water pitchers with ice and water and placing them on the tables. It saves time. But these kids act like pouring it into their own glasses is too strenuous. The door dings and the horde pushed in. Literally, they fight to see who can get through the door first. I roll my eyes. Just sit anywhere. Help yourselves to some water, and we will come by for your orders in a few minutes. I walked over to Megan and Kathy, my servers for today. Abd whispered, "Shall we pray?" And they both giggled. I stepped to the back of the house and let Harry know it was time. I grinned. Let me know if the weeds are getting too high. I'll hop on the line. Within a few minutes, we had all the orders pushed through and Harry was flipping burgers and frying chicken tenders and French fries. Megan was throwing together chef's salads. Everything was running like a well-oiled machine. Until the first monkey wrench. There is always 2 or 3 every lunch rush. I could hear yelling from the front of the house, and Kathy maintaining her temper, speaking quietly. Kathy is a 40-year-old divorcee, raising 2 teenagers. She can ordinarily handle lunch trouble. The door dinged, Maddox or Maydog, and Hunter came in. I had been hanging back at the register, watching the diners. I smiled at the guys and waved them over. Counter or table? Maddox smiled. Is our usual table available? I giggled, of course. Delaney has it roped off. Your very own VIP section. Just the 2 of you today. Hunter shook his head no. We are meeting another president. Renegade from Iron Skulls. I nodded. Let me get y'all something to drink, and I will bring your guests over when they arrive. Soda or coffee today? Maddox grinned. Coffee. Caffeinate me, baby. I walked off. Shaking my head, I was headed to the coffee machine when Kathy stopped me, looking flustered and covered in ketchup. Tell me that is ketchup, because if it's blood, somebody's leaving headless. She laughed, but was wringing her hands. Table 4 wants the manager. And before you go over there, I may or may not have wasted an entire pitcher of water over someone's head. I cracked up. You must have had a good reason. Stop fretting. I will ban all of table 4 before I reprimanded you. I walked past table 4, carrying a pot of coffee and 2 cups. A kid yelled, "Hey you, we want to see the manager. Now." I smiled and told him, "The manager will be with you shortly. Please lower your voice so others might enjoy their meal." I walked over and poured coffee for Maddox and Hunter. Smiling, I told them, "I won't put your orders in. When your friends arrive and know what they want. The usual, I'm assuming." They nodded as I walked away to deal with table 4. I smiled and asked, "Now, what seems to be the problem today?" The yelling kid snarked. "I want to see the manager." I grinned. "You're looking at her, kid." Ah, irony. He's probably the same age as me, but I have definitely lived harder, so I have little patience for self-entitled, spoiled little rich kids. He demanded, "I want that waitress fired." I asked, "How's it feel to want? What did my server do that could possibly warrant termination?" He sneered, "She spilled water on me, on purpose." I laughed. "Pouring a pitcher over your head would usually be a deliberate act." "Yes." He yelled, "Then fire her," I said. "Lower your voice and, let me think. No, what did you do to her? And don't bother lying. I can, and will, watch my security video." Just then, 2 big biker types walked in. I looked at Loudmouth and said, "Take a moment. Gather your thoughts. I will be right back." I walked over and asked the bikers to follow me. As I walked them back to Maddox's table, one of the men pinched my ass. On reflex, I throat punched him. Maddox and Hunter busted out laughing. Then Maddog growled, "Never touch her again, renegade. Don't come into my territory and disrespect our women." I smiled and went back to table 4, in a pissed-off state of mind. Now, I said, well, why did my server pour water on you? He told me I was opening a ketchup packet. It got on her a little bit. I looked down at the table. 7. I counted them. 7 ketchup packets, all looking like they had been smashed with a fist, which explained why poor Kathy was covered in that shit. I responded, obviously, you believe I am stupid, when in reality, you're the ignorant ass at this table. The evidence of what you did is laying right in front of you, as well as the evidence all over Kathy's uniform. So, here's my solution for rectifying this whole situation. You will apologize to my server. Until you do, you won't be allowed back in here. He yelled, do you know who you're dealing with? I'm the captain of the football team. I will make sure not one of us kids ever eats here again. I laughed and leaned down. I bet you. I can take the hit. You kids pad my till by $1.50 at best. I'll survive it. He stood and stormed to the door, and I smiled, have a nice day. As all his little friends left the table, I told Kathy to clean up the mess and went over to take Maddox's table's order. Renegade apologized. I'm sorry, miss. It's a habit to pinch a pat a sweet butt in greeting where we come from. I sneered. First, I am not a sweet butt. I don't appreciate being touched in such a way. Nor do I tolerate it. Where the fuck do you come from anyway? The fucking Middle Ages? Hunter barked out a laugh. We told you, renegade. Queen's adopted daughter lives by the same creed. Fuck around and find out. And she is as strong a fighter as Queen herself. I grinned and winked at Hunter. High praise indeed. I took their orders and went to help Harry prepare it. He asked, do you think we are going to be so lucky? No more unruly, ungrateful Neanderthal teenagers at lunch? I laughed so hard at that. If the goddess is smiling on us, it would be a blessing. I delivered the food to the bikers and went about cleaning the diner from lunch. I smiled at Kathy. Why don't you head on home, honey? I will pay you the full day. You've had a hell of a day. She asked if I was sure, and I nodded. She thanked me, then turned back. You'll have to find someone to cover for me. I am scheduled until 5. I grinned at her. It's taken care of. Now go home. Shower off the ketchup. Put your feet up. Relax. Watch a movie. Read a book. Take a nap. She waved her fingers over her shoulder, giggling as she walked out, or all of the above.
Chapter 10. He is alive. Maddox's POV.
Hunter and I are headed to the diner for a scheduled meet with Iron Skull President, Renegade, and his second Razor. This is the 3rd such meeting this week. I am in the process of contacting all Venom's allies, asking for alliances. It's always best to start with clubs associated with our parent club. It looks bad if they refused us. Delilah noticed us walk in and seated us right away, pouring water for us. She keeps up a cheerful dialogue, always smiling. She is so beautiful. Her waist-length, curly dark brown hair and sky blue eyes. She's not short, but she isn't tall, probably 5'5". She's wonderfully curvy, in all the right places. If there was ever a woman that would make me want to cheat on my mate, it would most definitely be this one. She stopped by a table, speaking to them before bringing our coffee over. Watching her movements, there is never a wasted motion. Steele is always completely calm in her presence, which never upsets me at all. He is an extremely hyperactive wolf, always talking about everything. He makes sleeping and exercise in futility. He doesn't shut up. Delilah lead Renegade and Razor to our table. When Renegade pinched her on the ass, she spun, punched him in the throat, and kept walking to our table. She never broke stride. Cracked me up. Once the men sat down, I grabbed Renegade's forearm, yanking him to me Never come into my territory and lay hands on any of our women in a derogatory fashion. That shit will get you disappeared, never to be heard from again. Hunter said, especially that one. She is Venom's and Queen's adopted daughter, and they take the responsibility very seriously. Frankly, Queen scares fuck out of me. Goddess help the fool who harms one of Queen's babies. Renegade asked me why I had started my own chapters so close to Venom. I smiled, thinking where else would I start one? I want to be close to my family. Always. I see too many families allowing physical distance to become an excuse for emotional distance, and I refuse to have any distance between Delaney and myself. We discussed conditions of an alliance over burgers and fries. Well, Hunter had onion rings and came to terms, easily enough. Razor and Hunter each pulled papers from their briefcases, and all four of us signed. Both copies, we took possession of the alliance they had brought. While they took ours, as we were saying our goodbyes, Delilah was ringing us up. Renegade apologized a second time to her, and she told him, if you're expecting me to apologize for throat punching you, that ain't gonna happen. You deserved it. Just because you're a big bad biker doesn't mean you have to perpetuate the stereotype. I'm Delilah Connors. By the way, he shook her hand, with a puzzled look on his face. He scrunches his forehead. Delilah. Delilah, a unique name. Yet I have heard it twice in the same month. She smiled. You met another Delilah? That's pretty cool. Shaking his head. He looked at Razor. Help me out here. Where did we hear about a Delilah? Razor said, Prez Thor, over at Viking. His old lady. And some guy, Eric, somebody, didn't catch his last name. We're talking about a girl named Delilah. Thor's old lady didn't know any Delilah, but she kept yammering on about a girl named Delaney. Steele growled. Strong enough to rattle windows. When was this? I want a date. Renegade said, That's easy. It was Tuesday. A week ago tomorrow. I thanked him, and we finished saying our goodbyes. I asked Delilah to bring us some more coffee and 4 cups. I had mind-linked Delaney to come to the diner. We decided to meet here since Delaney was already in town buying shoes for her litter. As soon as they arrived, I asked Delilah to take a break and join us. This most definitely concerns her. I have a feeling the Eric guy is her stepmother's husband. Venom asked what was going on, and I repeated everything Renegade had told us. Laney said, Fuking Tammy. Still fuking without family. I knew I should have killed her. Hunter said, Biker bylaws forbid sweet butts from being old ladies. So why would Renegade say she was his old lady? Venom said, There's nothing in the bylaws about making one of the whores exclusive. And if I was a betting man, I would say that's precisely what Tammy is. Thor's exclusive sweet butt. Delaney is lost in thought for a few minutes. We need someone on the inside of the Vikings clubhouse. What information has Gizmo found on Eric Garrison? Does he have any known aliases? And here's a thought. What if we get a sample of Emily's DNA and run it against familial connections in prison databases? Delilah asked, Why, though? In 2 months, I will be 18. I don't even get my inheritance for another 3 years. They aren't related to me in any way, shape, or form. Even if I died, they still couldn't touch it. Unless I signed, talked myself right into the why, didn't I? They plan on trying to kidnap me and force me to sign my inheritance over. Steele rattled the windows again, and everyone looked at Maddox. He shrugged. Don't look at me. I have no idea why he does it. He won't say. He won't apologize. He just doesn't care. Never does. Venom asked, Lila, can you tell me where your father is buried? She shook her head. She said she cremated him. There was never a service or memorial to celebrate his life. Some men came in the middle of the night. They had an all-black transport van that beeped when they backed it up. It woke me up. They both wore black coveralls and were pushing a gurney. They loaded him up on it and took him away. I was hiding in the linen closet and watched. I was almost 13. I had no idea what had happened. I had an idea. But when Elizabeth hadn't said anything for 2 days, I started asking questions. She told me, "Oh, he died and never speak to me again, unless I ask you a question." I was stunned. What kind of monster is that fucking woman? I hate her, and I haven't even met her. I reached over and took her hand in mine. I felt her body relax a little. Lainey held Delilah's other hand and said, "I am so sorry, sweet girl. That woman deserves a slow, painful death." "Did she ever say what killed him?" Delilah asked. "What do you mean? My dad died of a broken heart." "Didn't he? I thought he just missed Mama too much." Venom told us, "No, honey. Very few wolves succumb to heartbreak while their child is still a minor. And in your case, being as young as you were, his heart would have healed by the time you'd reached 21. Her breath caught on a sob, and on instinct, I lifted her into my lap and wrapped my arms around her. She cried quietly, and when she collected herself, she moved back to her own seat, muttered, "What else?" Delaney spoke softly. "We don't believe your father was dead the night those men took him away. We don't have concrete evidence, but what we have points to that. We think they are keeping him alive to get to you. They know you are too strong-willed and would die before you did what they want. But to save your daddy, you would do anything." She was up and gone, so fast I almost didn't see her leave. "What just happened?" Delaney started laughing and Venom chuckled. "She's your pack. Might want to stop her from killing 2 humans." Shit, double shit. Hunter and I took off running to Delaney's and mine old house. It took almost 10 minutes. Glass was shattering. I could hear yelling, slaps and punches. I busted through the door to hear Delilah snarl, "Fucking tell me where my dad is now. You've already admitted he is alive."
Chapter 11. I Know Her. Delilah's POV.
Delaney had barely finished speaking, and I was out the door. It took me less than 8 minutes to get there. I opened the door and walked in, locking it behind me. Emily was on the sofa, watching television. I stormed over and yanked her up by the hair of the head. "Where is your piece of shit dad keeping my dad?" she whimpered. "My dad is alive?" "No, that's not right. My dad died the same time your mama did. My mom told me." I snarled. She fucking lied. And now my daddy is goddess knows we're going through goddess knows what. If you know anything, you better start talking. She started crying. "He left me too. Delilah, just like you lost your dad, I lost mine too," I screamed. "Shut that whining up. I didn't lose my daddy. He was taken from me by your fucking dad." Elizabeth had made her fat ass down the stairs and screamed at me to let her baby go. I snapped, "Shut the fuck up. You're next. I want answers. You have them. You will give them to me." She yelled to get out of her house, started throwing shit. Her aim sucks. She had thrown a coffee pot that broke on the wall opposite me, through a skillet that went through a window. Her aim really sucks. The 3rd time, she picked up a vase, threw it with all she had, and knocked her little bitch ass kid out, who happened to be about 10 feet away from me. In the opposite direction, she ran to Emily screaming, my baby, my baby." I grabbed her by the throat and said, "Where is your scumbag husband holding my father?" She stuttered, "I swear, I don't know. The last time I saw him was about a month ago." He took all but $5,000 from the bank. Somehow he knew you had stopped taking care of us. I sneered. No worries. I'm going to take care of you. Real good. Fucking tell me where my dad is. You've already admitted he's alive. Maddox busted through the door and was at my side in seconds. Don't choke her to death, sweetheart. It's too easy for her. Let's make her death particularly painful and gruesome. I asked, we're taking them to the cells? He nodded, then shrugged, or to the shed, depending on how gruesome we want to be. I grinned. Just as Hunter picked Emily up, what happened to this one? I laughed and told them her mother knocked her out. Quite accommodating of her. Actually, Delaney arrived, looking around at the damage. She pointed her finger in Elizabeth's face. This shit is coming out of your security deposit, and you're being evicted. You and your daughter have 30 days to vacate. Maddox muttered, if she's still alive by then. Delaney looked at him, grinning a malicious little grin. Looked back at Elizabeth. Damn, sucks to be you, making me laugh again. Venom said, get them to the cells, Snake. You and Hunter go with them. I want no mistakes. He looked at Maddox. Then Delaney. Finally at me. We search this place from stem to stern. Hopefully, we find some clues. Delaney, love, you are in charge of all the secret nooks and crannies. We searched the entire house. Maddox and I were in the attic now. Delaney had found a small box with some papers in it. Under the boards of Maddox's old room, we had decided we would take everything back and let Gizmo and Geek break it all down. While we're ransacking the attic, Venom and Delaney had started on the basement. There had been nothing in the attic, but we did find a laptop in the master bedroom. Checking the safe, idiots hadn't even changed the combination. There were photographs. My daddy, tied to a chair, beaten and bloodied, hung from the ceiling of a small room, whipped and unconscious. I gasped as I turned them over and found dates, the latest ones being from a week ago. Tears streaming down my face, I marched downstairs to Delaney. I walked into her arms, and she wrapped around me, whispered softly and soothing me with comforting sounds. She cocked an eyebrow at Maddox, and he handed her the pictures. These broke the camel. She handed me off to Maddox and told him to take me home. I must have fallen asleep on the way home, because I woke up to Maddox carrying me to my room. I giggled and told him, I can walk, you know. He smiled down at me. Just let me have this one. I giggled again and nodded. Valerie met us at my bedroom door and said, I've run a nice warm bubble bath. You are going to soak and relax. Venom says we only start to worry when worry is all that's left. For now, we learn, we plan, and we hope. Above everything, we hope. Maddox quietly stepped out, and I missed him. I laid in the bubbles, rubbing my chest, and asked Blue what she thought was causing it. She snarked, I don't know. Heartburn? Try farting. See if it helps. Bitch. She giggled and said, yes. Yes, I am. I really don't know, though, if it's a mate bond. We will know in a couple months. But right now, it's all you, being weirdly human. Rolling my eyes, I got out of the tub and dried off. Valerie asked if Blue wanted to run. Daisy needed to stretch her legs. Blue was jumping and bouncing around. I laughed and told her Blue thought it was a good idea. We headed outside and stripped, shifting into our beautiful girls, and Daisy shot off like a bullet. With Blue hot on her heels, they frolicked in the meadow, chasing butterflies and dragonflies. Daisy kept trying to blow dandelions into the wind, not realizing the wind was in her face. The fronds just blew back onto her, until she got bored and started eating them. That was even more hilarious, because the fronds now stuck to her lips and all around her mouth, in her nostrils, causing a sneezing fit, which made her fall into the bushes. I was in my head, laughing so hard I couldn't catch my breath. Blue took off for the waterfall on the backside of the lake. It's my favorite spot on the whole territory, hidden in the rocks. Behind the falls is a small hole. Once you squeeze through the crack in the rocks, it opens up to a huge, beautiful cave with tons of natural lighting and an underground pool of beautiful aquamarine-colored water. It's that gorgeous shade because of the limestone inside the cave. I shifted back and dove into the pool. When I surfaced, Valerie was looking around us in awe. I didn't know this was here. I love it. Can we keep it a secret and make it our own little Lady Warrior hideout? I cracked up laughing. Lady Warrior? She was nodding vigorously. You know, like all those other clubs that have their ladies' auxiliaries. Why can't we start one? I smiled. It's not a bad idea, but it's one you would have to discuss with Maddox's mate, and I might get upset if y'all take over my secret pool. She giggled. No, you big silly. You would be in charge of it. With me. I laughed harder. You have no idea how it works, honey. You are the beta female. That makes you the Luna's right-hand person. The top of the food chain, if you will. Me? I'm not even Valkyrie. Not even on the radar. So, if you made this your lady cave for your auxiliary group, I wouldn't be a part of it. She growled, well, fuck that noise. Forget I even mentioned it. You brought me here. Shared it with me. It's our private place. No one allowed. I hugged her and said, I brought you here because I wanted to share it. What you do with that information is up to you. And perfectly okay with me. We shifted back and ran the borders a while, taking in the new fall colors in the trees. It's my favorite time of year. It's like the world explodes into beautiful colors, vibrant and wild. As we neared the northwestern corner of our territory, Blue pulled up short. Smell that? Blood. Human blood. I told Daisy to hold back, and mind linked Maddox of what I was smelling. He told us to hang tight and wait for him. Before moving further, Steele and Axel topped the hill within 10 minutes. Steele is huge, majestic, and in the waning sunlight, his fur shone like sterling silver. He walked over to Blue, rubbing his scent all over her. The fuck is that about? Is it an alpha thing? I need a goddess-damned handbook. I am still so new to this pack shit. The four of us moved in the direction I had smelled the blood, and after several minutes, we came across a woman. More dead than alive. She had been beaten, had gashes and wounds over most of her body. Her face so swollen we had no idea what she looked like. Her blonde hair bloodied and nearly unrecognizable as blonde. The middle of her forehead was branded, a horrible burned brand that read whore. Maddox gasped, I know her.
Chapter 12. Her Ass. Maddox's POV.
As soon as Delilah Mind linked me, Blue had smelled human blood by the borders. I grabbed Hunter, and we hauled ass to her location. We topped the hill to see both girls, Blue laying down, while Daisy bounced around her, pulling her tail, nipping Blue's ears. She slammed her front paws on the ground, her little butt in the air, wiggling like crazy with the speed of her tail wagging, so absolutely adorable, and totally ignored by Blue. Hunter chuckled in my head. Daisy is an absolute ball of energy. Blue is so patient with her. But I gotta be honest, bro. She wears me out when we run. She's like the Energizer Bunny on crack, chuckling to myself. I shifted and pulled on basketball shorts, hidden in the nook of an oak tree. Delilah shifted, slipping into an oversized t-shirt that sent my imagination into overdrive. What the fuck? I have never sexually visualized a particular woman before. It was better for me not to. I never wanted a fictional image to compare my true mate against. But this girl has me thinking things. We all walked in the direction of the smell. Hunter and Val stayed wolf. In case of danger, we came upon a body, naked, and in such bad shape, we weren't sure she was alive. I mind-linked Venom and Delaney to meet us, and we needed the medics and transport. As I examined the woman's injuries, she was barely recognizable. She was familiar to me, but I couldn't recall where I knew her from. Delilah said, "She's really been worked over. My guess? She's been gang raped. Possibly whoever did this ran a train on her." When I asked if she was certain, she nodded, the location of the bruises on the insides of her thighs. Finger bruises, and she has dried blood, front and back. That's why I am believing she's been train wrecked. Delaney and Venom pulled up on a side-by-side, towing a trailer with a gurney. She jumped out with a medical kit. Walking to where we stood, she looked down at the woman and gasped, "Tammy." Oh, that's why I recognized her. Venom hurried over to us, growling. Torin was not happy. Too much of a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences. Unjur spotted coming out of a bank, followed by Cabot and Dylan. You meeting with Renegade, and him, conveniently mentioning Thor and the Vikings. Then, bringing up the girl yammering about Delaney, while talking with an Eric about Delilah. See what I am seeing? I nod. Then say, and now, the same yammering girl is beaten and raped, dumped close to our north entrance. Would someone do something this heinous to gain entry to our club? Have they decided to plant Tammy as an informant for them? Delaney responded, "What bothers me is, this shit all happens on the very same day of your meeting with Renegade, when he just casually mentioned the bullshit with Thor. Why was he at the Vikings clubhouse? Is he allied with them? Because we aren't, and that is concerning." Delilah shrugs. Speculating won't gain us satisfaction. We need to get this girl to the hospital. Then we need to see what Gizmo and Geek have found with the video feeds in Trenton Falls, as well as sifting through everything we found at Elizabeth's house. I nodded and agreed. When do you want to interrogate her? Anyway, she grinned, evilly. 3 or 4 days. Bread and water twice a day. Should get her in the right state of mind to share her secrets. That woman likes her groceries, as illustrated by the size of her britches. I laughed and asked, "You did not just call her fat, did you?" She shook her head and denied it. Absolutely not. She's always been a big girl, even when my dad married her. Easily a size 18. Now, she's like a size 26. Fat. Doesn't describe what she is. Even her doctors told her calling her fat was an injustice, that he was going with the term morbidly obese, and her health was suffering. She called him a quack, found a new doctor, and ate an entire rotisserie chicken. That was a fun day. We had made it back to the clubhouse, and Tammy was taken to the infirmary. Delaney went with her, while Delilah went back to close the diner for the night. I sent Derek with her, because I don't feel comfortable letting her go alone. Not until we figure this shit out. Gizmo and Geek were setting up a monitor when we walked into the conference room. I raised an eyebrow at them. Geek responded, "We found several curious things in tracking the video feeds around Trenton Falls." Snake asked, "What kind of curious things?" Gizmo smirks, the more questions than answers kind. Hold on, I'm almost all set up. Then, hopefully, we will be able to start putting this puzzle together. It would be easier if all the officers were here, together, so we only have to go through all the information once. I nodded and said, Delaney is at the hospital with Axe and Valerie. Delilah is at the diner with Derek. Brock is training. So why don't we save this until after dinner time? That's only a couple hours away. Venom said he thought that was a good idea, so I asked Hunter to come to my office with me. Once there, I said, ready an email to send to Renegade with a list of all our current allies and the potentials we are planning to contact within the next 2 weeks. He replied, Ukai. Any particular reason? Nodding, I dialed Renegade's number. As soon as he answered, I said, Renegade, I am sending emails to all my allies and requesting they do the same. It is a list of everyone I am allied with to date, and all the ones I will be allied with within 2 weeks. I am a firm believer in knowing who I am affiliated with and would like my allies to do the same. In the interest of full disclosure, would you be willing to send a list of your allies? He asked, would it be a deal breaker if I am allied with clubs you aren't affiliated with? I replied, only if you're allied with my enemies. That is definitely a deal breaker, unless you were to sever ties with those clubs. He agreed to send the list, and I nodded at Hunter to send ours. After I ended the call, Hunter chuckled, strategic move, brother. You actually learned something at the Alpha Academy. I laughed and told him to fuck off. We had all sat down for dinner. When Derek skidded into the dining room in a shirt, underwear, and his tube socks, he started singing old-time rock and roll. I was shocked, then puzzled, while Delilah was laughing so hard she fell off her chair. Hunter asked what the fuck was happening, and Brock said douchebag over there lost a bet with Delilah. That's his pay-up. I didn't actually think he would go through with it, though. Before Derek sat down, I told him to put some fucking pants on, making Delilah laugh harder, if that was possible. When he finally sat down, I told him to tell me about the bet. He growled, it wasn't a bet. Brock is stupid. I chuckled, be that as it may. Whatever it was. Why were you nearly naked and singing a song from the last quarter of the last century? He had the nerve to look offended. That was and will always be a classic. And it wasn't about the song. It was about having to portray an entire movie in one iconic display. I'm still not following. So I look at Delilah. Perhaps you can explain what this is about without going around your ass to get to your elbow. She grins. Of course I can. Duh, we were playing name a song with that word in it. If one of us stumped the other one, then we had to do what the winner says. I gave him the word rainbow. He lost, and I told him it was okay. We could just do a different word. He thought I was patronizing him because there wasn't a song with rainbow in it. I argued a few minutes, well, until he aggravated me. So, if I could prove that rainbow is in quite a few songs, he had to act out a scene from a movie. That would make me immediately recognize what the movie was. Still thinking I was full of shit, I named 6 songs off the top of my head. Primarily, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. So here we are. Hunter looked over at me, then Delilah, and said, dude, you went around your ass. My ass and his ass to get to your own elbow. Damn. Can nobody ever go with the short version? I busted out laughing, with my mind seeming to get stuck in one place. Her ass. What the fuck is going on with me?
Chapter 13. I know where she is. Third person.
All 5 of Maddox's ranks were already in the conference room with him when Venom and Delaney walked in with their 4. Everyone was seated, with Gizmo and Geek at the head of the table to give their presentation. Delaney asked where Delilah was, and Brock snarkily responded, I told her she wasn't allowed in here. I mean, why would she? She's not a member of the club. Certainly not an officer. She's barely even pack. All of y'all cater to her like she's somebody, when in reality, she's nobody. Derek said, what the fuck, Brock? Is this because she said what you are doing with all those girls will ultimately come back to bite you in the ass when you meet your mate? Brock growled, My life is none of her business. Derek hissed. She apologized, you fucking ass, and agreed her opinions didn't mean shit in your life. They all heard a bump in the hall, and Maddox hurried to the door to make sure they weren't being spied on, only to catch a glimpse of long brown curly hair rounding a corner. In a dead run. Looking down, he saw a vase on the floor beside the small hall table. He went back inside and said, I think it was Delilah. She may have heard us. Brock laughed and told them, serves her nosy ass right. Shouldn't eavesdrop if you don't want to hear what people think of you. Venom looked at Maddox. Best get a handle on your boy here. Until he figures out we don't treat any woman that way. Especially not my adopted daughter. Delilah will be moving home to our clubhouse. Maddox was dumbfounded. Brock had never treated anyone like that. Something else is going on, and he planned on getting to the bottom of it. Valerie was glaring daggers at Brock, causing Maddox to sigh. Only a few weeks into being alpha, and already there was dissension in the ranks. Delaney hadn't said anything yet, and that in itself was worrisome. Gizmo quietly asked, shall we begin? And then Delaney spoke up, by all means, Gizmo. However, do not discuss anything that pertains to Lila, or her father, or President Thor, or Eric, because we all know that concerns her. Goddess forbid we discuss the dangers presenting themselves in her life without her present. I mean, it's what we do, right? Especially when it comes to women alone, with no one to protect them. Doesn't our oath require we defend and protect anyone in unfortunate circumstances? That's who we are, isn't it? What we stand for, right? Or did someone change our purpose, and nobody saw fit to send me the memo? Venom pulled her onto his lap and tucked her head into his neck, letting her breathe him in to calm Lexi, all the while never taking his eyes off Brock. Geek smirks. Okay, gonna be a short meeting then. But here goes. The view from this camera is on the east side of town. That blue SUV, it's carrying the two alphas, Cabot Stone and Dylan Burdett. We lose sight of it. Apparently, traveling out of the view of cameras. Picked it up here, passing the library, and parking in the lot behind the diner. Gizmo picked it up, here, south of where Cabot and Dylan drove into town. This black sedan, carrying Max Unger, a retired Marine captain, now working in an advisory position for the Defense Department. I was pretty much able to maintain a timeline of his approach because there are more cameras on this end of town. His vehicle parked in the underground parking garage, and his driver lets him out of the car. The cameras then followed him out of the garage. Geek said, watch the ATM camera, following Cabot and Dylan as they enter the bank. Then watch, exactly 2 minutes and 13 seconds later. That same camera follows Max inside. Gizmo grins. Now, the fun part, I hacked the bank's cameras and their files. But you didn't hear that from me. All three men are shown into this little meeting room. We can't hear what they are saying, so we can only speculate what this is all about. But watch. A bank employee walked in, carrying 2 long, deep safety deposit boxes. One was set in front of Unger, the other in front of Cabot. Unger removed 3 file folders. Gizmo whispered, watch, and he zoomed in on the folders. Only one could be seen, and read legibly. Captain Tiberius Stone. Venom snarled, the fuck? What the fuck is this? My government file is classified. Even my personal records have pages and pages of redacted information, and I lived it. This time, Torin buried his face in Delaney's neck, needing the soothing scent of his mate. Geek said, keep watching. It gets better. After Max slid the folders over to Cabot, he removed 10 stacks of cash in small denominations, mostly $20 bills. each stack wrapped with a $10,000 band. Dylan opened a briefcase, putting the cash inside as Cabot removed 2 files from his safety deposit box, sliding them over to Max. Again, Gizmo zoomed in on the files, and the top one read Beta Henry Connors and mate. Calypso Dubois, the one underneath, showed only a partial name, Delil, and everyone knew it read Delilah's name. Derek snarled at Brock. "Still think this is none of her concern, asshole?" Maddox said, "Enough. Let's get through this meeting. Then I will address other matters." Gizmo looked around the room, stopping at Venom. "Then Snake," he said. "Every one of us missed a key component in this whole thing. I know I did. On the 4th time I watched it, I had an aha moment. Venom, Axe, Snake. Watch the bank employee closely. It gives us a really good starting point." Geek ran through the video again, the 3 watching carefully. Axe said, "Stop. Back it up. Not there. A little more. There. Stop." When he did, Venom stood to his feet and roared, "Bring him in. I don't give a fuck where he is. Call his cell and tell him code mother fucking purple." Maddox asked, "What's going on? Who is that, Venom?" Snake was staring at the screen and whispered, "How could we not know?" Venom sat down, looking at Maddox. "The bank employee? He's one of ours. He is a warrior wolf. Even though he is human, he has been with us for almost 7 years and went nomad 2 years ago. He still wears my colors and has now betrayed the club. And that man, the man most of you know as Gearhead, is none other than Drake Slate. I took pity on him after what his father had done and allowed him to prospect here." Delaney sat straight up, looking closely at the screen. She looked at Brock. "Best hope nothing happens with my girl. Swear to Goddess. You'd better hope." The meeting was adjourned, and as it was very late, tiptoeing closer to a new day, saying goodbye to the old one, everyone headed to bed. Maddox tossed and turned a couple hours, concerned about Brock's attitude and finding himself incapable of figuring out any reason for it. He's always been a bit of a hothead and had a really short fuse, but Maddox was worried something more complex was going on. Finally dozing off at nearly 4, sighing happily into slumber. At 6:30 the next morning, Delaney yelled into his mind link, "Every fucking one of you get your goddess damned asses up. Delilah is missing, and I hope for your sakes, none of you is responsible." Maddox was up and racing down the hallway before realizing he wore nothing but boxer briefs. He rushed through getting dressed and met up with everyone in the backyard, everybody asking questions at once. Delaney stuck 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled shrilly, making nearly every wolf in the yard hit their knees. "Shut the fuck up and listen. I got up an hour ago to check on Tammy's condition. She's healing. By the way, albeit slowly, as long as she doesn't contract an infection, she will physically be fine. But on the way home, and for those of you who didn't know, Lexi imprinted on Delilah just before her first shift on the way home. Lexi was whining when I asked what that was about. She told me her girl was hurting, knowing she was referring to Blue. I went to check on Delilah. She wasn't in her room. She hasn't been in her room all night. She's missing, and if Lexi can feel Blue's pain, something is very wrong, and I am very pissed," Venom said. "Split up. Form search parties. Keep an eye out for anything or anyone suspicious." Maddox walked over to his team, hugging Valerie, who had huge tears rolling down her face. He said, "Okay, let's think a minute. Val, you and Derek know her best. Where would she go if she wanted to be alone?" Valerie gasped. "I know where she is."
Chapter 14. One Last Hug. Delilah's POV.
It had been a day. I was tired. I had to close the diner, though, even if it was early. Luckily, it wasn't a busy night. Tuesdays and Wednesdays were usually slow, quiet. Derek had come back to the diner with me, and we played Name a Song with that word. And Derek was busy thinking of a song with rainbow in it. I got up to get us some coffee while I counted out my drawer and noticed we had no creamer left out. I went to the cooler to grab a box of half and half cups, and apparently Brock had come in the back because his pants were down around his ankles and Megan was on her knees in front of him, his dick balls deep in her throat. I backed out and went out front. I drank my coffee, finished my drawer. When Megan came over to ask me if we could talk, I told her no, that I was leaving for the night and she could lock up. Derek stood up, just as Brock walked in, like he had been outside. Derek was driving and Brock was in the passenger seat. When Derek asked if I was feeling okay, I said I just had a headache. Not to worry. Brock snapped, "Oh, don't act like she didn't run out and tell you she caught me getting a blowjob from Megan in the cooler." Derek barked out a laugh. "Damn, dude. That thing should be trained by now to unzip your pants so he can pop out." Brock said, "Shut the fuck up. What did she say? Did she make it sound like she was disgusted and grossed out?" Derek said, "She didn't tell me, but you did. Not for nothing. It is disgusting." "In a restaurant cooler?" I said. "I can name 8 health code violations right off the top of my head." "Brock, haven't you thought about what your mate will think and feel when she finds out how many girls you've been with? I hope this doesn't come back and bite you in the ass." Brock yelled, "Don't act all high and mighty with me. My life ain't none of your concern, and any mate I might have ain't none of your business either." Wow. Well, wow. Okay then. Please allow me to apologize, Brock. I really didn't mean to offend you. I thought we were friends, and as such, I was offering my opinion. Rest assured, I will never be so naive again. Again. I just voiced my opinion, and I can absolutely promise it will never happen again. I truly am sorry." He muttered, "Yeah, well, you may have everyone else fooled, but not me, and we ain't friends. We never were." Derek asked, "What the fuck is going on, Brock? What's happened? Yesterday you were saying how cool Delilah is, and now, today, you do this?" There was no more conversation after that, so I assumed they were mind-linking. At dinner, it was still apparent Brock hadn't forgiven me, so I let it ride. Then again, when he stopped me from entering the conference room, I was certain it was more than anger. He genuinely disliked me, which I'm fine with. I mean, can't please all the people all the time, right? I didn't mean to overhear any of the conversation. I didn't realize I was even still standing there. By the door, I think I may have been in shock. But when I heard what he said, the way he said it, I felt so much hatred in his voice. All I could think about was getting away. I ran to my room, grabbing a pillow and blanket, and took off for my cave. I lit a fire and made a pallet. Lying down, I went over every interaction I had had with Brock, the names he's called me, and in my saddened state, I played the what-ifs game. What if he's right? What if I am a prude and can't satisfy my mate? What if he cheats on me? What if he rejects me? Then, my mind, being the murky, fucking quagmire it always becomes when I am stressed out, played the what-ifs I had lived with Elizabeth and Emily. What if I am ugly? What if I'm too abrasive? What if he thinks anyone else is better? All that bullshit played on a reel in my mind. I had a good cry. I pitched a temper tantrum, because that's exactly what it was. I stomped my feet. I kicked rocks. I pulled my own hair. I screamed. Like a 2-year-old, I had a tantrum. and I was exhausted, but I felt better, and I formulated a plan. With that in mind, I fell into a dreamless sleep, only to be awakened at the ass crack of dawn. Valerie stood over me, tears in her eyes, begging me to never do that again. Do what again? She stomped her foot and cried. Disappear? I was so scared. Don't ever do that again. Not to me. I thought you had been kidnapped. Or worse. I hugged her, apologizing. Then I told her, please tell me you didn't bring anyone else here. Please. Please tell me I can keep this as my getaway from the bullshit cave. She giggled. I wouldn't let anyone come with me. They are all too busy being mad at Brock. I jumped up. Oh no, I don't want anyone mad at Brock. That won't do at all. Let's go back. I will straighten this out. When we walked into the dining hall, everyone was talking at once, with the majority of it being directed at Brock. I stood up on a chair and yelled, listen up. Everyone turned and started asking me questions. While Brock stood to leave, I said, Brock, please stay. This concerns you. Every one of us, at one time or another, has come across a person that you rub the wrong way, or rubs you the wrong way. I am Brock's. He doesn't like me. Something about me doesn't sit quite right with him. And that's perfectly all right. I'm sure he has his reasons. But if I am honest, I don't care to hear them. I am moving back to Venom and Delaney's clubhouse, if that's all right with you. Looking at Venom, Delaney said, it's perfectly all right. She hugged me and said, Lexi is ecstatic. She is imprinted on Blue. As a daughter, I adore you as a little sister. So, of course, you can move back home. It will always be your safe space. Valerie was crying, so I hugged her close. We will see each other all the time. You can come to the diner. Daisy can meet up with Blue, and we can have picnics in our secret place. She nodded and hugged me tighter. I excused myself to pack up my room, because I had to be at the diner in a couple hours. Hearing a knock on my door, I opened it to find Maddox standing there. He stepped into the room and wrapped me in his arms. I don't want you to go. Can't you stay? I can order Brock to stand down. I giggled. You will do no such thing. I have a feeling I know why Brock doesn't like me. But it's okay. I get that I'm not everyone's cup of tea. I do know for a fact that I have to leave. As much as I will miss everyone here, my heart aches even now at the thought of not seeing Valerie or you. But your club is new. You are new to Alpha. You can't afford dissension within your ranks. Derek can't keep arguing with and defending me against his brother. I won't be responsible for any discord while you're building your club. I am not that kind of person. He whispered, but I don't want you to go. What happened between you and Brock for him to act like this? I know he liked you, so I am confused. The only thing I can think of is something happened between the two of you. I smiled sadly. He is your fourth in command. You need him. I am nobody. Whatever Brock tells you, just accept it and move on. I have. His eyes widened. If he is in the wrong, I will not accept it, and I will replace him. Shaking my head, please, don't do that. You have known him a long time, and he cares deeply about you. I picked up my suitcases and tucked my box under my arm. He opened the door and walked me downstairs. I loaded my bags into my Jeep and backed over to where my trailer was parked. Hitching it up, I drove my bike up on the trailer and locked it down. I hugged Valerie again, then Hunter. I kissed Derek's cheek and stepped into Maddox's arms. One last hug. I just needed one last hug.
Chapter 15, Manberries, Maddox's POV.
I turned from watching Delilah leave. Steel was howling in my head, and my heart felt heavy in my chest. And not for the first time. I wondered if I was feeling this way because she is my mate. I looked up at Laney, then Venom. He laid his heavy hand on my shoulder. Get your house in order, little brother. There's something going on there, and he needs to fix it. I nodded. Kaising Laney, I told him, I know. I will get to the bottom of it. I can't fix it until I know what's broken. Delaney scoffed. Right now, it's Delilah who is broken. I don't know what was said or what was done. Honestly, the only fucking reason I want to know it all is because I want to know what would drive a boy I have known for a long time, a boy I watched grow, to snuff the light out of our girl's eyes. As they left, I looked at Brock and Derek. My office. Now, Hunter, make sure I am not disturbed. I stormed off through the foyer, taking the stairs 3 at a time, reaching my door. In no time, I slammed myself in my chair, and the brothers walked in. Derek sat down, while Brock went to stand by the windows. I said, somebody better start saying something that will make this acceptable. Brock snarls, it doesn't matter what I say. I'm sure she's already told you all about it. Your mind is made up. So what difference does it make? I growled. She told me that she was leaving because you hate her, that you are my fourth, and apparently I need you. She told me she refused to be the cause of any discord between us. That's what she told me. And do not fucking disrespect me, Brock. He sneers. Oh, what are you going to do? Everyone knows a turned wolf isn't as strong as a natural-born wolf. I stood to my full height. Is that a challenge, Digger? You want the presidency? Is that what this shit attitude is about? Brock sat down on the sofa. He put his fists in his hair and pulled. Ag, fuck. No, I didn't mean that. I don't want that. I am really sorry, dude. Couple years ago, I liked Delilah. I liked her a lot. I asked her out, like a dozen times, even though I knew she wouldn't date anyone, ever. She was waiting on her mate for everything. The first time she caught me getting a blowjob was in the janitor's closet at school. She opened the door with a mop and bucket in her hand, saw what was happening, set the bucket down and stood the mop in it. Told me, put those away when you're done. I knew then. I fuked up. She would never go out with me now. I tried talking to her. I told her I wouldn't do it anymore, and I would save the next one for my mate. And everything was fine for a while, until her 17th birthday party. That was the second time she caught me getting a blowjob. In the pantry, in the kitchen, by her stepsister. I whispered, Goddess Brock, her stepsister, of all people. He nodded and said, I know, but I was drunk, and that wasn't the worst part. Emily called her a prude, said what mate would want someone like her. He was going to cheat on her because she wouldn't be able to please him, that he would probably reject her. And I didn't say one single word in defense of Delilah, the girl I actually liked. Delilah looked at me, with tears in her eyes, then looked back at Emily, told her, I know, Em. I've heard it from you and your mother my whole life. It's all good. And she left us in the pantry, where I let Emily finish me off. Derek said, that only proves you are a whore. Delilah isn't the kind of person that would judge you by her own opinions and beliefs. She's more of a live and let live kind of person. And I know she doesn't hate you. She's not capable of hating anyone. Brock looked at me, and a solitary tear trekked down his cheek. I don't know why she didn't tell you what I did. She should have. I would have. The night of your welcome home party. I was drunk. Really. Stupid drunk. I saw her enter the kitchen, so I followed her. I grabbed her arm and yanked her into the pantry. I pinned her against the wall and tried to kiss her. She fought me, twisting and turning her head and body. I slammed my body weight into hers and yanked her hair back, and I kaised her. I laughed and told her I had something now her mate would never get. Her first kiss. She started crying and said, "You took nothing from him. You took it from me. Just remember, I never gave it willingly. To top it off, you do it here, in the very spot my stepsister sucked you off and ran me into the dirt, while you said nothing." Her coldness made me angry, and I snapped, "Don't be such a prude. It's not like I popped your cherry." And she left me standing there, sober as a judge, hating what I did, hating what I said, hating myself, hating her for being right. I looked at him and asked, "Why? Why would you do something like that, Brock?" He shook his head. "I don't have a reason. I liked her. So much. I wanted her to like me. I thought if I could just prove to her, kissing and stuff is pleasurable, she would like it too. It's not cheating if you haven't met your mate yet. That's just silly." Derek said, "For some of us, it is, Brock. And you knew it was cheating. For her, we both did. You have a shitload of apologizing to do." He groaned. "I have apologized a million times about what I did, what I said. I called her the same thing Emily called her that night. And I keep hearing Delilah's voice in my head saying she's heard it her whole life." I said, "Give it a few days to settle, then try apologizing again." He was already shaking his head. "She caught me getting a blowjob. In her restaurant. In her cooler. By one of her servers." I roared, "Good goddess, man. What the fuck were you thinking? What will you do if she turns out to be your mate?" His eyes got huge, and he hung his head. I don't even know what to say, or how to make the situation better. Obviously, Brock is a dick thinker, and not a brain thinker. He never realizes the consequences of his actions, and never remembers the consequences when another opportunity arises. "Fucking dick thinker," I said. "There are 4 women and boys in need of a protection detail. The job starts Thursday and goes through Tuesday. They are testifying against the father's best friend, whom they witnessed killing their parents. You and your team are to head out today. 2 hours, actually. While you're gone, I want you to think about how you plan on apologizing to Delilah, because absolutely none of this is her fault. Every bit of it is on you. You should be ashamed of yourself, and you had better start maturing, and quickly, or you will be replaced." He nodded and left to pack. Hunter and Valerie joined Derek and I. I told them everything Brock had done, and by the end, Valerie was in tears for her friend. Hunter was pissed, and Derek was still shell-shocked, Delaney called, wanting to know if I had found out anything. Because all Delilah will say is Brock is not the same Brock she met when she first came here, not wanting to repeat the whole thing again. I gave her a brief synopsis of what he had admitted to, knowing the roof of their clubhouse was about to blow off. Even with the miniaturized version of events, I told her to let Delilah know I was sending Brock on a run for a week, so we can go over the items found in Elizabeth's house and interrogate them when she's ready. And Delaney said they may bring Elizabeth and Emily to their compound for interrogation, and the meeting could be held there. Since it's Gizmo's home base, I asked why we should do that, when everything is already here, set up and ready. She told me Delilah only trusts me and Valerie, that she thought Brock was her friend, but he wasn't. What if everyone else was like Brock? My chest was hurting, so bad I could barely catch a breath. I was losing her before even knowing if she was mine. Brock walked in and started to say something, and I held up my hand. "Don't. Just do not." He turned to Valerie and handed her an envelope. "Will you please make sure Delilah gets this? I don't know if she will even read it, but I know I have to try." Valerie said, "I hope you find your manberries on the road to boys."
Chapter 16. It could come in handy. Third person.
3 days passed before Delilah had gotten back to being herself. the last two of which she wasn't mad at anyone but herself. She truly cared for Brock, and his perfidy hurt her more than anything Elizabeth or Emily had ever said or done. But instead of having a shouting match to air their differences, she ran, which is why she is pissed off at herself. She's not a runner. She's a stand your ground and fight for what's right kind of girl, and she's decided to do just that. She had read Brock's letter of apology, and she realized that she was only mad because he tried to steal her first kiss. She had clenched her jaw, pulled her lips into her mouth, and all he did was slobber on her nose. But still, it was the principle of the thing, and the violating of her personal space. She has forgiven him, but she still wants him to sweat it out. She sent him a text. I will eventually forgive you, but it depends on you. We were friends once. I want to be friends again. When you learn no means no, we can talk. Until then, never forget how you treated me. Maddox has come to the diner every day for lunch. She has come to depend on seeing him. He has even been to Delaney's and Venom's for dinner. But tonight, they are all going to be at Maddox's clubhouse. Everyone will be there to go over whatever Gizmo and Geek found out. Then she was going to talk to Elizabeth. Tammy is finally awake. That happened last night. She still looks terrible, and her eyes are hollow. She hasn't spoken yet, and cowers away when any man is in the room, even the doctors. So Delaney has been taking care of her. Maddox walked over to Delilah and asked her to take a walk with him. She took the hand he was holding out, and he led her down to the lake. He turned her to face him and said, I can't tell you how sorry I am about Brock. I wish I had noticed sooner. I would have stopped it. Delilah shook her head. How? How would you have stopped it? You can't force someone to do what you say, and you can't apologize for the actions of others. He laughed and said, I sort of can. It's called Alpha Command. I could have made him stop. Delilah stepped away from him. You don't get it. It would have made it worse. He would have resented you for commanding him. He would have resented me more because he would blame me for you commanding him. Taking away a person's free will because you don't like the way they are behaving is wrong, and even I would have resented you commanding him. He looked shocked a minute. Then he said, I am sorry he stole your first kiss. I know how important all your firsts are with your mate. She smiled happily. Yeah, he was drunk as fuck. He certainly remembers it differently than I do. All he succeeded in doing was filling my nostrils with his spit. Grossed me out, but my lips never touched his. What he did was hurt my feelings. He said some hateful things. He apologized, and I have already forgiven him. Just don't tell him that. He still has some groveling to do. Maddox smiled at her. Does that mean you will come home? She shook her head. Not yet. I can't. I won't promise anything. But let's see how things are after my birthday. He frowned and said, I don't understand. Your birthday is only 5 weeks away. What's changed? You were okay being here before. Well, until Brock pulled a Brock. Anyway. Delilah tilted her head and asked, What the fuck is pulled a Brock? Maddox laughed. Blame Derek. Whenever anyone does something really stupid now, Derek started calling it pulling a Brock. It stuck. Everyone says it now. You're deflecting. What's changed? Delilah whispered, What if I find my mate? I started developing feelings for someone at the clubhouse, and I got scared. What if I met my mate, but have feelings for someone else? I don't know if I could be with my mate. Just because my wolf says it's true, while I have feelings for someone else. How is that fair? Maddox's heart was thundering in his chest. Had she been suffering the same as he was? Did she have feelings for him? Every moment he spends with her, the more he is convinced she is his mate. There's really no other explanation for the feelings he's experiencing. If it was imprinting, as Delaney's wolf has done, it would have happened. Imprinting by siblings isn't unusual. Actually, it happens frequently. Usually at the same time, though. The pair walked back to the clubhouse and went straight to the conference room, where everyone was waiting. Gizmo was setting up, and Geek was passing out file folders. Gizmo looked up at Delilah. I believe we have a good idea where your father is. And I believe Venom and Maddox have a plan. First, let's go over what we know for certain. President Thor runs the Vikings with an iron fist. Anyone who steps out of line in his club are severely punished. His people have lost an eye, fingers, hands, even whole arms, for an infraction as small as taking the last crescent roll at dinner. We have learned Thor is Eric Garrison's dealer. We also learned he is Eric Garrison's loan shark. They are holding your father until you can claim your inheritance. Their intention is to extort that money from you in exchange for your father's release. Delilah said, I can't touch my money for another 3 years, and only then if my guardian ad litem gives me the authority. Delaney laughed. Yeah, like I would ever stop you from accessing your own money. Maddox looks at Delilah. The Vikings are a 1%er club. Everything they do is illegal. We know they are dealing drugs and guns. We also know they are loan sharking. Venom and I can do this one of 2 ways. We can covertly go in and rescue your dad in the dead of night, or we can bust through his gates for a little shock and awe. Delilah asked, can't we do both? I mean, can we send in the search and rescue units? Get Daddy to safety? Then shock and awe the fuck out of those bastards? Venom busted out laughing. Hell yes, we can. My men and I are desperately in need of some shock and awe. I love the way you think, my sweet girl. Maddox stood up and said, 2 hours, we ride. Then he led Delilah to the cells to have a chat with Elizabeth. Delaney followed. She was interested in reading their body language. Delilah spun a chair backwards in front of Elizabeth, straddling it, knowing Emily wouldn't have anything useful to impart. All she was ever taught to do was look pretty and bully anyone not like her. Delilah smiled at Elizabeth. Guess who's going to die tonight? Elizabeth spit. Hopefully you. I don't care if anyone else dies. Delilah laughed. Not even your dear old hubby? Because he is. And I am the one who is going to kill him. Want to know why? Because he killed my mama. Want to know who else is going to die tonight? Elizabeth had begun to sweat, and she stuttered, I don't care. Do your worst. It won't change the fact that we killed your mother, and your father is as good as dead. Delilah reached out, forming claws at the ends of her fingers, and sliced Elizabeth's throat, watching dispassionately as she bled out. As Delilah stood, she whispered, one down. Delaney jumped up and said, no, she can't die yet. She has to see a healthy Henry. She worked diligently and saved her life. Then she was holding Delilah's hand as they were walking out of the cells, as they were all gearing up and loading saddlebags. Venom told Delilah, I have only ever seen one other wolf do what you did with your claws. How long have you been able to do it? She shrugged. For as long as I can remember. Venom smiled. The other wolf I saw do it decapitated a council member for calling his child the demon seed. Delilah grinned. Yeah, that was my daddy. After they had made the decision to disband our pack. That was after killing our alpha. Then laughing as our Luna died in agonizing pain from a broken heart. And my 4-year-old self jumped smack dab in the center of the table. My eyes glowed bright blue, showing blue on the surface, which is generally unheard of. And I knocked 2 councilmen out and severely injured a 3rd. before I could be subdued. That's the first time I remember my claws. Venom nodded. Looks like it could come in handy. And they both laughed.
Chapter 17. That would be me. Delilah's POV.
We rolled out, 3 wide and 200 deep, all of us geared for war. Search and rescue had gone out ahead of us by 45 minutes. Venom and Delaney were in the lead, in a military-grade Humvee, fully armored, indestructibly built, bulletproof glass, 6-foot-wide ram brush guard. Doc and the triage unit brought up the rear, a huge rolling clinic, fashioned from an old-school bus, neither vehicle built for speed, but more than capable of getting their jobs done. We were 10 miles out from the Vikings clubhouse, pulled into a Walmart parking lot, when we got word 17 people had been rescued from the cells. Without incident, that was our cue, and we rolled out, heading to break some shit. Venom didn't slow up. He slammed the accelerator to the floorboards and rammed through the gates, driving the Humvee straight through the front doors of the clubhouse, running over anyone who stood in his way. Half our men laid down cover fire as we entered the clubhouse. Thor was standing on the second-floor landing, yelling, "I demand to know the meaning of this." Venom looked at me. "This vengeance is yours, little sister. The floor is yours." I stepped forward and said, "Bring your sorry ass down here and face me like a man, if you dare." He laughed, like he was going to put one over on me. I asked, "Why you laughing? Thinking it's a stall tactic while you wait for backup?" Guess what, douche-nozzle? No backup is coming. What's left of your men have either been captured or surrendered. He growled, "Now," and I shot the man who had been hiding low and to the right behind Thor. I said, "That's one. Now, the man on your left is next. The last one will be the guy in that room 2 doors off the landing to the right. He keeps peeking at me. I think he's scared." I growled, "Bring your sorry ass down here. Now, coward." "What? Scared of a little girl?" "You weren't too scared when you tortured my father. I figure you can die first, or you can hand Eric Garrison over to me. He owes me, more than he ever owed you. I live by the old creed, a life for a life." He still didn't move, and I was getting pissed. The second-floor picture window shattered inward, and Hunter landed directly behind Thor and shoved him down the stairs. Maddox took the stairs 2 at a time. Then he and Hunter went room to room, clearing them as they went. Venom lifted Thor from the floor and snarled, "Where is Garrison?" Thor just laughed, and I kicked him in the nuts with my steel-toed boot. Venom groaned, "Ouch. Low blow." I laughed and said, "When he decides to sing, he will either be soprano or falsetto, but he will sing." I dragged him out front. Throwing him to the ground, I yelled, "Where is Garrison?" His men didn't make a sound. I roundhoused Thor in the face. I will ask again, "Where is Garrison?" Still nothing. I jerked Thor's head back and lengthened my claws. Last chance. Someone answers or your president dies. And I burn this shithole to the ground. Where the fuck is Garrison? A voice in the back said, "He isn't here." I laughed and said, "Really? He was here an hour ago, and nobody left the compound. So I'm curious. Did you think a lie would save your president?" Maddox and Hunter came out of the clubhouse, shaking their heads. I grinned. They didn't find him, but I am almost positive he's hiding in there somewhere. I smiled at Venom. "Shall we torch it? I'm interested in what crawls out of the woodwork." He laughed. "Hell yeah, but for the record, you're a vicious little thing." I laughed with him. "Don't fuck with mine. I will come for you, every time." Thor finally decided to speak. "Who the fuck are you?" I slapped him. "Me? Oh, I'm just the daughter of the man you kidnapped 5 years ago. Did you know? I can't even access my inheritance until I am 21, and only if my guardian ad litems allow it. Perhaps you should ask them, yeah? Venom? Queen? When Thor realized who had come for him, he resigned himself to dying, and once the flames had started licking at the floor joists of the second floor, we heard yelling, "Okay, okay, I'm coming out." Maddox yelled, "Fuck, dude, looks like you'll have to jump. No worries, though, I'll catch you." Hunter looked at me and said, "He won't, he's lying," making me laugh. Eric Garrison did indeed jump, and Maddox did not catch him. He had, in fact, lied. Delaney asked how I wanted to handle this, and we discussed it, deciding Thor died now, and Garrison would be held in the cells until my father was well enough. Then, after he could face them, I would let him have his vengeance. They had killed my mother, but she was his mate, and that trumps everything. By the end of the hour, the clubhouse was nothing but smoldering embers. Thor was dead, and Maddox addressed the remaining survivors. "I strongly suggest you head out of our area. Warrior wolves are now claiming this territory, and you are all trespassing. You should consider going legit. 1%ers statistically don't survive past 30. Something to think about on your journey. If I see any of you 5 minutes from now, you will die." Every single one of them jumped on bikes, taking off for parts unknown. There was only about 100 survivors, but it was amusing watching them scramble to get away from Maddox anyway. Venom walked over and told him, "You did good, little brother. Word will spread now. Your name will become known as one of the Don't Fuck With Me." I cracked up. There was so much grammatically wrong in that sentence. I don't even know where to begin. Yet, I understood it perfectly. "What's that say about me?" Delaney laughed. "Once you start comprehending Venomese, there's no hope. You're a goner." Making us all laugh, Delaney said, "I'm riding your bike home. Go. Be with your dad. He's already being triaged. The 16 others aren't in great shape either, so we need to get on the road." I ran for the bus and immediately searched him out. He was lying on a gurney, unconscious, so pale and frail. He was so thin and gaunt, his face covered in cuts and bruises. I was afraid to see the rest of his body. Blue reached out to Amadeus. She whimpered when she felt how weak he was. I took his hand in mine and held it against my cheek. His warmth, his scent. He was here. He was alive. I have mourned him so many years, and when someone says miracles aren't real, they had better not say it where I hear them. My daddy, he is my miracle. We reached the infirmary in just under an hour, with some woman screaming she wanted to talk to Venom now. Everyone was looking at me like, "Fix it," so, as they took Daddy in to clean him up and assess his injuries. I went to the woman's room. She snapped at me, "Who are you? Get Venom. I want to see him." I smiled at her and continued walking to her bedside. "Lower your voice. This is a hospital, for Goddess' sake. I am the woman who found you. Saved your life, as a matter of fact. So learn some respect. As soon as my brother gets back, I will inform him of your demands. Although, as a sweet butt, I have a feeling you will be speaking with his wife." She snarled, "That fucking bitch better stay away from me." And I had her by the throat, lifting her off the bed. That's how Maddox, Delaney, and Venom found me. Venom asked, "Saved her life, so you can kill her? Nice. I like your method of planning." I laughed, "Asshole." She called my sister out of her name. I let her go and walked away to lean against the wall. Venom said, "Well, Tammy, you wanted to speak to me. Start talking." She sputtered, "I wanted to warn you about the Vikings. They are planning to attack you." Venom laughed and told her, That's old news. The Vikings are no more. The president is dead. She screeched, trying to get out of the bed. You killed my old man. How fucking dare you? I laughed and said, no, that would be me.
Chapter 18. Definitely a player. Maddox's POV.
In the 2 days since Henry was rescued, his body has bounced back. The doctor is keeping him in a medically induced coma so as not to stress Amadeus. We had also ascertained Tammy was sent to spy on Venom. Delaney has decided to let her heal completely before she questions her. Brock and his team are due back today, and I'm only a little concerned. Delilah wants to speak with him privately, and I just hope she doesn't kill him. Henry was brought to my infirmary, which may have been a little subterfuge on my part. If her dad is here, she won't leave him. Delaney came bouncing into my office. Hey, Buddy Rowe, where's Delilah? I thought she'd be at the hospital. But nope. Did she head to the diner already? I shrugged. Seriously, Delaney? I have no idea what she gets up to. After the Brock episode, she is fairly reserved around the majority of us. Only Valerie gets all of her. Delaney smiled sadly. His words hurt her. And not because they were the same words she had heard growing up. They hurt because she cares about Brock and thought he cared about her. For all that she is an extremely mature young woman, she is still very young. Delilah Mind linked me. I need you. Send backup. 14 clicks east of Bartholomew Road. Taking heavy fire. 2 men down. The link cut, and I was already halfway to the door. I couldn't speak. Couldn't even think. I had no idea what was happening. I only knew she needed me. Venom and Delaney were on their bikes, with Snake and Axe in the truck. Hunter and I went wolf. We shot diagonally across the forest, while the others took Hogan RD to Bartholomew. I crested the hill, and Blue was standing over a man's body, hair standing up and teeth bared, watching the tree line. I scanned where she was looking and spotted a sniper. Using a holly bush for cover, I signaled Hunter, and we flanked him. Hunter distracted him. Long enough for me to get the drop on him, I had him on the ground. When Venom and his ranks opened fire on the remaining gunmen, my eyes automatically searched for Delilah. Blue was still standing over the man she was protecting when we arrived. The man I had tackled was waking up. I linked Snake and had him load the man up in the truck bed. I yelled, "Any other prisoners?" At the negative response, I told everyone to sound off and made my way to Delilah, who had shifted back and was holding the man's head in her lap, crying and telling him to wake up. I ran over and handed her a shirt, only to look at the face of the man. I gasped and screamed for Delaney. Laying in Delilah's lap was a critically injured Brock. Delaney assessed his condition and yelled he needs surgery now, and we loaded him into the back seat of the truck, Venom hauling ass back to the compound. I could hear Delaney on the phone with Doc. Prep or I'm coming in hot with a sucking GSW to the chest, collapsed lung and hang plasma. Not blood. He's losing too much to regenerate yet. Meet us at the emergency exit. It has been 3 hours. Delilah hasn't taken her eyes from the doors of the operating room. She hasn't spoken a word. I just sat beside her and held her hand. Every few minutes, she squeezed my hand in gratitude. Derek and Manic were both squatted against the wall, opposite the oar, just waiting. Derek growls. What the fuck? Who the fuck attacked us? Who would dare? Delilah leaned into me. I was headed home, had just pulled off Highway 80, when I spotted Brock. I sped up to catch him before he turned off Bartholomew. Just as he turned off, he was hit. He flew a good 50 feet back. The guy beside him, my goddess, his head exploded from the round that hit him. I don't know where my bike is. The man that shot him is laying close to it, so that should help find it. I shook my head. I just let her ramble. She was in shock, and I figured it was easier to piece together the information she had. Instead of asking direct questions, Delaney finally stepped out, exhausted and completely covered in Brock's blood. Delilah flew into her arms, and I wrapped mine around them both. Delaney said the bullet shattered 2 ribs, pierced his left lung, and nicked his aorta. It exited just below his C5 vertebrae. The next few hours are crucial. We need to pray. Delilah whispered, "Let this be a lesson, you ungrateful bitch. I'm coming for what you stole from me." I said, "What the fuck is that?" She said, "That's what the man said. The man in the trees. He said, 'Tell Delaney, I am always watching.' Then he said that other shit." I screamed at him. It wasn't Delaney he was fuking with. It was me and mine now, and I would be coming. Manic asked, "Who was he? Did he give you a name?" She shook her head no. "But that doesn't matter. I know what he looks like." Delaney said, "Describe him." Gizmo, listen to her description and get on it. Delilah said, "Around 5'10", black hair and brown eyes. Fairly muscular, around 45 or so. You favor him a little bit, Maddox." I yanked out my phone. Scrolling through pictures, I held it up to her and asked, "Is this him?" Delilah nodded and told them, "That's him." "Who is he?" I snarled. "Marcus Walters. And he came after our people because he wants me." Delaney said, "He came after us because he wants me dead." Delilah growled, "The fuck you say? He couldn't get through me once. I want him to try again. Who in the fuck does this asshole think he is?" I whispered, "My father." Venom snarled, "You are mine. Boy, not Walters. And I will make sure that Mother Fuker understands that." I felt my heart swell with love for that man. He essentially taught me to be a man, to be who I am. He and Delaney gave me a life, a loving home, and made me feel safe. He's right. I am Maddox Quinn, and Marcus Walters is nothing to me. Delilah went to sit with her dad, and I sat with Brock. Derek and Manic wouldn't leave him, so I let them know I had a few things to take care of, and I would check back in soon. Delaney and Venom were already in the conference room with Gizmo. When Hunter and I walked in, Delaney looked at me. With red-rimmed eyes, "I'm sorry, Buddy Rowe. I knew he would come. But I never once suspected he would go after our people." Shaking my head, "Don't you dare. This is on him. We place blame where it belongs. We never apologize for the actions of others, especially homicidal maniacs. Where are we on this? Anything?" Venom said, "Where were they staying? I want to know how the fuck they flew under our radar." "And for how long?" Snake said. "We will figure it out. There's a lot on our plates right now. The Vikings, Unger and the Alphas. Now Walters. That's a shit ton to deal with." I agreed. He's right, and we need to start connecting the dots. The Vikings are done. Cabot and Dylan are in it up to their eyeballs, and somehow Unger is involved with them. At this point, it wouldn't surprise me if Walters is running the show. Venom said, "He's not running it, but he's definitely a player."
Chapter 19. A smile on her face. Third-person POV.
Geek and Gizmo were working diligently, sometimes through the night. For the last several days, their main objective has been to trace Unger's steps since Venom had last had contact with him at Colonel Slate's 7 years ago. Now, finding Marcus Walters is of equal importance. He took one of their own. That doesn't sit well with the club. They all want blood. Drake Slate was in the wind, apparently having gotten word that Venom ordered him to return to home base, revoking his nomad status. Every motorcycle club that was allied with warrior wolves were told to be on the lookout. If Drake is found wearing warriors' colors now, it's a death sentence. Drake had been their best lead, but he had quit his job at the bank and dropped his college courses. His apartment had been virtually abandoned. They weren't even sure if he had packed anything to take with him. Delaney had ordered Tammy locked in the cells. She had planned on betraying the warriors. They just weren't sure of the plan. As yet, Eric Garrison was also locked in the cells, out of sight of his wife and daughter. The plan was to wait until Henry was well enough to face them. All of them. A total of 5 prisoners lined the cells. The one that was with the group who attacked Brock and his team is scheduled for interrogation tomorrow. Maddox was eagerly anticipating getting his hands on the man. Right now, Brock is awake, although weak, with Delilah and Maddox visiting. Brock asked, "Have you really forgiven me? I have never regretted anything in my life. More than I regretted what I did to you, how I treated you." Delilah smiled at him. "We were friends, Brock, for over 2 years. You and Derek looked out for me, protected me. Friends forgive each other. I'm still not sure why you did what you did, and it really hurt me, hurt my heart. But that's in the past. I want to move forward without this hanging over our heads. Can we start fresh?" Brock grinned widely. "I would really like that. A lot," Maddox said, "after she saved your life. It's the least you could do, bro." Brock looked shocked and asked what he meant. So Maddox told him everything that had happened 3 days ago. "And who ordered it?" Brock asked. "We hunting," Maddox laughed. "We're hunting. No stone unturned. We lost Smokey. An eye for an eye." Brock gasped. "How is Lacey and the baby? I need to see her. He was my responsibility, and I didn't bring him home. It was supposed to be an easy run. I promised." Delilah said, "Stop it. This is not on you. This bullshit falls on Walter's head, and he will pay for it. It was an easy run. No one could have predicted an ambush from someone who wasn't being watched yet. You get well. That's what matters." Delilah left to visit her father, who was still in a medically induced coma. Delaney said at least another 2 days. Amadeus has gotten stronger and is able to reach out to Blue for brief periods. But they don't let him do it for long. It's still too taxing. Delaney ran into Delilah as she left Henry's room. Tucking her arm into Delilah's, she said, "Your birthday is a few weeks away. Do you have any idea how you want to celebrate?" Delilah shrugged. "I haven't given it a lot of thought. And now, with everything that's going on, is it really a good time to celebrate anything? I will need to find my father and I a place to live. I need to hire 2 more servers. I let Megan go after the Brock fiasco. No telling how many times she's done something like that. Every time I think about it, I get skeeved out all over again. Who knows what kind of contaminant I served our customers." Delaney laughed. "Oh, girl, stop dwelling on the negative. You and your father have a home with us forever. The diner is still standing, and you and Kathy are handling things for now. Another server will apply soon. That position doesn't stay vacant long. So, would you mind if we have a small cookout with just family and ranks?" Delilah smiled. "I guess that would be okay. I just don't like a fuss. I'd rather not be the center of attention." Maddox had walked up at the end of the conversation and smiled. "As pretty as you are, Lila, you will always be the center of attention." She rolled her eyes. "Are you seriously flirting with me, Alpha Quinn?" His eyes darkened and Steele pushed to the forefront. With a low, rumbling growl, Delaney whispered, "Maybe don't call him Alpha. They get all ego-eye, act like they're all that." Then she giggled. "Steele, let Maddox back out." "Yes," she flirted back. but stand down now." Maddox blushed from his ears down his chest, making Delaney laugh. She walked away singing, "I know something you don't know." With Maddox chasing after her, Delilah watched them go. With a tender smile on her face, she went in to check on Brock, to find Derek and Manic both keeping him company. She smiled at the family. "Hey, guys." All three of them smiled, but Manic lifted her and spun her around in a circle. "Thank you for being where you needed to be, for saving my son, for defending him, even when he was a horrible ass to you, for being you. You are the bright light we didn't know we needed." She flung her arms around his neck with tears in her eyes. "Thank you. That's the sweetest thing anyone has ever said to me. Take a lesson, guys. One day, you might be as smooth as your dad." They all shared a laugh before she left to tell Henry good night so she could head to bed. Tomorrow would be a long day, and she really wanted to be well rested. She remembered the exchange between Maddox and her in the hospital corridor and fell asleep with a smile on her face.
Chapter 20 Is This Flirting? Maddox's POV.
I walked into the dining hall. Amid happy chatter, I smiled at everyone, grateful for the camaraderie of my club. We are coming together as a cohesive family unit. Delilah looked beautiful, and I find myself more and more attracted to her. I ask Steele if she is our mate, but he just hums. Prick. Delaney has teased me since yesterday with knowing what she knows and not telling me. I keep telling myself she wouldn't be teasing me if it wasn't true. Then I remember all the goddess-awful pranks she pulled on me when I was little. 20 days? That's how long before I know. I find myself praying every night that the goddess makes it so, or praying my sister isn't playing a cruel joke. She wouldn't, right? Would she? I stood. Coincidentally, at the same time Delilah did, she grinned and winked. She winked, she fucking winked, and said, "See y'all later. I'm headed to the diner." I stood a good half-minute before I responded, "Take Hunter with you today." She laughed. "No can do. Hunter wants to be here when you interrogate that bastard. I will be okay. I'm always alert. Besides, the guy that's after me is in your cells." Delaney laughed. She has a point. I sighed. "Okay, call, text, or link if anything feels off or suspicious." She saluted and scooted out the door. I said, "Well, let's go interrogate that bastard." And we all laughed all the way to the cells. Walking in, Tammy whined, "Venom, you know me? Why are you doing this?" Delaney looks at her and smirks. "Yes, Tammy, we all know you, which is exactly why we are doing it," causing all of us to laugh again. I had had the guy moved to isolation. I was prepared to make him hurt. He was chained to a chair and one hand to the table. Leaving a hand loose gave him a false sense of security. I sat down across from him. "You killed one of mine. How do you justify it?" He shrugged and smirked, "Casualty of war." I snatched him up by the throat and Delaney said, "Don't kill him yet. He's been told to give us a message, but not to do it easily. His job is to rile you up before dropping his little bombshell." I dropped him back in his seat. "Oh, okay then, rile away." The guy was staring wide-eyed at me, and I asked, "Oh, that's pretty cool, right? We only found out recently. It's part of her gift. She can tell what you're thinking by your body language. Now, get to riling. I don't have all day." The guy looked at me and said, "I thought you'd be bigger." I laughed and told him, "No, you didn't. You actually prayed I would be smaller." Delaney glared at the guy. "You know how big of a mistake you've made, don't you? Throwing your lot in with a man who beat his wife to death, right in front of her children, leaving his 5-year-old son without a mother. That's the man you're backing." He snarled, You stole the kid, kidnapping him. I stood and growled. Well, congratulations, you fucking riled me. The bastard grinned and said, Now he knows. That growl confirmed it. I snapped his neck. Delaney said, Shouldn't we have tried to figure out what he meant by now he knows? I said, He meant Marcus. I looked at Venom. In his right eye. You're going to find a government-issue camera contact. Marcus knows I am Wolf. Venom cursed. Mother-fucking unjur. The only good thing is they are connected somehow, like we thought. I said, Let's get that contact to Gizmo to make sure it's disconnected. I don't want him hearing or seeing anything else. Delaney stopped me. Check Tammy? Or Eric? No, both. They are all connected. Or Thor wouldn't have had Henry. Nor would Unjur have handed over the guys' military jackets. Or the files on Delilah and her dad going to Unjur. It's like a triad of assholes, all set on taking us down. Now that Thor is no longer in the game, a new player is recruited, one that believes he's got a dog in this hunt. Venom kaises her. You are so fucking smart. Let's get those two checked, just to make sure. 2 guards went to their cells and Tammy was the only one. Delaney laughed. Was it worth it? Seriously. You were near death when Delilah found you. You nearly fucking died from the beating you apparently volunteered for. Then to allow them to brand whore into your forehead. They heard a loud gasp and Delaney laughed. Oh, you didn't know that's what was on your forehead. She didn't know Venom. Bet she would have thought twice about betraying a biker club. They all went to the clubhouse to meet up with Gizmo and Geek, to show them the camera contacts and see if the original shipment serial numbers could be traced. If they can figure out where they came from, they can trace where they went. Snake mentioned, we need to figure out where Marcus went after he was released. They couldn't find a trace of him. Like he vanished? I looked at him. Then at Venom, what if he vanished? In like a certain 4-week time frame. Long enough for the 3 venomous bites of an alpha wolf, and a week to build to the shift? Venom said, that actually would make sense. Cabot and Dylan are both alpha wolves. Marcus wasn't seen anywhere. But if he was on pack territory, he wouldn't be. He could have, and probably did, gather information on us from Dylan and Jesselyn. Gizmo grins. The puzzle is coming together. We still have an odd piece out. Over 5 years ago, a little girl lost her mother to a silver bullet. 7 months later, her father was taken from her, only to find out her father wasn't dead. Her stepmother wasn't her stepmother, and they had plotted against her. Without her knowing why. Where does she fit? Her father was held at an MC by the very much alive first husband. Why her? Why Delilah? Delaney said, 3 people know the why. 2 are in custody, and the 3rd is in intensive care. I vote we wait until Henry is on his feet to confront them. It will only be a few more days. I had already discussed this, so I was definitely on board. Like Delilah said, the looks on their faces would be priceless. I smiled. Delilah fills my mind before I even think about it. I told them, I vote we wait. The looks on their faces should be caught on camera. I wonder who the first one is who will be thrown under the bus. Hunter laughed. We all know Tammy going to feel those wheels before anyone else. We all laughed because it was too easy. Tammy was too gullible. We talked about delving further into the murder of Delilah's mother, Calypso, and into what had been given to Henry the night he was taken. It had made him practically catatonic and mimicking death. Delaney said, only 2 things can do that to a wolf. She took off running, so we followed her. Because, well, she looked like she knew what she was doing. She stopped us outside the IQ and ran to draw some blood. Running the blood through analysis, She found wolfsbane and verbena in his system. Then she gave him a shot of something and met us back in the hallway. He was full of toxins. I gave him the antidote. Amadeus will be much stronger by tomorrow. I will start weaning him off the coma drugs. Delilah will be so happy. But that's how they did it. They injected him with wolfsbane and verbena. I asked Hunter to try and find where they may have gotten a hold of something like that. That was and is supposed to be kept from human hands. At dinner, Delaney told Delilah what she had found in regards to her father, and that she had already started weaning him off his medication. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she hugged and thanked Delaney over and over. I can't seem to take my eyes off her, beginning to feel a bit stalkerish. But then I catch her glancing at me from the sides of her eyes and blushing. Is this flirting? Is that what we're doing?
Chapter 21. I stuck my tongue out at him. Delilah's POV.
Delaney had been weaning Daddy back from the medication for the last 12 hours. He is starting to show signs of cognition, and Amadeus is healing him, finally. His REM has increased behind his eyelids, and he squeezes my hand when I speak to him. His color is up, his heartbeat stronger, and his deep breaths have increased. Maddox stepped in the room and asked how he was doing. I whispered, "Better, I think." He realizes when I am talking to him. His heart rate increases when I come in the room. I am hoping he wakes up soon. I have missed hearing his voice. Maddox smiled. Soon. He will be awake, and all will be right with your world. I laughed. Seriously, dude, it feels like you're my cheerleader sometimes. He chuckles, rah rah ree. Kick him in the knee, rah rah ras. Kick him in the other knee. For some reason, that literally cracked me up, and I started to call him on it. When a crackly voice chuckled, that was the stupidest shit I've heard in a while. I squealed at the top of my lungs, "Daddy," and flung myself into his arms, which he wrapped around me in an oof. Maddox laughed. "It's so good to see you awake, sir. Delilah has been beside herself. Allow me to get my sister." He stepped out and Daddy said, "I think I like that young man. He truly cares about you, and it shows. He will be a good mate." I leaned up, looking in his eyes. "Daddy, I'm not 18 yet. I haven't met my mate." Delaney had just stepped through the door, laughed. "You have. You just don't know it yet. Mr. Connors, it is so nice to see those lovely blue eyes looking around." Dad smiled. "Henry, pretty child. Mr. Connors was my father." "And you are?" She grinned. "Delaney Stone, I am your caregiver." He smiled again. "Lucky me. I hit the jackpot." Delaney asked if I could step out while she did a few things, but I kized him by because I had interviews at the diner for new servers. In addition to firing Megan, I lost my 2 high school students that were helping out. I walked out of the infirmary with the biggest smile on my face. Maddox and Brock were out front. When they asked where I was headed, I explained. Brock asked if he could hang out with me, and I started to say yes. I meant to say yes. I had every intention of saying yes, but I opened my mouth and "no blow jobs in my cooler" came out. Maddox busted out laughing. Brock turned beet red and Derek said, "That surprised you as much as it surprised us, didn't it?" I could only nod my head. Maddox told him, "I like her unfiltered mouth, the things she says." I apologized to Brock. I meant to say yes, that's all. Apparently, my brain had other ideas. He chuckled. "That's okay. I get it. My reputation precedes me. I have vowed to myself to be better. Do better. I am going to wait for my mate and pray she forgives me my past indiscretions." I smiled at him. "She will forgive you, and she will be lucky to have you. Let's head out." Shall we? My first interview is in an hour. At the diner. There were about 20 people lined up out front. I looked at Brock. I only have 4 scheduled appointments, so I'm not at all sure what this is about. Kathy met me at the door. Thank goddess you're here. These people have been showing up the past hour. I don't know what happened. Someone said an ad was tacked to the bulletin board at the college in Trenton Falls. I didn't know you were doing that. I looked at her, shaking my head. I didn't. Brock, please let Maddox know what's going on. Ask Gizmo or Geek about checking the surveillance cameras at the school. See if anyone familiar has been by the bulletin board. I got all set up for my interviews, having decided to hold them in my office this time. I usually have them in the dining room, but there are too many people out there at the moment. I got through my interviews, had pretty much decided on the ones I wanted to hire. When I stepped out of my office to let all the others know I wasn't interviewing anymore today, absolute chaos erupted. A girl in the back felt froggy and leaped into my face. Bitch, you shouldn't have placed an ad on the bulletin board then. That's false advertising. I growled. That was not my ad. Bitch, I tried being reasonable. I tried apologizing for the mix-up. I even offered recompense for any travel expenses. Now, I am done with all that. I did not place any ads at the university, so it can't be false. When it wasn't me in the first place. Done being nice about it. Get the fuck out of my diner. Brock laughed as everyone filed out the door. Winning any Miss Popularity contests lately? I grinned at him. It was so nice to have my friend back. I'm more of a most likely to kick your ass kind of girl. Making him laugh harder. Yeah, I can see that. I looked at Kathy. I will be back in a few minutes. My daddy woke up, so I want to make his favorite dinner, and we don't have any skirt steak in the cooler. Brock jumped up and followed me out the door, causing me to giggle. Brock asked, "So what do we need skirt steak for?" I told him, "It's an old family recipe. My mom taught me, and my dad is in love with it. It's called rouladen, a German recipe. Rolled beef, wrapped in bacon, stuffed with rice, meat, and vegetables, seasoned to taste. The secret is in the mustard, simmered in a rich brown gravy." His stomach growled, making us both laugh. As soon as we made it back to the diner, I started prepping the meal. While Kathy set up for dinner service, I finally ran Brock out of the kitchen because he wouldn't stop sampling dinner, and packed up everything to take back to the clubhouse. Satisfied I had made enough for everyone. There was always at least 100 people at the clubhouse at any given time, and I don't like anyone feeling left out. A commotion in the front of the house caught my attention. A man's loud voice was demanding to speak to whoever is in charge, with Brock advising him to calm down. When I heard, "You better get the owner out here now, boy," I took that as my cue. I stormed up front and demanded, "What is going on here?" The man asked if I was the owner. When I replied yes, I was in charge, he sneered, "Well, I suggest you make sure your little brother knows his title is being challenged, Delaney." I grabbed the man's right arm, yanked him to me, flipped him, and punched him in the head, knocking him out. I smiled at Brock. Someone else for Maddox to chat with. Derek and Maddox crashed through the door. Just as I finished saying that, "What's going on?" Brock grinned. "Apparently, someone wants your title, Alpha, but this guy needed a nap before we found out who it is." I stuck my tongue out at him.
Chapter 22. We have the answers. Maddox's POV.
I am sitting across the table from the man Delilah knocked out. She amazes me. This guy comes in, threatens my title, and she knocked him out, according to her, in case I wanted to talk to him. So, here we are. Delaney is sitting in the corner. He hasn't noticed her yet. I want to keep it that way for a minute. I asked, tell me, who is coming for my title? I want the identity of the man I am going to kill. He laughed. You won't kill my alpha. He's the strongest man I have ever seen. It was my turn to laugh. You are human. Yet, you claim you have an alpha. Interesting. Tell me about your alpha. Because, apparently, he doesn't know. Isn't aware of Wolf Protocol. Without issuing a sanctioned challenge, I don't have to accept. He snarled. I won't be human long. Then all of you pure wolves better watch out. I laughed again. Were you born an idiot? Or just lost ground when you met this so-called alpha? I am not a pure blood. I am a turned. But I am unique in as much as I turned with a full-blown alpha's mantle on my wolf's shoulders. I doubt your alpha is as strong as my wolf, but that remains to be seen, does it not? He shrugged. My alpha is a turned wolf too, and he is crazy strong. So, once he challenges you and takes your pack, he will turn all of us. He plans on turning more and more of us, until he can control all the packs. Delaney spoke up for the first time. You poor misguided moron. You're alpha, and I am using that term loosely. Can't turn anyone. A turned wolf isn't capable of it. They do not possess the venom required for such a task. So either your alpha is as stupid as you are, or he is lying blatantly to you, to get you to do his dirty work. He looked up at her. What? No. He said he could turn us. I let that son of bitch bite me for nothing. I'm going to kill him myself. I barked out a laugh. Yeah, being played sucks. What's your alpha's name? What pack? Maybe I should issue an official challenge against him. He told us there's no pack yet. He has a couple hundred guys that hang around because he's promised them that some girl would be coming into a large inheritance in a couple weeks, and he would make her sign over the money. Something about saving her dad's life would get her to agree. I don't know. Looking back now, I think he might be a little crazy, talking about that diner owner, Delaney, owing him for stealing over a decade of his life. His name is Marcus. Don't know his last name. Just Alpha Marcus. I linked Venom to let him know what we are learning, only for him to tell me he had suspected Marcus would try and turn more humans. He sees it happen all the time. I asked if there was anything else we should ask this guy, and was told no, because he was an expendable. Marcus doesn't care if the man died. I asked the guy his name, and was told Evan. Well, Evan, I haven't decided whether to kill you or not. I realize that Marcus probably believes you're already dead. After all, in his mind, you are expendable. I haven't decided, because technically, you're just the messenger. And how fair-minded would I be if I killed the messenger? At dinner, we all raved about the dish Delilah had prepared, but none as vociferously as Henry. He kept saying it melted like butter on his tongue, causing Delilah to giggle every time, which is probably why he said butter that way, knowing his daughter would giggle. So damned cute. I called a ranks meeting, and this time, I invited Henry to join us. He was in captivity for over 5 years. As a beta, I am positive he didn't idle his time. He will have information, even if he doesn't realize it. Sitting down, Geek said, Hey Lila, I checked that surveillance feed. It was a guy who attends college. Nondescript. Blue jeans, hoodie, blonde kid. He walked right up to the bulletin board and pinned it, then snapped a pic. I figured it was random, until a camera by the library caught this. We all watched as the kid walked up to Cabot Stone, showed him his phone, and accepted a $100 bill. I HM'd. Why is Cabot interested in the diner? What does Delilah have to do with him? Delilah said, Not me. I don't think they realize I am running the diner now. That guy today, he called me Delaney, told me to pass on the message to my little brother, and I am guessing he meant you. Venom said, so, Cabot is hoping to plant someone in the diner. I wonder if we should accommodate him. Delilah said, I have 4 interviews the next couple days, and they're all from the university. I felt bad they drove all that way for nothing. I could probably put on 2 more new hires, but I won't stress the budget any more than that. I said, Geek, you and Gizmo scour those video feeds. Find whatever girls you can that Cabot, or even Dylan, contacted. If we know what she looks like, then Delilah would be certain to hire her. I looked at Henry. Do you feel comfortable talking about your time in captivity? I would really like to hear what you have heard or seen. He looked at Delilah, and she stood, walking over to her father and climbed in his lap. She whispered, I'm right here, Daddy. Amadeus buried his nose deep into the scent of his child, and Henry began his journey to reliving the past. The first year, I didn't see anyone, except Eric. Occasionally, Elizabeth would show up and give me a shot, but mostly, it was darkness and silence. One day, Eric got into a huge fight with Elizabeth and made her leave. I didn't get the shot that visit, and I realized they had been drugging me. I don't know with what, but when Amadeus wouldn't wake up, I figured wolfsbane. Shortly after that, I was moved to the basement at a motorcycle club. There must have been 10, 20 others locked up too. After that, the fun began. The prisoners are used as training dummies for their warriors. If you fight back, you are beaten and tortured. I fought back, a lot, every time. It got to where the bikers bet on me, and they had gotten so used to me. They talked about all kinds of things. Cabot is a gambler, fell into some bad debts, and a loan shark covered them. He defaulted, and the muscle sent to collect was Marcus. Marcus killed the loan shark and cleared Cabot's debt. On one condition, he gets turned. Cabot had to agree, but he's not strong enough, being the second-born Alpha's son. So, he had something with Dylan, something about the deal they made when they both got Alpha at the same time. Then, that Thor guy bellowed, "Oh right," when y'all killed each other's fathers. And I got knocked out. I'm not sure why. Venom was staring, mouth agape, and Delaney wrapped herself around him. And all of us knew something was going to die, and it wouldn't be pretty. Henry was confused, and Delilah explained Cabot was Venom's brother, and legally, the pack belonged to him. I decided to let Venom process, and asked Henry if he remembered anything else. He nodded. There was a stockpile of weapons at Vikings. I don't know what happened there, so you might want to check that out. No ammo, though. That was someplace else. Some military guy was paying Thor to run them. Then something weird happened a few months back. That military guy started hanging out, not in uniform anymore, making plans with Cabot and Dylan about turning military criminals so he can have his own mercenary army. I said, a few months back was when we spotted them at the bank. That must have been cementing the deal. And Hunter responded, still doesn't explain why the files on Lila and her dad. Henry responded, that's something Eric can tell us. He knows military guys somehow, but it has to do with the Dubois family and some documents that Calypso had. Delilah asked, the papers in my cherrywood box? Henry lit up. You have the box? At her nod, he continued, we have the answers.
Chapter 23, No Lie, Delilah's POV.
I retrieved the box, and Daddy shifted a thin little panel at the bottom, beneath the false bottom, and there was a thin packet of papers. He handed it to Gizmo. This is everything about the Dubois family. I had had every intention of translating it from French. After Calypso was murdered, But I didn't have enough time before I was abducted. I had begun suspecting Elizabeth of everything, so I was careful not to let them find the documents. Gizmo said, "Give me a couple days. I will have all this translated, and we will have a better grasp of why they are chasing you both." I asked, "Why didn't Mama tell me? Or even tell you? I am so confused right now." Daddy smiled at me. "Your mama was French, raised in the Quadroon quarters, taught the ways of voodoo. She was always very superstitious and believed sharing her family history before she felt was the right time would bring about tragedy." I shook my head. "Okay, that explained exactly nothing. I guess we wait until it's translated." Venom laughed. "In the meantime, why don't we go to the cells and see what reactions we get from the Garrison family? That should be fun." Elizabeth and Emily had been placed in an interrogation room and were waiting as we entered. Emily saw my dad and started crying. "You're dead. Mom told me you died of a broken heart." Daddy grinned. "Your mom said a great many things that were untrue. No, I'm not dead, and my heart is perfectly fine. Amedi has healed us, knowing our daughter needed us. Your mom tried changing that fact." Emily looked at Elizabeth. "Why? Why would you do that? After my dad died, why would you make Delilah think hers did too?" I told Emily, "That's not all your mother lied to you about, Emily. There is much more." At that, Eric was brought in and chained to a chair. Emily screamed, "You're dead. You died years ago. How is this possible? What the fuck is going on? How could you do this?" Delaney leans over and asks me, "Is it wrong I'm feeling a little sorry for Emily at this point? She's being truthful. She thought both men were actually dead." I shrugged, admitting I felt a little bad for her too. Maddox asked, "Emily, if you were as unaware as you seem to be, why did you treat Delilah as badly as you do?" She started crying. "Mom told me to. Told me Delilah caused her own dad's death and was probably the reason her mom was killed. I figured if she did that, what was to stop her from trying to kill us?" Venom scoffed. "You aren't that stupid. There has to be another reason. Something isn't adding up." Emily said, "Look at her. Just look. When she looks like that, and I look like this, why would anyone choose to be friends with me when she's around?" I looked at everyone. What? What does that even mean? I don't want to be friends with the people you want to be friends with. I'm not the pageant queen, cheerleader type person. Your friends are superficial, plastic Barbie types that couldn't fill a shot glass with all their brains combined. Maddox laughed and whispered, "I love how you have no clue that you are absolutely beautiful. That's what she means. She's jealous because you're pretty." I huffed and glowered at Emily. "That is just ignorant. I was actually happy to have a sister. I had fantasized we would be best friends, do everything together. I thought we would have so much in common. You ruined all that." Emily cried harder. "She made me. She said I couldn't be your friend because you were hiding money from us, and you were going to kick us out on the street when you turned 18. Then she said we had to make sure you never find your mate, that you will become dangerous, and that some man from the government had plans that would make us rich, as long as you didn't find out." Again, I looked at everyone in the room. How the fuck does every goddess damned person in the world know more about me than I do? Huh? Answer me that. I looked at Elizabeth, then at Eric. "I still don't know what your aim is. I know you won't live to fulfill it. So, it doesn't fucking matter to me whether you tell the alphas what you know. I simply don't care. You are both complicit in my mother's murder and the near death of my father, and that's all I need to know. Emily, whatever Maddox and Venom decide is your punishment. Has nothing to do with me. Now, if you all will excuse me, Blue wants to run. Blue ran to the waterfall. We played in the lake and lounged in the early autumn sun. My birthday was edging closer, and I pray to the goddess I find my mate. I am developing such deep feelings for Maddox. I am terrified I won't want to be with my mate because of them. Blue tells me 15 days, and we will know. She wants me to stop worrying and know that we will love our mate, regardless of who he is. Then she giggled, unless it's Brock. Then we will have to kick his ass. I laughed. I thought we had forgiven Brock. After all, he said he won't do it anymore. She reminded me that he had promised before and did it anyway. We arrived back at the clubhouse, and one of the sweet butts told me I was wanted in the conference room, which I wasn't looking forward to. I was somehow embroiled in bullshit I have nothing to do with, and to top it off, I seem like the main attraction in this fucking circus. I knocked on the door and Maddox bade entry. As I sat down, Delaney said, "Emily is going to start working at the diner as a dishwasher. If you see she has potential, train her to do other things." I rolled my eyes, and the golden child is rewarded once more. My dad spoke my name sternly, and I apologized. "I'm sorry, it's just too much. Every fucking bit of it. I'm walking around with a big red bullseye on my back. All because what? I'm the last surviving Dubois. The family fortune is supposed to be my inheritance. I am tired, Daddy. Tired of all of it. The not knowing. The being treated like shit. The being strong when I don't even know why I have to be strong." Gizmo cleared his throat and tells us, "I have translated about half of the documents. They are actually a family history and explain quite a bit. Delilah, the Dubois family comes from a long line of alphas. Their wolves were once originally from a great pack in France. At the beginning of our species, the goddess had been allowed sacred ground to build a temple. She had the temple erected on that ground, which happened to be in the center of the Dubois pack. The entire pack was tasked in protecting that temple. It was the only place on earth the goddess could visit for any length of time before she had to return to her realm to regenerate her energy. A millennium ago, the pack was attacked, the temple destroyed, and all the Dubois wolves were thought to be killed. All but the alpha's infant son. A plan was in place to smuggle him out to the Americas. He is your great-great-grandfather. Delilah, the Dubois wolves are gifted, and when they are marked and mated, their gifts manifest in themselves and in their mates." I looked at my father and cocked an eyebrow at him. He, at least, had the decency to look ashamed. I had to take a pledge to tell no one. There has always been rumors. But as long as your mother and I didn't acknowledge our gift, no one could prove anything. Now that you know this. We had no way of knowing what your gift will be. And the only reason I can think someone would want you is because they are not aware of your gift being null, unless you are marked by your true mate. Maddox said, "So? You think they want her to force a mating to harness her gift? Whatever it may be." Dad nodded. "That. And she can turn a human with only one bite, not 3. I looked at Daddy. "What is yours and Mama's gifts?" He made a fist, clenching his fingers tight, and when he opened his hand, a ball of fire bounced happily off his fingers. I grinned. "That's the one I want." I asked, "Why all the secrecy, though?" "So what I am a Dubois. So what I may be gifted. 'Cause I gotta tell ya, if I was my mate, and all this shit was dumped on me, I would run the other way. No lie."
Chapter 24. I'm good either way. Maddox's POV.
This entire week has passed in a blur. Gizmo has translated the Dubois papers, discovering that Delilah, with her mate, are to build a new temple, and the moon goddess would show them where. Once their marking and mating has taken place, I am almost certain she is my mate. Steele has noticed her scent is becoming more prominent when she is in our presence. The air is infused with static, making the hairs on our necks stand at attention. When our hands touch, any skin-on-skin contact actually, very pronounced tingles occur. I haven't called attention to it, nor has she, so I'm not even sure she's aware of the subtle changes. I have asked Delaney and Venom to meet with me. I have to discuss this with someone. I am slowly driving myself insane. I didn't hesitate or make any bones about it. I just spit out, I think Delilah is my mate. Delaney laughed and clapped her hands. Finally, I damned near busted a gut holding that secret. I gasped. That's what you knew? And you didn't tell me? That's a pretty important piece of information, Laney. She just laughs more. Chill out. Henry and I decided it would be best for the two of you to discover it on your own. But now that you have, I can make plans. That gave me pause. Plans? What plans? Henry knew. The fuck? She has to acknowledge the bond and accept me. Plans can wait until then. She's already freaked out about her mate and that stupid gift. Now we have to build a temple for the goddess? That's a lot of pressure. Venom said, we have 6 days. Then we can decide everything else. After she accepts you, and she's going to accept you, bet on it. She's halfway in love with you already. Hunter and Derek came in laughing. I asked what was so funny. Hunter said, we stopped by the diner for burgers, and Delilah is so pissed she's talking to herself. Kathy had to run her out of the dining room twice because customers thought she was yelling at them. Delaney asked why, and Derek replied, not really sure. Something about how nobody ever handed her anything. Always worked for it. But she didn't have the good fortune to be born to 2 homicidal maniacs. And how was that her fault? So, I'm guessing it has to do with Emily. But we both decided it was in our best interest to get our burgers to go. I laughed and looked at my sister. You might be getting an earful, though. Delaney shrugged and smiled. Reckon we'll find out at dinner. I seriously thought Delilah's work ethic and people's skills would rub off on Emily. Maybe not. Venom laughed. That won't happen. Those girls have absolutely nothing in common. Fuck. Everything Delilah does not know about girls like Emily could fill a book. And Emily hates everything about Delilah. Her beauty, her brains, her fighting skills, her negotiating skills. Delilah is everything Emily can never be, and she resents the hell out of that. Delaney said, your diplomacy is exemplary, babe. Thanks for telling me. I fuked up putting them together. That probably would have been helpful a week ago. Venom laughed. Nah, there was no fun in that. I wanted to witness the fallout. I bet 100 on Lila snapping her neck. Derek bet she'd beat her ass. Brock bet she'd just slap her because Emily would break too easily. And Hunter bet she'd humiliate her, then slap her. I asked, who won? And they all answered, nobody yet. Making me laugh, and Delaney said, fuck, which made us all laugh. Snake and Axe came in. We need a strategy meeting. I stood immediately and led everyone to the conference room, sending a maid to have Henry meet us. Gizmo and Geek brought their laptops and were setting up. As Henry joined us, we all got seated and waited for Snake to speak. We have had groups of 2 to 4 men riding the streets of Trenton Falls, making our presence known. Today, Axe and I were in a group. We stopped at a cafe for lunch. Marcus and Unger sat down at our table. They want a meeting. I asked for what, and Axe said, I think Marcus plans on challenging you for the pack. I grinned and snarled, finally. I wonder if he realizes my pack is actually my club, and as such, they are free to make their own choice whom they follow. Venom said, who is supposed to set this meeting? Because if they think I trust them enough to schedule a meeting without planning an ambush, they need to think again. Snake told him, Unger gave us his number for you to call when you have everything set up. I don't buy it. Where is Cabot? Dylan? Why weren't they there too? Venom shrugged. Cabot is a dead man anyway. Dylan, not far behind. But it will be fun to find out if they are being double-crossed. I said, I don't want this meeting to take place until after Delilah's birthday. I have a feeling it has something to do with her. Venom nodded. I absolutely agree. I was going to suggest 2 weeks. Her birthday is in 6 days. I will call Unger the day after that and schedule our meeting. Gizmo and Geek showed video of Marcus and Max at various places around town, proving something big was in the making. If they weren't worried about being seen, we even had the motel they were staying at, and room numbers. They aren't that sloppy. I said, step up our presence in town. I want to know how many men are joining those two. Check the campgrounds outside of town as well. I want more people in Pine Grove, especially around the diner. Something is off, and I am not taking any chances. Axe said, I will take care of additional coverage of Trenton Falls. Hunter, you take Pine Grove? Hunter nodded and Venom said, I am curious now. Where is Cabot? I suggested we send a few trackers out. It wasn't that far away, and we could have reports by tonight. Venom nodded, so I arranged a team to head out. I sat thinking a minute. I'm concerned about Dylan. His pack practically borders Pine Grove on the southeast border. Venom agreed. Let's get some border patrol wolves out to patrol that end of town. Dinner was called, so we headed to the dining hall. I had just sat down when Delilah came in a huff, with a sullen Emily behind her, sporting a brand new bright-ass shiner. Axe yelled, Hot damn, I won, making all of us laugh. When Delaney asked Delilah, rough day, to which she responded, Ask Little Miss Sunshine. And when Emily went to open her mouth, Delilah spat, the truth. You tell the truth, or I swear to Goddess, you're right, I will match. Emily stammered, I'm apparently selfish, spoiled, inconsiderate, thoughtless, hateful, hurtful, and lazy. Because I promised the line cook a blow job if he did my dishes, and a hand job to the stock guy to mop my floors. That makes me dishonest, disrespectful, disgusting, disreputable, and devious. And from now on, every time I talk back, I will get popped in the eye. I am trying so hard not to laugh, especially at the smug look on Delilah's face. When she asked Emily, and why did I pop you in the eye in the first place? Emily said, I talked back. I told you to fuck off, you aren't my boss. Delaney is. Delilah smirked. Yeah, learned you were wrong about that pretty fucking fast, though, didn't you? And by the way, you're not fired. And since you aren't allowed to quit, looks like you might want to learn a little faster. That had everyone laughing. Delaney said, I had honestly hoped Emily would learn something, that she would be able to step outside her bubble. Delilah laughed and said, oh, she's going to learn something. Good or bad is up to her. I'm good either way.
Chapter 25, Atop the Waterfall. Delilah's POV.
The tracking teams found what Maddox and Venom feared. Neither Alpha was at their packs, with half the warriors missing from each pack. Maddox sent the trackers back out to, well, track them. Blue tells me no shit, Captain Obvious. Tracking team out tracking. The audacity. I told her okay. I got it. And I realized it when I thought it. Emily has been pretty good this week. She even shared a laugh or two with the kitchen staff. I'm not saying she's changing. It's too soon to claim that. But she doesn't want another black eye. That's a win in my book. I was in the back, helping the line cook prep the grill and griddle, and I heard a very loud female screaming for the owner to get front and center right now. I stepped off the line and listened as Kathy tried to calm her down, but she was having none of it. I took off my apron and patted my hair back into place. I walked out to confront this loud-ass siren. I loudly asked, "How can I help you?" She looked me up and down, then said, "You can't. You better get Delaney out here right now." So this drunk bitch wants Delaney, and she doesn't even know her name? Delaney? The fuck? That's hilarious. I mind-linked Delaney to let her know what's happening. She said she's in town with Venom and would be right over. I walked back over to the drunk and told her Delaney would be here soon, and she pulled her hand out of her purse, holding a grenade, and sneered, "You better hope she is. I got no problem blowing us all up." I linked Delaney. She has a grenade that looked like she had already pulled the pin and is holding the trigger. Venom told me to keep her talking. I asked, "So, what do you need with my boss?" She hiccuped and demanded a drink. I poured her a shot of whiskey and let her talk. Dylan left. You know who else left? Cabot? Cabot left. Do you know why? They want Delaney. Everyone wants Delaney. Nobody wants Jesselyn. Everybody wants Delaney. My true mate has her, and everybody wants to take her away from him. Marcus going to kill Delaney brother. Cabot and Dylan going to kill Tiberius and then take Delaney. And Mungo gets the new girl. Ooh, you. Mungo gets you for his government wolves. Delaney mind links. Ask her who the fuck Mungo is, so I did. And she giggled. He gets mad when I call him that. I don't care. He always mumbles and is a dick. So I call him Mungo because his name is Max Unger. Delaney stepped in front of Jesselyn, startling her, and Venom grabbed the wrist holding the grenade, wrestling it loose and shoving an ice pick in place of the pin. Delaney asked her what she thought she was doing, and that she just landed herself in the prison cells. Jesselyn said, "It doesn't matter. Everyone wants you, not me. You're all they talked about." Mungo gave them armor-piercing silver-tipped bullets to kill Tiberius, but the guns they are supposed to use got damaged in a fire, and Mungo had to order more. They won't be here for a week. Venom asked, "Why the fuck should we believe you? Why are you telling us this?" Jesselyn shrugged. "Why not? I wanted to blow up their precious Delaney, but it won't make them want me. Killing her won't make you want me. So why not tell you what I know? I'm leaving anyway. Moving to Italy. Being Luna ain't all it's cracked up to be." She is talking about betraying her alpha. They will kill her if she's caught. Well, I don't think they're going to live long enough to catch her. But still, she's a traitor. I mind-linked Delaney to check for a contact camera like Tammy had. You never know. I asked, "Where are they now?" When they left their packs. Where did they meet up? She looked up at me and said, "Mungo wants you." I smiled and nodded. "So you've said." She muttered, "I don't know where they are. Mungo provided their hideout. Marcus is at a motel in that college town. Maybe they are there too. But I don't know about 300 warriors." Venom and Delaney decided to take her back to the clubhouse and get her sober before questioning her further. I don't know if that's a good idea. She may change her mind when she's sober. Just as we were cleaning up from dinner service, Maddox walked in. "I came to escort you home. Had some excitement earlier, did ya?" I smiled and said, "The best part is she thinks your sister's name is Delaney, and I nearly crack up every time she says it." We rode home the back way. I prefer this route, but we haven't been riding it as much with everything that's happening. It's scenic. All the trees have changed colors. It's a beautiful ride. We stopped at the lake, and he asked if he could speak with me. I took his hand and led him to the pile of rocks that overlook the water, and sat down. We skipped rocks across the water for several minutes when he blurted, "I think you're my mate." I didn't say anything for the longest time. I had prayed for it to be him for a few months. And now he thinks it too? What if I get my hopes up and then it isn't true? But what if I screw it up by not believing him? Blue said, "Stop what ifing. You drive me nuts." Steel knows. I know. It's enough, I whispered. Blue knows. She said, "Steel knows. And that's enough. Why do you think we are?" He smiled and moved closer to me, rubbing his hand up and back down my arm, leaving tingles in his wake. Feel that? That's a mate's spark. Just not strong. Not yet. Not until your birthday. Your scent. It's getting richer. More potent to me. I can scent you from outside the house right now. Day after tomorrow, I will be able to scent you for 100 miles. You smell like gardenias and vanilla. Intoxicating. He looked me in the eye and said, "I only told you because we all think we should move your Luna ceremony to 4 days after your birthday. It's the first full moon. And with Unjur after you to force a mark. We thought maybe you would want to be marked before our meeting with him." I swallowed. Hard. I will be Luna in less than a week. Of course, I am going to accept you. But are you okay moving that fast? He laughed. I fell in love with you weeks ago. I have had thoughts of being your mate a long time. Yesterday is not fast enough for me. I smiled and nodded. Okay then, let's do it. How are we going to announce it? He grinned and kissed my cheek. We will announce we are mates at your birthday and the Luna ceremony for the following Sunday. I agreed, and we headed to the clubhouse to let Delaney know we talked and had decided to go ahead with the ceremony. We walked into chaos. Jesselyn had told Venom where the shipment of guns was coming from, and when he was getting a team together to intercept the shipment. Maddox asked, "You're okay alerting Unjur that he's on your radar?" At Venom's nod, Maddox turned to Geek. "Find everything. Absolutely everything on Maxwell Unjur for the last few years. Everything and everyone he has associated with since Slate. I want his boss's name and number, how high up the food chain he is, and how far up this corruption goes. I want to get my hands on who he answers to." I smiled. He is becoming the alpha he is meant to be. Steel is such a strong wolf. I walk over to him and slide my arm around his waist. He smiled and leaned down, kissing my forehead. "I know where I want our ceremony." He raised an eyebrow, and I whispered, "Atop the waterfall."
Chapter 26, The Last I Remember. Maddox's POV.
I didn't sleep hardly at all. Steel was pacing all night. Somehow, I had visualized an entire scenario on how this day would go. I would wake up, shower, dress in my black jeans and t-shirt, my cut-on, and I would wait at the bottom of the staircase until Delilah came down for breakfast. We would discover we are most definitely mates and spend the entire day discovering everything about each other. Delaney and Valerie had entirely different ideas. Apparently, Delilah needed a girl's day of pampering and shopping. Instead of spending the day with me, her mate, who has been dying for days to hold her, share our first kiss, feel the long-awaited sparks, and our bond snapping into place. No one will tell me where the girls are, or when they will back, or what they're doing. All their mind links are blocked, and none of the guys will help me out. What they call building anticipation. I call pissing me right the fuck off. I slammed through my office door, and Hunter asked if I was having a bad day. I asked him if he liked his head where it was, because I feel fairly certain I could relocate it pretty efficiently. Venom came in and recommended I spar, or run the obstacle course, even race the track. I looked up and asked, "Tell me, Venom, how would you have felt if everyone who is supposed to care about you found it amusing to deliberately cause you physical pain?" My heart is aching. I can barely catch my breath. Steele is in a constant state of agitation that anything could happen. There are people who want both Delaney and Delilah and aren't above killing to get to them. And all of you find it humorous to keep us apart even longer. So thanks for that. But excuse me for not wanting to be around any of you right now. Venom sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. I told your sister this was a bad idea. She insisted you would be fine once your day got started. I shrugged and spat. Obviously, she was wrong, and I realize I could be more mature about this. But even Delilah's mind link is blocking me out, not giving Steele the comfort of hearing her voice to calm him down. So make sure you thank my sister for that as well. I could feel my wolf scratching and snarling in my chest, and knew I needed to get outside. I barreled past Venom and Snake and raced out the back door. Shifting midair, we hit the ground running, and Steele was irate, taking out everything in his path. Trees were felled, shrubs uprooted, boulders shoved and rolled down hills. My only hope was he would wear himself out and I could gain control over him again. At this point, he was nearly feral. I looked up and saw Torin standing several feet away, allowing Steele to challenge him. Knowing that we would expend exorbitant amounts of energy in a battle, we charged each other, and the fight was on. We slashed each other with claws, nipped each other's haunches. We rolled over and around each other. Blood, spittle, and tufts of fur filled the air. We sparred and snapped at each other, each trying to submit the other. After about an hour, Steele was exhausted, and I was feeling more in control. We shifted back, and Venom asked if I was better. I grunted and stood to go shower. I still had nothing to say. As I walked into my office, I told everyone to get out and to not disturb me. I really was not fit company at the moment. I stayed in my office and away from everyone. I completed all my monthly reports and took care of supply requisitions and paid bills. I touched base with my allies to ask if they had heard or had contact with Cabot or Dylan. Anything and everything I could do to try to keep myself anchored and focused. By mid-afternoon, my head was pounding, and I was sick to my stomach. I stretched out on the sofa in my office, covering myself with a throw to fight the chills consuming my body. My phone rang, and glancing down, I saw it was Delaney. I didn't answer. I had moved past anger. I was dealing with hurt right now. All my life, Delaney has pulled pranks and practical jokes on me. Some were a lot of fun, some not so much. They were hurtful and left indelible negative memories. And although I would never tell her how deeply I was affected by certain pranks, I still felt the repercussions. This was one of those kinds of pranks. I'm not at all sure why my body is manifesting physical symptoms, but now I am worried Delilah may be experiencing physical discomfort as well, and that's not okay, because my beautiful girl will push through it, just to not upset my sister. On the 10th call, I picked up the phone. What? Delaney giggled on the other end, enjoying my surprise. Are you getting super excited for the party now? I didn't answer her, just waited for her to get it out of her system. Awa. Is my baby brother pouting because he didn't get to find out if Delilah is his mate? Venom told me you locked yourself in the office after you challenged Torin. What happened to taking a joke, Maddie? We will be home in time for the party. Maybe you should spend the next couple hours getting over yourself, I whispered. Maybe you should spend the next couple hours asking yourself why you're the only one who finds this amusing. Or fun. I hung up and raced to the bathroom to throw up. I mind-linked Doc to come to my office, that I think I am suffering from separation sickness. And now I am too dizzy to walk to the infirmary. By the time the doctor arrived and I let him in, my entire body was sweaty and shaking. He immediately took my temperature and blood pressure. He nodded. It is definitely separation sickness, possibly the worst case I have ever seen. and you're not even marked. I can only imagine how bad it would be if the bond was completed. I asked if Delilah would be feeling this as well. He nodded, possibly not to this degree, but she would definitely be experiencing symptoms. I'm going to give you a shot of anti-anxiety medication. It should help calm some of your symptoms. Nothing but being with your mate will completely alleviate them, but you should feel a little better. I nodded, and he administered the shot. After he left, I laid back down, hoping it would take effect soon and I could function again. Laying there, my only thought is worrying about Delilah, knowing she would try to push through it, and my oblivious sister would just tease her about it being nerves. Brock came in to check on me and was shocked. "Bro, you look like shit. Addie sent some tea, said it will calm you down." I growled, pulling the blanket higher around my neck, not feeling the need to talk. After he left, I tried to just sleep it away, telling Steele we would feel better when we woke up, because it will be closer to Delilah being back. But I just tossed and turned. It was nearing time for the party to begin, so I stood up. I headed out the door to go shower and get ready. I wanted to look my best when I finally have the opportunity to come face to face with my beautiful mate. I started up the stairs to my room, and that's the last I remember.
Chapter 27, I Will Follow You Anywhere. Delilah's POV.
Delaney was in my room before 6 in the morning, waking me, telling me to get ready. She and Valerie had an entire day planned. We would have breakfast and go shopping. After lunch, we would have a spa day afternoon, massages, manicures, and then get my hair styled. It was exciting and enjoyable the first few hours, but Blue started acting out shortly after lunch, and my food wasn't settling well. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to spoil the girls' day. They had planned all this for me. By the time it was time for my hair, I refused. My head was hurting too much to even think about allowing someone to tug on my hair. Delaney decided we were only an hour away from party time, so we headed home. We walked into a maelstrom of confusion, only to find out Maddox had collapsed on the stairs and was unconscious. The doctor was telling Delaney about separation sickness. When he turned to me, "I see you are suffering the effects as well. How long have you been feeling sick?" I answered that I first started feeling bad around lunchtime. While Delaney snapped at me for not telling her, I started to respond to her. But I don't remember if I did, because now I opened my eyes, staring at a ceiling fan on low and counting the revolutions of the blades in my head, allowing myself to become fully awake and aware of my surroundings. I realize my lungs are filled with the most alluring scent I have ever smelled, leather and peppermint, with a hint of bay leaves. Turning my head to my right, I see Maddox, sleeping comfortably. As I look around us, I realize we must be in his room, as it hits me that Maddox is in fact my mate. I roll over to him, laying my head on his chest. I hear his heartbeat. His arm comes around me, and he tucks me in closer. I hear him breathe deeply, and he moans softly. I could hear the sounds of a party outside and music playing. Looking out the window, I realized it is already dark, so the party must have started without me. "Nice," Maddox softly says. "Every dream I ever had, every prayer ever spoken, has been answered. Right here, right now, in this moment. I, Alpha Maddox Quinn, of Warrior Wolves 2, accept you, Delilah Connors, daughter of Beta Henry Connors, as my mate, now and forever." I smiled and leaned up to look into his eyes, repeating my acceptance of him. As our bond snapped into place, it felt like it stole our breaths. It reverberated through our souls, intertwining our lives and binding us into one sentient being. He leaned down, cupping the back of my head, and pressing our lips together in a soul-searching kiss that ignited fires deep within my body that wanted to be quenched immediately. And repeatedly, he pulled away and whispered, "I have missed you, mate." I grinned. "I have missed you, even when my brain didn't know I was missing you. My body wept for you. I don't ever want to feel like that again." He shook his head. "Oh, you can bet your cute ass. That will never happen again." My sister was foolish and irresponsible, thoughtless, believing she was pulling a prank. This time it backfired. That mistake will never repeat itself. He smiled. "We should probably join the party and let the club know we are mates, not like they didn't know. When Steele tore the woods apart, or fought with Torin, or was an all-around general pain in the ass. Yeah, I bet they had an idea." I giggled. "At least you didn't have to pretend you weren't sick all day." I had no idea what was wrong. Blue wouldn't stop whining in the corner of my head. She couldn't even respond to me. She was so miserable. He pulled me tight against him and whispered, "My poor baby, I am so sorry." We joined the party a half hour later, being bum-rushed by Delaney and Valerie, apologizing, saying they didn't know about separation sickness, and I forgave them. Of course, none of us knew that could happen. They were planning a great day and wanted to build the anticipation, make it an even better day for us. Why would I be upset about that? Maddox, on the other hand, was still upset, not as ready to get over it yet. Venom asked how he was feeling, and his only response was, "Like I can finally breathe again." Delaney apologized over and over, but he wasn't ready to talk about it. He had been sicker than I was, and that was taking him a little longer to get past. He stood on the stage, pulling me up beside him. He smiled out over the crowd. He yelled, "I give you my second in command, my old lady, my Luna, my mate. Delilah Connors has accepted me as her mate, and Alpha." The crowd hooted and hollered, clapping and yelling congratulations. He jumped down and pulled me into his arms, leading me away to the dance floor. We danced several hours, ate a ton of food, and by the time the party was winding down, Maddox had convinced me to sleep in his room. We were not going to chance another separation episode. As I exited the bathroom in my sleep shorts and kami, I didn't see Maddox. He appeared a few seconds later. With a box in his hands, he smiled and whispered, "Happy birthday. I hope you like it. I hope you'll wear it." I grinned and took the box. Setting it on the bed, I opened it and lifted out a beautiful cut, with "Property of Maydog" on the back and the name Diamond embroidered on the front. I squealed and put it on, wearing it around the room, over my pajamas, modeling it for Maddox, posing in front of the mirror. He stood behind me, wrapping his arms around me. He whispered, "It looks beautiful. You are beautiful, and you are all mine." In 3 days, we complete our bond, and no one had better try to keep us apart again. I was ready to kill somebody today. I smiled and asked, "Why Diamond? I mean, I love it, but how did you choose it?" He shrugged, quizzing me. "You shine, you dazzle me, you blind me with how bright you glow. You have so many facets to you that only the rarest cut diamond could compare." I melted. Who knew my mate could be so romantic? I hung my cut in the closet, on my side, which was still empty, since I haven't moved my things in yet, and climbed into his massive bed, pulling the covers up over me, and he joined me, warning me he was a bed hog. I laughed and said, "We're even then, because I'm a blanket hog." He muttered crap, making me giggle again. When morning came, true to our personalities, Maddox was asleep on over half the bed, sprawled out in a spread eagle position, but completely uncovered, because I was burrito wrapped in the blankets. I spent several minutes navigating my way out from under them and covering Maddox before I trotted down the hall to my old room to grab a shower. By the time I had returned to Maddox's room to grab my cut, he was sat up, hyperventilating, looking around in a panic. Hey, baby, it's okay. I'm okay. I'm right here. I had to shower. I won't do that anymore. I plan on moving my things in here. Today, I promise. He wrapped me in his arms, burying his nose in my neck. He said hoarsely, I couldn't find you. Your scent had faded. I panicked. I smiled. The sooner we mate and mark, the better off we will be. 3 days, baby. Until then, we stay together. You will just have to accompany me to the diner. Making him laugh. I will follow you anywhere.
Chapter 28. I Wasn't Waiting. Maddox's POV.
Delilah and the girls had gone to the waterfall to apply the finishing touches to the altar they had made for her ceremony. When I had asked why she wanted to be above the waterfall, she told me to be closer to the goddess, and I found I am okay with that. We also discovered we could be away from each other for a couple hours at a time, as long as we kept our mind links open and our wolves could communicate. Right now, I am sitting with Henry. Mr. Connors, I want you to know I am in love with your daughter. In a few short months, she has become my very reason for existing. I promise to take care of her, protect her, defend her, to my dying breath. She will never fear someone will not be there to rescue her, to catch her when she falls. With your permission, sir, I would like to ask Delilah to be my wife. Tears ran down his cheeks, but he smiled through them. Reaching up to his neck, he unfastened a chain and removed an elegant 5-carat ruby, encrusted with diamonds. Handing me the ring, he tells me it was her mother's. It would make both of us very proud if you asked her. With this ring, I placed the ring in my pocket and thanked him. He hugged me and shook his head. No, son, thank you for reminding me we are all a part of something so much bigger than ourselves. Now, how soon can we convince that daughter of mine we need grandbabies? I laughed and said, yeah, that shit's on you. I want to keep my man bits a little longer. I walked into the conference room to find Venom and all of his circle, as well as my inner circle, all seated around the table. I asked, was no one planning on informing me about a meeting? Venom said, don't look at me. I just got here. And Snake said there was something I needed to hear. Nodding, I said, let's hear it. Gizmo pulled up a live feed of the diner in Trenton Falls, an enhanced audio. He backed the video up to just after 8 this morning. Marcus appears on camera and sits in the corner booth. His coffee is served, and a man joins him, his back to the camera and his face obscured. Marcus asked, what news do you have for us? The man asks where Max is, but Marcus doesn't answer. Then the conversation turned in the direction we wanted to hear. Your daughter is a force to be reckoned with, all by herself. Alpha Venom is a nightmare. When they fight together, there is no stopping them. Always bear in mind, she trained Maddox, and that boy is hell on wheels. He may be a turned wolf, but he is a fully mantled dominant alpha. Marcus sneered, on his own. He will be no match for me. That's my boy. I know what he can and can't do. His sister is not my kid, so never make that mistake again. And she's going to be too busy trying to stay alive to help Maddox at all. Max has to prevent that girl at the diner from mating anyone. What can you tell me about her? The man shrugs. Not much. Delaney has taken her under her wing, and her combat training has stepped up exponentially. I can't get close to the club. Venom revoked my nomad status. If any of them catch me, I will be locked in the cells and tortured until I tell them what I know. Venom looked at me And we both said Drake Slate. So he's still local, laying low, but keeping his ear to the ground to gather information. Marcus said, "Not my problem, kid. I suggest you stay off their radar. Max wants that girl, bad, and he will get her. I am just going to spank my kid and take his pack." Drake said, "When are the alphas making a move on Venom? That will be the best time to attack Madog." Marcus snarls, "You talking strategy to me, boy? I know exactly when to attack my boy. And Cabot has decided to go after his brother a week from tomorrow. Something about the death anniversary of their father, and he knows Venom will appreciate the irony." The men said their goodbyes. Just as Max walked in, Marcus told him what Drake had said, which was absolutely nothing, and Max said, "He's a useless informant then. Next check-in. Kill him. May as well start taking care of loose ends." I heard back from Dylan, and the weapons delivery never made it. No record of it stopping anywhere. Nothing about it being hijacked. It's just disappeared. I know Fuking Stone did something. I just have to backtrack the shipment. Marcus smirked. "Maybe that little lieutenant you got in your pocket double-crossed you. When we meet with Venom in a few days, maybe we should ask him. If he took it, he's going to want to brag." Max barked out a laugh. "You damn sure don't know Stone. Underestimating him can get you dead. He doesn't brag. He just does what needs doing." They broke up their meeting and went their separate ways. Still no hint where Dylan and Cabot were holed up. I looked at Venom. "A week from tomorrow. Shit, Hunter. You and Snake double up patrols. Increase training by 2 hours a day. Which one of us will tell the girls this bit of good news?" Venom laughed. "I will do it. I ain't scared. Besides, have you met our women? They will be standing on the front lines, raining hellfire and brimstone down on anyone threatening to breach our territory." I smiled. "Yeah, that's what I'm worried about," making him laugh again. We adjourned, and I went to my room to get ready for Delilah's Luna ceremony. I wasn't nervous. All day, I thought I had done pretty good, all things considered. Now it feels like a million dragonflies are battering my rib cage with their wings. Henry walked in, carrying a glass of whiskey, a tumbler, filled with 3 ice cubes and topped with whiskey. He grins, "Boy, I could hear your knees knocking together all the way down the hall." I smiled. "Seriously?" He laughed. "No. My daughter said she could feel your stress." We went out, and I walked down to the quads and carts lined up to take us to the peak, and Venom and I headed out. Once there, I realized we couldn't ask for a more beautiful place for our ceremony. I stood and looked out over our territories, Venom to the north, and we are south. The Kootenai was darkened into shadow with the moon just cresting the horizon, the sounds of the waterfall making nature's own music. As I watched Delilah step out of the side-by-side, with her father offering her his arm, she took my breath away. Her hair was all swept to one side, cascading down her shoulder, her gown, an ivory sheath, with a bare lace back, and small capped sleeves off her shoulders, a sweetheart neckline, and a slit all the way from the floor to her upper thigh. She wore a crown of daisies and baby's breath in her hair as she made her way to me. Her eyes never left mine. Her smile never wavered. This is our moment, our space and time, and everything I have done in my life has led me here, right now, and I can't think of one thing I would have changed or wanted to, because my heart knows one misstep, and I wouldn't be looking at this life, this future, and that would be wholly unacceptable. She reached me and smiled so radiantly, I thought my heart flew off the waterfall. And Venom, seeing the expressions on our faces, hurried through the acceptance ceremony, and the club all cheered their approval. He looked at us and asked, "Will you mark each other now?" Delilah shook her head. "Dubois mark at mating. It is tradition." He nodded and I smiled. I picked her up and said, "Enjoy the party. We're going to be a little late." And everyone started laughing. I sat her in the side by side and drove to the cabin Delaney had fixed for us. I wasn't waiting a second longer to make her mine.
Chapter 29. We are leaving. Third person POV.
Maddox carried Delilah over the threshold, standing her on her feet. He kissed her as he slipped her dress to the floor. He undid his pants and let them fall as he lifted her again. He stepped over his pants and carried her up the stairs, never allowing her to catch her breath. He kissed her entire face and had just started on her neck as he laid them both on the bed. Everywhere his hands touched her, his lips followed. As he reached her panties, he whispered, "These are so pretty, baby, but they have to go." As he extended his claws, he ripped them from her body. He kissed all the way down her left leg and back up her right, stopping to kiss and lick where his fingers had just been, readying her for what was to come. He tugged her nub into his mouth, sucking gently, then nipping it with his teeth, while his tongue worked magic all its own. She hissed and let out a moan, and his fingers joined his mouth in pleasuring her, and she started squirming and moaning, driving him to heights he never knew existed. When she flew over the edge, he was there to catch her, to talk her back down. When he lined himself up at her entrance, he pushed gently inside of her, allowing her time to adjust to his size. He kept moving every time she let him know it was okay. When he reached her barrier, he said, "I am going to have to hurt you, and I am so sorry, baby." She nodded, and he pulled back enough to have enough leverage to push through the first time. Then he thrust hard enough to break through, stopping when he felt it give way. He kissed her lovingly and waited until it stopped hurting. When she was ready, he began thrusting in and out of her, a gentle rhythm designed to allow her body to acclimate to his size and movement. When her hips began thrusting up to meet him, he increased the pace, feeling every inch of her wrapped around him like a glove. As she began cresting, she was whining and moaning. She gasped, "I'm coming," and her muscles clenched and pulsated around him, pulling him into oblivion. Just as he came, his teeth sank deep and solid into her neck, sending her into a cataclysmic orgasm that had her screaming his name. As her teeth found their mark, just as soon as the entire territory felt the bond snap in place, the moon shone down in all her glory, and a concentrated moonbeam illuminated the altar where Delilah and Maddox stood a couple hours before, swearing their undying love. An undeniable force pulled both lovers to the window where the moonbeam was in plain sight of them. Delilah whispered, "The goddess has chosen. There, it is where her temple will reside." Maddox watched her face and realized the goddess was speaking to his mate. When the beam faded, Delilah turned and smiled. "We got wind. That's our gift." Maddox shook his head. "I'm not even sure what that means." She laughed. "It means we have to find Daddy and figure out about these gifts before we summon a hurricane." Maddox was pulling his clothes on, while Delilah only had her dress to wear. Realizing she was going to be panelless at the party, he groaned, "Oh my goddess, we are not staying long." They entered the party and Valerie was the first to ask if they had seen the moonbeam, and Delilah responded, "Yes, of course. It was the goddess choosing where her temple will be. Won't it be great? It's been over 1,000 years since she has been able to interact with her creatures." Hunter asked, "She has to stay in the temple though, right? I mean, she's not going to be out. Or in town bar hopping or something, right?" Maddox laughs. "Yeah, it's sort of the purpose of the temple. She will hold audience with wolves that need her help," Delilah said. but only vitally necessary problem solving. She won't fix trivial disputes. Maddox grinned and said, "And we can control the wind. Where's Henry?" Venom said, "Whoa, wait, what? Wind?" causing Delaney to break out in giggles. Delilah spotted her dad as he walked out of the kitchen with Kathy on his arm. "Wait, Kathy?" Then Delilah smiled, thinking Kathy is perfect for Henry. She mind-linked him that she and Maddox would like to speak with him about their gifts. Henry excused himself from Kathy and made his way to his daughter. Delilah smiled. "It's really good to see that smile, Daddy. Kathy looks happy too." Henry smiled and said, "Yes, I will marry that woman. She makes my heart happy. It hasn't been happy for a long time. Now, tell me what gifts you received." Delilah said, "The goddess said she gave us wind, and that you will tell us how to harness our gifts." Henry laughed. "Yes, I can. But she could have told you herself and not interfered with your mating night." Maddox groaned. "Of course. She could have. I'm beginning to think the moon goddess and my sister are soul sisters," making everyone laugh. Henry tells them both, "You have to introspect. When I first started, I would meditate. You look inward. Your gift is a part of you. Mine resides in my belly. When I need it, I reach inside myself and pull it to me. I visualize the flame. Once I have it in my mind's eye, I can project it outward, from my fingertips, even out of my mouth. Although I learned not to do that often, it burns the fuck out of my throat." Delilah chuckled, then asked, "What color is your gift?" "I am looking, and I see a blue glow, just under my rib cage. Could that be it? I mean, I can see all the members' tethers, and they glow dimmer. More strings than that blue ball." Henry smiles. "It could very well be your gift. Mine is an orangish yellow color. For fire, I would imagine. So it's plausible yours would be blue. Or white. Try summoning the wind." Maddox grins. "I see it. Mine is bluish. White. Oh, wait. When I pull it forward, it gets brighter." The wind begins to pick up around them, starting low and building between and surrounding them. As it increases in speed, thunder could be heard in the distance, and Venom said, "Maybe practice some more tomorrow, because I think you're pulling wind from the mountains, and storms are trying to build." Maddox laughed. That could come in handy. Then he pulled Delilah to him and told everyone, "We have plans we have to be getting back to, so excuse us. We are leaving."
Chapter 30. Heads will roll. Maddox's POV.
Delilah and I have worked with summoning the wind. It was exciting at first. We blew roofs off, caused a landslide oops, and learned we can turn tornadoes into waterspouts. But those summoned torrential downpours and flooded everything. We have since learned how to control it, much to the relief of the entire club. Venom and I are sitting in Delaney's diner, waiting on Max Unger and Marcus Walters. Delaney and Delilah are both in the office. Watching on monitors, we thought it best that they hang back while we see what's going to happen. Our men were stationed all around outside, while Axe, Hunter, and Brock are at another table in the corner. Henry is at the counter, because Kathy is scheduled to be the server, and he wouldn't leave her unprotected. Max was the first through the door, with Marcus on his heels. I looked hard at the man whom I hadn't seen face to face since I was 5. I favored him, somewhat. But I was relieved to realize I favor my mother more. Max sat down across from Venom, while Marcus was across from me. He grinned and said, "Hello, son." Venom growled, "Maddox isn't your son. You threw away that right when you murdered his mother." Marcus yelled, "Blame the girl. She took the money. That's what got his mother killed." I sneered, "Spin it however you want." Tell yourself whatever you need to be able to sleep at night. I watched it. I saw what you did. The memory of it still haunts me. Max grunted. Shut up. We're not here to discuss old news. Let's stick with current events. Venom laughed. By all means, Unger. What, pray tell, do you want to talk about? Max smiles. My request is simple. The department I work for wishes to build an army of turned wolves. Think about it, Stone. The possibilities. We would walk away the victor in every skirmish. This would allow us to become the world power we were a century ago. We would be back on top. All we ask is you allow the Dubois girl to do the turning. In all our research, everything points to her being the one to produce the most powerful turned wolves. Venom's expression didn't change. He never flinched. I wasn't even sure he blinked. He simply said, no. Max erupted. No, no. You dismiss me out of hand. No negotiation. No compromise. Who are you to tell the United States government no? He smiled. It's simple, really. A two-letter word that conveys so much certainty. I no longer work for the United States government. Nor do you, Unger. Did you think I would not do my due diligence? You have been declared a rogue agent. There is an apprehend and detain order out on you as we speak. There will be no negotiation over the Dubois woman. She has been mated and claimed. Therefore, I have no control over her decisions. Not that I ever did. She is a very willful young woman, perfectly capable of making her own choices. Max screamed. Who claimed her? Is she marked? Mated? I grinned and told them that would be me, as she is my goddess-ordained true mate. I felt the need to let the world know we belong to each other. Marcus laughed. This is perfect, Maddox. I hereby officially challenge you for your pack and your mate. Once you are dead, I will take her as my own whore. I leaped across the table and had his throat in my hands, squeezing the life out of him. Venom grabbed me and said, Maddog, stand down. They are here under a flag of truce. We can't kill them yet. And I turned him loose sitting down. Max laughed. That was a close one. So what say you, boy? You accept the challenge? I looked at him and grinned. Of course I do. What neither you nor Marcus understands is I am alpha. I have no pack. Being president of a motorcycle club carries more weight than my mantled alpha title. So even if, and that if stretches to infinity, even if Marcus was, by some miracle, to win against me, he will have won nothing. My people all follow me by their own free will, not because I command it. The only alpha command I have ever given was to command my people to never knuckle down to another alpha's command. Marcus sneers. Regardless, I will still kill you. I will still have your woman. And Delilah and Delaney stormed out of the back. Delaney ran, flipping over a table and parkering off the wall. She landed behind Marcus, with a knife to his throat, while Delilah walked over, climbing into my lap. She snarled at Marcus. You stand no chance of winning. You've allowed this pompous bastard to blow so much smoke up your ass. I'm surprised you aren't floating. You are not now, nor have you ever been a real man. You beat a woman to death, a woman who allowed you to do it. By the way, so her children could escape. You are not a man. Real men don't take their anger out on women, especially their own partners. You would certainly never have the opportunity to lay a hand on me. Delaney hissed. Remember this, Marcus Walters. You leave this building today, by my grace, and only because of the great joy I will feel when my little brother snuffs out your life. Maddox said, as the challenged, the where and when and how is my call. The challenge will take place in 10 days. At my compound, you are allowed to bring 10 people to be by your side. Only 10. Choose wisely. We fight in human form. only because Steel would kill you straight out of the gate, and I want you to suffer." Venom looked at both men. "Your little parlay here is a bust. You knew it would be. The challenge has been set for 10 days out. Until then, any attack or attempted attacks will result in the fairness of the challenge being null and void. We will kill you all where we find you. So, Max, tell your other 2 lackeys, you know the ones, Cabot and Dylan, let them know their surprise attack on my compound in 4 days has to be postponed." The look of shock on Unger's face was comical. He was trying to work out how we knew and what their strategy would be now. Delaney laughed, "Always thinking you hold the upper hand. You thought you put one over on us with the Slate incident. You didn't count on us researching and investigating further. We know who you are, Max Unger. We know what you've done. We know you. Best remember that." We watched them leave, and I started laughing. That is going to drive him crazy. He is going to believe he has a traitor. That will make him even more suspicious of everyone around him. Yep, you just opened up an entire treasure chest of nightmares for that fool. Delaney laughed. I am absolutely thrilled to be a thorn in his side, no matter how temporary it may be. We had all headed home when a mind link came through that Venom's compound to the north was under attack. Steele and Torin broke through and ran for the fight. Delaney and Delilah opened the truck cover, pulling weapons and armor out, before jumping inside and flying down the highway. Steele was itching for some action, and he knows now. The meeting was a setup. Heads will roll.
Chapter 31, I blacked out. Delilah's POV.
We arrived at the clubhouse to absolute disaster. There were several severely injured people on the ground. Looking around, I spotted at least 5 dead. Delaney said, "The north? Torin is north of us. We stay here and defend. Keep an eye out while I help who I can." The 4 members made their way over to me, and I asked, "What happened? How did they breach the perimeter?" A man said, "They laid down automatic weapons fire, taking out the patrols. By the time the alarm sounded, about 20 had already made it to the clubhouse." I nodded and started a circuit, marking a closer perimeter around the house. I want every able body armed. Make sure everyone has a firearm and at least 1 knife. If we go down fighting. I climbed a tree, getting as high up as I could, and could make out the fighting in the distance. I closed my eyes and called the wind. Keeping it at our backs, I started making it force the enemy back to our borders, allowing our people the chance to gain the upper hand. Once the tide of battle had turned in our favor, I hopped out of the tree and started helping with the cleanup. We lost 7 close to the clubhouse, but they didn't die in vain. They prevented the club from being overrun. Maddox and Venom returned back to base. Venom held Delaney close and whispered, "Dylan is dead, and now we have to decide what to do with his pack." Delaney suggested, "Why not Henry? He's a high-born beta, nearly alpha strength, and certainly as strong as Dylan ever was." They both looked at me, and I looked over my shoulder, expecting to see someone else standing there. I asked, "What? Are you asking me if Daddy would do it? Because if you are, I got nothing. I haven't ever heard him even mention his time as beta, so you will definitely need to speak to him." Valerie and Hunter arrived, bringing supplies to help the wounded, and set about helping where they were needed. Axe looked around and asked, "What now?" Venom and Maddox spoke in unison, "We hunt." At dinner that evening, Venom discussed taking over as Alpha at Tall Pines with my dad, who agreed, only if Kathy would agree to become his Luna. Delaney groaned, Shit. Delilah, might as well start interviewing for a new head server," making all of us laugh. It was decided the men would start their hunt. which caused slight dissension in the ranks. Some believing electronic surveillance would give us the information we need. But Venom was adamant. We haven't found where they're hiding yet, even with the drones. No, not this time. This time, I want boots on the ground, noses to the earth. We do this the old-fashioned way. It's never failed us before. It won't fail us now. I had found the specs and elevation of the former temple of the goddess, and we wanted to make sure the new one was as close to that design as we could get. The glass dome had already been ordered and was contracted to be hand-blown. Like the original, construction was set to begin in 2 days and could only be built by the hands of wolves. To preserve the sanctity of the construction, the goddess cannot reside in a structure built by human hands. Delaney would be with the guys. I was to stay and supervise the erection of the temple. I wasn't unhappy about it, understanding it is my duty as the remaining Dubois, but still not liking the fact that my mate could be in danger. Maddox and I are in the midst of a heated discussion about which of his ranks were going with him. He wanted Hunter to remain with me. As protection, I disagreed. He needs Hunter with him, to watch his back. I told him, Brock could stay with me, and his dad, Manic, can step in as backup. Nothing to worry about. Everyone called it an early night, and I spent some much-needed alone time with my mate. As he laid holding me, he whispered, "They tell you there's no feeling in the world that can prepare you for the intensity of the mate bond. What I feel for you surpasses anything I have ever been told. I know it is not just a cosmic bond. I love you. Everything about you. No book, words, or lessons could have prepared me for the depth of that love." His words brought tears to my eyes, and my heart swelled with my love for him. I prayed to the goddess to bring him home safely, and to not make me have to hunt down anyone who hurt him. The morning dawned gloomy and overcast. I grinned and asked if they wanted me to chase the storm clouds away. Venom laughed. "Nope. It will help us. In the long run. The heaviness in the air will trap scents close to the ground." I clung to Maddox, and he kept calling me his little winky blink. But I woke up this morning, feeling off. It's like a waiting for the other shoe to drop kind of feeling. I didn't mention it. I don't want Maddox to know I will watch him leave, while filled with trepidation. Daddy and Kathy will be leaving for Tall Pines after breakfast. Venom had performed the ceremony that passed Dylan's alpha mantle to Daddy last night. It's amazing to watch as the mantle fuses with the recipient. It passed to Venom when he killed Dylan, and in turn, Venom passed it to my dad during Ascension. There was no doubt that Henry Connors was now alpha. His aura commanded the air around him. It seeped from his skin like he was born to it. Delaney pulled me aside and whispered, "I won't let anything happen to him. I guarantee he will come home to you." I looked at her with a question in my eyes, and she smiled. "Body language. It's part of my gift. I can feel your anxiety. Your whole body is stressed, and there's only one reason that would cause it. So, trust and believe. When I say he will come home, I mean exactly that. Little sister of mine." I grinned and hugged her tightly. I do trust and believe her, more than nearly anyone else, except Maddox, so I let her know I felt much better. As I watched them, Maddox wolfed out, along with Hunter and Derek, while Axe and Snake shifted. As well, Venom and Delaney were taking the truck, with everything they would need to set up a base camp. The following days, we worked on the temple. The foundation was formed with the smooth river rocks that were collected from the base of the waterfall. The water had flattened and smoothed them out to polished surfaces that looked nearly identical to the floors of the first temple. The interior walls were framed from felled trees around the forest, and we were using rocks and stones for the exterior. All the windows arrived on the third day and were installed the day after that. Maddox kept us updated on the progress of tracking Cabot. Dylan's warriors had scattered when they felt their alpha bond snap. They had come across several small cells of men, having no clue what to do or where to go. Venom sent them home to Tall Pines, letting them know the new alpha would have them all go through orientation again. Before being allowed to pledge fealty to him, nearly everyone they came upon agreed to the conditions, with over half of them never agreeing with what they had been ordered to do by their old alpha. The day was rapidly approaching for the challenge. Maddox was fully within his rights to call it off and order Marcus' execution. They were warned off and attacked anyway. The hand-blown glass dome was due to arrive this morning. Geek figured out a way to use our drones to get it set in place. And Maddox, as well as our members, would be home today. I was doubly happy. Maddox and I had been mind-linking for the past hour. They had finally gotten close enough we could hear each other. I was beyond happy. Even knowing they are returning for that stupid challenge tomorrow couldn't damper my mood. Brock and I had just reached the plateau on top of the waterfall when the first shot was heard. Brock was tackling me as I heard the second one, and watched as Manic clutched his chest and fell. Before we knew it, Brock and I were surrounded, a gun held to his head. Daring me to move, someone stepped behind me, and as I watched them inject something into Brock's neck, I felt a pinprick in mine. I mind-linked Maddox's trouble. Manic hurt, Brock and me, drugged, unsure, then I blacked out.
Chapter 32, Biker Brotherhood, Maddox's POV.
We had located almost all of Dylan's warriors, and we also found Cabot's base camp, killing anyone who resisted, but didn't find Cabot. I asked Venom, "What's going on with his pack, bro? He's been gone several months now. Anyone could come and take it away from him. That's your dad's legacy." He nodded. "I know. And I have 80 warriors watching over it. Golden Lake was once a great pack, and it was my dad's legacy. Cabot stole what was mine. By birthright, he will die for it." I was finally close enough to club territory. I could mind link with Lila. Goddess, I had missed her so fucking much. She was so excited and animated about the temple, and it was contagious, having me laughing out loud at times. There was a lull in conversation while they hiked to the peak of the falls. Several minutes later, her disjointed mind link came through, and I only needed one word to figure out what happened. "Unger," I demanded. In Steele's angry growl, "Get to the falls." Unger took Delilah. Hunter slammed the pedal to the floor, and we were there in under 10 minutes. Manic had been hit in the chest, but it missed anything vital, and Brock was unconscious, just as I turned to start searching for anything to tell me where he had taken her. Marcus stepped out of the tree line. "If you ever want to see her again, tomorrow, you lose." He turned and ran back into the trees. Venom told 2 men to his left, "Track him. If you lose him, don't come home." I stood there long enough. Is he serious right now? What is this? Because it seriously feels like some 1950s gangster movie. First of all, they are underestimating the shit out of my mate. Secondly, I have never thrown a fight in my life, and now it's a fight for my life. So fuck that. We had trackers out following trails, false scents, for hours. When Brock started waking up, I kept trying to nudge Delilah and blew awake, to no avail. Henry and Kathy arrived, just as Delaney pulled in with some trackers. She said, "I got a lead on Cabot, and guess who he's hanging out with?" Not in the mood for guessing games. I growled, and she said, Okay, Growly Pants. He is with Max, and they are in that seedy motel on the other side of Trenton Falls, headed towards Oakville. Venom looked at Snake. "Take 300. We roll out in 10 minutes. Maydog." Get ready for the challenge. We will bring Delilah home. Keep Marcus alive long enough for her to watch him die. I groaned. The challenge isn't for another 4 hours. I won't be able to focus without Delilah. I keep trying to mind link her, but she is either too far away or still drugged. Delaney rubbed my back. She's okay, Buddy Rowe. She's a fighter. And if she's too far away to mind link you, then it's important we get as close to where she is as we can, so she knows a rescue is coming. I nodded and knew she was right, but I want to be the one to rescue my mate. It's the not knowing that's doing my head in. If they have hurt her, they will not survive this day. Henry walked over to me. Laying his hand on my shoulder, I turned into his hug. As he whispered, "Focus on her life link, son. Visualize it in your mind when you see her tether. The one that's tied directly to you. Tug on it. If she is awake, she will feel you." I turned my focus inward, searching for her tether. It was the brightest one. Glowing gold. I reached for it and tugged it. Not hard, just 2 little pulls. To see if she responded, I went to check on Manic and Brock, wanting Delaney to be able to let Lila know they were okay, knowing that would be her main concern. Manic was sitting up, practically healed, which was really good news, except now he's arguing with Derek about going on the rescue mission. I said, "Manic, stand down. Your Luna would be very angry with us both if I let you go. She would want you to recuperate. That's what's most important to her." Brock was awake, but extremely groggy, and even more pissed off than Manic. They didn't give her a choice. She wouldn't fight them, and they knew it. They put that gun to my head, and she hit her knees, begging them to not hurt me. "Motherfuckers, cowards," I responded. "We will make them pay, brother. Not one of them walks away." Venom mind linked me, letting me know they were getting ready to pull out. I reached for my Delilah's tether and tugged again. This time, I felt a tug in return. I whispered, "Baby, can you hear me? Help is coming. You will be home soon, I promise." She tugged back, twice, and I realized she can hear me. So she is either too weak to mind link back, or it's being prevented, somehow. I told Delaney what had happened with the tether, and she told me, "Keep talking to her, bud. She needs that hope." We go in praying for the best and expecting the worst. Tell her to tug once if she's hurt, and twice if something is preventing her mind link from getting through. I did as she asked, and Delilah tugged once. I nearly lost control of steel in that moment. Then she tugged twice. I told my sister, "It's both. She is injured, and something is preventing her link." Venom yells, "Mount up, men. We ride for Diamond. We die for Diamond." Every one of them made a fist, thumping the left side of their chests. Twice. Nothing in this world is like a biker brotherhood.
Chapter 33, For Our Mother. Third-person POV.
310 bikers pulled out onto the highway, heading west. They rode through the Kootenai and were just entering Trenton Falls when Maddox mind-linked Venom, letting him know that Max Unger showed up with Marcus in town, waiting for the time of the challenge. Venom told him to have eyes on them both at all times, chained to water pipes, under a bathroom sink, in a filthy bathroom of a disgusting motel room. A beaten and bloodied Delilah sat, pissed, and thinking. She had waited patiently. Listening to the conversations from inside the motel room, she discovered Max was leaving Cabot to keep an eye on her and to bring her to the Warrior Wolves territory when the challenge begins. They wanted her to watch Maddox die. They had a plan. A sniper would shoot him with a poison bullet. Then Marcus would rip his throat out. Delilah was not going to let that happen. In the last 15 minutes, Blue had started rousing. They had injected her with so much wolfsbane. Blue had been unconscious all this time. She was listening. Pretending to be unconscious still, Cabot was whining, then bitching, and then she wasn't hearing Max's voice anymore. She waited 10 minutes, then 15. She heard nothing from the room. She asked Blue if she was ready, and Blue snarled in her head. Wrapping both hands around the pipes coming out of the wall, she yanked and threw herself backwards, successfully pulling herself free, armed herself with the pipe she had pulled loose. Water sprayed everywhere. She was soaked by the time she opened the bathroom door and jumped into the room to find it empty. She mind-linked. First Maddox, to be told Venom and Delaney should be close. Then Venom, Torin, I have broken free. I overheard Max telling Cabot he was to guard me. Then bring me to our territory to watch them murder Maddox. A sniper is setting up outside our borders. A sharpshooter. Venom linked back to make sure Maddox knows, so the sniper can be dealt with. And to try and get away from the motel room. If she could. They were still 10 minutes away. She checked the windows and found one facing away from the front of the motel and shimmied her way out of it. She closed it behind her, in case she was discovering missing. It might buy her some valuable minutes. When Maddox got word of a sniper moving into position, it made sense why Max and Marcus showed up in town 2 hours early. They expected all eyes to be on them, not suspecting their subterfuge. Delilah heard the bikes, rumbling up the highway and turning into the motel's parking lot. All of Cabot's men scrambled to get their weapons ready, while some shifted into wolves. What they didn't expect was the 2 Humvees pulling in, with mounted .50 caliber automatic weapons. Venom stood off his bike and said, "Cabot, always wanting what isn't yours, never being man enough to hold on to it. Shame, really. Never in a million years did I think I would have to kill my brother. But never in a million years did I think my brother would be responsible for murdering my father." Cabot sputtered, "I didn't kill him. That was Dylan's doing. He killed him." "Not me," Delaney screamed, "because you killed Dylan's father. It's the same as if you killed your own father. Yourself, you idiot." While they were arguing, no one noticed the small figure, moving in the shadows, making no sound, until she jumped. Landing in front of Cabot, she kicked him in the chest and swung her bathroom pipe like a ball bat, knocking him out. She turned, and Delaney gasped, rushing for her, reaching her just as Delilah collapsed. She whispered, "He deserves it. I hope Venom makes him hurt real bad before he dies." Delaney had Snake carry Delilah over to the truck so she could assess her injuries. Her nose was broken, one eye completely black, and the other was blood red from broken blood vessels. She had been choked, strangled, 2 broken ribs. Venom asked her, "Did Cabot do this to you?" She nodded and said, in his defense, "I did call him a pencil dick pig fuker and kicked him in the balls." Venom turned to the warriors that had accompanied Cabot and told them, "I will be claiming my rightful title at Golden Lake. Cabot will not be returning. You have a choice. Either return immediately to the pack and await my arrival, or run. Go rogue, now." They all wolfed out and headed to the northeast, in the direction of the pack. Only 2 remained with Cabot. Venom looked at one and asked if he was Beta. The man said he was, and under Alpha command. The other man was Gamma. Venom immediately negated Cabot's hold on them, and they both asked if they could return to the pack. Venom said they could, but there would be a pack-wide mandatory meeting in a few days. They locked Cabot in silver shackles and headed back to the compound. Delilah stayed in contact with Maddox the entire way, until it was time for the challenge to start. Maddox had made sure all his men were armed. He had 50 of them surrounding the challenge ring. For every one of Marcus's men, he had 3 of his own standing guard. The sniper had been found and neutralized. Although neither Max nor Marcus knew, they thought their failsafe was still in play. Venom Mind linked they were 20 minutes out, so Maddox decided to stall. He stepped into the fight ring and said, "You made a mistake when you murdered my mother. You made a mistake believing you mattered to anyone. After that, you made a mistake coming to my town. A mistake teaming up with Max Unger. The man is an idiot. Another mistake you made was challenging me. Your biggest mistake, your fatal mistake, was taking my mate by hurting her. Now, tell me, where the fuck is she? You want to be alpha? Then bring my mate to me. Now." Max tried to placate him. "She's coming. She will be here before the challenge is over." Maddox growled, "You aren't hearing me, dumbass. The challenge won't begin without Delilah here. You want me to concede my title? Bring me my mate." Marcus laughed. "You ain't calling the shots here, boy. This ain't your show. It's mine." At that moment, Venom stepped up behind Max, holding a gun to the back of his head. Delilah stepped into the ring, and Maddox grabbed her to him. His big hands cupped her face, gently kissing her forehead. "I am so sorry, baby. This should never have happened. It ends today." She smiled and said, "I wasn't scared, my love. I knew you'd come for me." She turned and looked at Marcus. "You should have left well enough alone. Because of your greed, you will die." She stepped out of the ring and into her father's arms. An axe announced the challenge had begun. Marcus lunged for Maddox, and he sidestepped him, landing a kidney punch. Marcus spun and punched Maddox, landing a blow on his shoulder, earning himself a throat punch. Max whistled and Venom smirked. "Oh, yeah, that won't do you any good, Max. Your boy in the tree out there, he's dead." The third time Marcus lunged. Maddox's hatchet chopped his neck, snapping his spine. Marcus laid on the ground, unable to move, and Maddox smiled at him. "You should have stayed out of our lives. All it did was get you killed." Delaney walked up and slammed her fist into Marcus' chest, yanking out his heart. She whispered, "For our mother."
Chapter 34. Blame Maddox. Maddox's POV.
I stared at my sister, and she smiled. "I killed him. That's on me. I am your big sister, and it is my job to protect you. So I killed him. He was nothing to me. Nothing more than our mother's murderer. But, for you, regardless of how much you resented what he did, he was still your father. I was not going to allow his death to haunt you. And don't say it wouldn't. It would. I want to spare you the guilt and grief that killing him would have caused you. I love you, Buddy Rowe, and I wouldn't be able to live with knowing you suffered remorse." I pulled her into my arms, once again thanking the goddess for giving me this beautiful woman as my guardian angel. She knew what she was doing. I whispered, "Thank you, I love you," to the moon and back. We started to walk out of the challenge circle. When Venom stepped into it, Cabot Stone of Golden Lake, you are hereby challenged. For your alpha position, and for your pack, I, Alpha Tiberius Venom Stone, issue this challenge of my own free will. And as the challenged, it is your right to choose where, when, and how you die. Everyone on of the club members laughed. Venom just told his brother that there was no way in hell he was leaving this place alive. Axe and Snake were on either side of Cabot, awaiting his acceptance of the challenge. When he muttered, "I refuse. I will not accept a challenge from my own brother," causing a grin to break across Venom's face. "Well, in that case, you forfeit the title and the pack. Does your refusal stand?" At Cabot's nod, Venom grabbed his forearm with his own. I accept the Alpha mantle, given by default. Cabot Stone is no longer Alpha of Golden Lake, and as of this moment, shall be known as Rogue. As he felt the Alpha power drain out of Cabot into him, Delaney grinned and told him, "You better trot your happy ass over to council headquarters and request lone wolf status. I hear there have been hundreds of rogues coming down with lead poisoning. Seems they contract it by coming into contact with hunters. Just a thought." I ordered Cabot off our territory, and he asked about his vehicle that was left at the motel. I laughed. "I suggest you hit all four and run your way back. I also suggest you do that right now. In a half hour. My men will have a kill-on-sight order for any rogues found in our territory." I reached again for Delilah. Breathing her in, she was in bad shape. As I lifted her, I walked straight over to Cabot and punched him in the face. "I should kill you for what you did to her." Venom ordered Max detained in the cells. By detained, he meant chained hanging from the ceiling. As he was led away, he demanded to know what the fuck we thought we were doing. That we didn't know who we were messing with. He is a government employee. We all laughed as Venom told him, "I have already contacted the Department of Defense and Homeland Security. They asked that we hold you. Until they arrive to take you into custody, you are being detained." At their request? Oh, and Max? They said it was approved by them to detain you, by any means necessary. Delilah whispered, "I am not feeling well." And just as I looked down at her, she lost consciousness. I ran for the infirmary. With Delaney and Henry hot on my heels, I laid her down on a bed inside an examination room, and Delaney chased me out. I started to argue, but she let me know in no uncertain terms that I could either stand there, wasting valuable minutes, arguing with her, or she could find out what's wrong with Delilah. But she can't do both. I shut up and walked out into the corridor. Valerie was standing there, with tears in her eyes. I opened my arms to hug her and calm her fears, only to succeed in breaking down myself. Hunter wrapped his gorilla arms around us both. That's how Venom found us. When he came to ask what we knew, I had opened my mouth to let him know we had just been waiting. When Delaney came out, I rushed over to her, and she smiled. She's fine, exhausted, a little dehydrated. She doesn't have any broken bones, not even any major contusions now. She's healing rapidly. She's awake. Go see her. I ran. I did not walk. To Delilah's room. She looked so pale and small in that bed. Her head rolled over, and she looked at me. Smiling, "I'm turning into a drama queen." I laughed in relief. "You are definitely my queen. But the drama hasn't been your fault. That came with me. Drama and me. Package deal." She giggled. "Well, I reckon I will just have to handle the drama. I have to admit, my life was a little boring. Barking out a laugh, boring, with that stepmother and stepsister of yours. And I don't even know how Eric would be considered related to you. I mean, the husband of your stepmother. Would he be your stepfather?" She cracked up, telling me to stop. I had made her laugh with my nonsense, and that's all I could ask for. She scooted over and made room, while patting the bed beside her. I laid down and pulled her into my arms. I whispered, "Can you tell me what happened? We are still investigating how they got onto the territory and how they grabbed you." She sighed. "They got in because they were determined to get it. That Cabot guy is a twisted fuker. He is so jealous of Venom, it's ridiculous. He kept saying he should have been the oldest. Then he should have killed Venom when he had the chance. He paced around the room, saying stupid shit like more like Ty. Be more like Ty. He bragged about killing his dad, stealing Venom's title, his mate, But when he talked about kidnapping Artemis, or Aaron, well, that's how I got beat up. I attacked him, and still pumped full of wolfsbane and verbena, I had no strength. And I knew better. I insulted him, threatened him, even made fun of him. Seriously, Maddox, I questioned my own sanity. He hit me, and I'd call him a coward. Kick me, and I called him a poor excuse of a man. I questioned his masculinity, maturity, intelligence, morals, sanity. Maybe I should see a shrink. The right side of my brain kept telling me to shut up, and the wrong side kept egging me on like it wanted to see his head explode. I started laughing, and I couldn't stop, because it is just like her. Being physically incapacitated, she resorted to her most deadly weapon, sarcasm, and picked Cabot apart from the inside. All our family came in to check on her one last time, Delaney suggesting we stay overnight in the infirmaries to stabilize her electrolytes and allow the bruises to heal. Her dad kissed her forehead. Never again. Little girl, I will spend another 5 years in captivity before I will ever survive you being kidnapped again. She laughed, blame Maddox. I felt the need to hide. When his eyes shifted to Amadeus and he growled,
Chapter 35. I read. A lot. Delilah's POV.
It's been several days, and Maddox had been adamant that I take it easy a few days, so I didn't complain. I'm nobody's fool. I had my man catering to my every whim, fixing me dinner, getting me ice cream at 2 a.m, bathing my lazy ass. Yep, no complaints here. Several official-looking vehicles arrived at the compound this morning. Venom had the government officers sequestered in the conference room, providing all the evidence we had gathered against Maxwell Unger, and I was waiting to give my statement. Maddox was in a foul mood, upset we didn't just kill Max in what he's calling an oops moment. He said the crimes he committed were technically on Wolves Pack land, even though they are classified as crimes against humanity. He's worried we haven't seen the last of him, because Max apparently has a hard-on for Venom, that's a quote. I was called in to give my statement. In the middle of an argument between Venom and some general telling Captain Stone to stand down, while Venom told him to kiss his ass. So I just stood inside the doors, waiting to be noticed, giving my statement. That same general was questioning me. In essence, when you heard the first gunshot, you didn't seek shelter or call for help. I laughed. Seek shelter? On the top of a waterfall? On private property? I did call for help, and in the 30 seconds it took for him to threaten my guard, inject poison into our systems and abduct me, that help couldn't get to us. Imagine that. He asked, Are you certain Captain Unger was responsible for your abduction? Again, laughing. I replied, dead certain. He was the one in charge. I didn't see who injected me, but I did see who injected Brock. I am well aware of who held a gun to Brock's head in order to ensure my compliance. Stop what you're doing. Unger is the man responsible. You have over 20 witness statements, and yet here you sit, questioning the innocent like they are somehow culpable in the downhill slide of one of your own. He did this. You know he did this. And now I find myself wondering if he did this with your knowledge and possibly your authorization. Venom, I believe releasing Max to this person would be a mistake. We will never see justice through the courts of the United States government. Seems like they not only condone Unger's actions, but applaud them. Venom smiled. I was having my doubts as well, little sister, and I believe you may be right. Max will not be released to you today, General. He and I still need to have a little chat, or 15, depending on how much persuasion he requires to tell the truth. Something is off about this, and I will find out what. The general stood, blustering, demanding we release him. When he was told no, he threatened to get a warrant. And Maddox snapped, "Interesting. You will get a warrant? Not that you have already issued one? So had we released Unger to you today, he wouldn't have been under arrest or even detained in custody." Venom stood as Torin took over. "Enough. You will leave now. Maxwell Unger will remain in my custody. I will no longer deal with any members of your government, except for the president himself. If your officials ever actually get off their dead asses and file charges, set a court date. Whatever, I will consider bringing him to appear." I busted out laughing. "You guys always roll up in here, believing you have any authority, have any rights, carry any weight. Doesn't feel good, does it? Having no power, not being able to control the situation. Imagine an entire nation of people, your own citizens, who suffer that feeling of helplessness every day, while your laws railroad them into compliance. What a great time to be werewolves. No wonder you people want to be turned." Maddox joined my laughter. "I think you figured it out, baby. They are still hoping to create their own army of turned wolves. Holy fuck, Venom. Max didn't succeed. He is expendable. He wouldn't have made it back to Washington to ever be officially charged with anything, just like Colonel Slate. Max was under orders to make sure he never talked. Remember? By any means necessary." Delaney looked at the general and asked him his name. He said Henderson, and she smiled softly. "Well, Henderson, you return to your home base empty-handed today, and make sure you let the powers that be know you failed. You weren't able to retrieve or assassinate their target. I can't help but wonder, will this make you expendable as well? Just a little something for you to think about on your flight home. I sit in awe of my family. Now we are in a fool me once, shame on you situation. They will never have the opportunity to fool us twice." Venom stood and said, "This meeting is over. You know, Henderson, I love this country. My kind have lived here for millennia. We have always cherished this land. I called your government out of respect, out of the deeply instilled patriotism I feel, in order to give that same government the opportunity to punish someone operating far outside of your constitutional laws. I want to thank you for allowing my eyes to be opened, for making me realize my patriotism and yours are vastly different. Mine lies with the people of this once great nation. My dedication is to the preservation of this incredible land. Your patriotism only runs as deep as your pockets. You are free to go. This time, if you ever return, under such false pretenses, your lives will be forfeit." We followed them all out, watching them load into their vehicles. Henderson stopped in front of Venom and lowly said, "One day, I would like to tell you a story. Call me when you're ready to hear it. This is a secure, untappable cell number. Allow no one else to have it. It literally would mean my life." They shook hands, and a piece of paper was transferred to Venom's hand from Henderson's. Maddox shook his head. "The government is so full of corruption. It's no wonder they face bankruptcy every few months. Too busy lining pockets instead of providing for the people. Doesn't their constitution say shit like of the people, by the people, for the people?" I grinned. Yeah, wonder when that was ever true. Because from what I have seen, it's of the corruption by the crooks for the money. Delaney started laughing. If they had only adhered to the constructs of the democracy created by Sequoia to lead the Cherokee Nation. I mean, the foundations of the Declaration of Independence were based on his teachings. Venom smirked. Yeah, well, something definitely got lost in the translation then. While Maddox asked, "Why do you even know that shit?" I pray to the goddess no one ever finds the key to that lockbox in your head. We will be crushed under the trivial facts trapped in there. Delaney laughed. What can I say? I read a lot.
Chapter 36, Ain't That Some Shit? Maddox's POV.
Venom and Delaney have made a decision to move the original Warrior Wolves MC to Golden Lake Pack. He has decided it is time to take up the alpha position and train the boys in the ways of the wolf. I love that when it is time to pass the torch, my nephews will have the choice of which path they want their lives to follow. One will become alpha of Golden Lake, and the other will become the president of the original chapter. Deline and Colleen will be raised as alpha-born Lunas, and as experienced as their brothers in warcraft, training and administration of both a pack and a motorcycle club. Delilah is sad that they will no longer be living in our territory, but she is comforted, knowing they're only an hour away. We have also filed a detailed map with the Werewolf Commission, and the council has signed off on the 3 territories being affiliated and allied. Henry applied to change the name of Tall Pines Pack to Warriors Haven, while Golden Lake has become Warrior Wolves 1. Construction on the Moon Temple began again, and Delilah was supervising the positioning and installation of the dome. I have to say, I am highly impressed with the craftsmanship, hand-blown into a literal upside-down bowl, dead center being beautiful light blue, while a multitude of colors traverse the sides, fading from light to darker shades of blue, and to purples and reds. Once it is positioned properly, the sunlight filtered through, making the colors dance happily around the stone walls and river rock floor. This being the ceremonial room, it was high tribute to our goddess indeed. I asked her, "So how do we let the goddess know her temple on earth is ready for her?" Delilah leaned into my arms and said, "In 8 days, on the full moon, you and I must perform a dedication ceremony. The goddess will acknowledge the dedication, and, if she accepts this temple, she will appear before us at the altar. If she doesn't accept, then she will let us know what we have done wrong and how to correct it." It all seems so complicated, but I am not about to question anything. I am still too new to being a wolf to know I have a lot to learn. We got a mind link about our prisoners missing, and we wolfed out to get to the cells quicker. Arriving, Hunter greeted us with clothes, and we walked in to see all the cells emptied. Eric, his wife, Elizabeth, Emily, Tammy, the 4 men we were holding, gone. Geek linked he had the video feed, and we all went to the 2nd floor conference room to observe. Everything was set to play what was captured. I am frustrated and angry. Intruders made their way into our land and helped prisoners to escape. I want fucking answers, Geek said. The intruders entered the property on the west, closest to the cells. Notice they are all wearing dark clothing. The video is time-stamped for 5:38 this morning, meaning this should have been discovered at shift change. But somehow, the 7 a.m. shift didn't show up, so it wasn't until the 3 p.m. shift change that we were alerted. Hunter said 4 men entered the premises here. Cameras lost sight of them here and here, so they knew where our security cameras are located. They were here for Max Unger. We need to alert Venom. The men took out our 2 guards and released all our inmates. I released a growl that shook the windows. Get this morning's shift guards in here now. Geek, I have a feeling the government has hacked our computers. Check into that, Hunter. Email the video and conversation to Venom and ask him to call us. Delilah handed me a glass of whiskey and climbed into my lap. We have 2 funerals to prepare for. I believe we need to reset all our security cameras in different locations. But I also think we should add trail cams to our repertoire of surveillance equipment. They are easily camouflaged and can be placed outside our borders. Just additional security measures. I looked over at Derek, and he nodded, assuring me he was on it. I smiled at Delilah, locking Emily in the cells at night. May not have been the best move on my part. She laughed and replied, "Either way, she's out of my hair. She certainly won't be missed at the diner. She was mostly useless anyway." The 2 morning guards were brought in, and I asked them why they didn't show up for work this morning. Eddie looked confused and looked at Dwight. He said, "You emailed us at 11 last night. I didn't even see it until I was up and getting ready for work." I shook my head. "I didn't email you. If anything, Brock would have emailed you. Bring it up. Show me." Eddie handed me his phone. Sure enough, an email was sent from my personal email, not my club-based email, my personal one, telling them they had the day off, that their shifts had been covered by a couple trainees needing the hours. Delilah read it and handed it to Geek. "Can't you trace the IP address this was sent from? Because I sure as fuck do not want to believe we have a traitor in our midst." He nodded, then said, "It might take a couple days, and I have that run with Derek down south." I told him we would send Manic in his place. I want him on this until we have answers. My phone rang, and I immediately put it on speaker. Venom yelled into the phone, "Who did we lose? Those motherfuckers have crossed the line this time." I responded with the 2 guards' names, and that we would hold service this evening. Venom sighed heavily and said, "I am going to call that General Henderson. We need answers. And don't worry, no one is getting Max out of my jail. My father spared no expense in the detention facilities here. The prison is directly under the pack house. State-of-the-art electronic entry, with fingerprint identification as well as retina eye scanners." I laughed. Having a heads up that they are willing to go these extremes is helpful. "I have a feeling you had better start extracting information from Unger ASAP. They want him disappeared and are ready to kill anyone standing in their way." After we hung up, Delilah sighed. "We should have just fucking killed him." I chuckled, shaking my head. We made the mistake of thinking he was in this alone. The same as with Slate. Hopefully, with Unger's laptop and everything that Aunt Vicky and Gizmo have gleaned out of the information Slate had, this will lead us to completing the Operation Gemini puzzle. It's all tied together. It has to be. Delilah asked, "They found what it is? Have they found who is behind it?" Shaking my head, "Not exactly. We know that an organization within the federal government is operating covertly and incognito, allowing plausible deniability for the higher-ups. The women they were abducting were going to be changed into wolves, then forced to deliver pups to specific types of soldiers to create a shifter military. When we thwarted the abductions, the concept of the operation changed. Dylan and Cabot both volunteered to turn humans for them to accumulate soldiers faster, and were charging out the ass for it. We're using prisoners for the first turnings to make sure it was successful. My father was one of the first to be turned." Hunter said, "The problems they are running into is the fact that they didn't realize the goddess ultimately decides who gets which wolf, and she is a spiteful deity. None of the turned wolves, so far, have been granted a wolf above Omega status." Delilah laughed. "Well, ain't that some shit?"
Chapter 37, We're Getting Married. Delilah's POV.
Venom and Delaney arrived this morning to meet General Henderson, who was coming to our compound. We don't want him to know Venom has taken Unger to his pack. It is information they want kept from the government, for now. At moonrise, Maddox and I will enter the temple to perform the dedication ceremony and hopefully meet the moon goddess. I have read the specs for the temple over and over. I have made sure everything the original temple has been built into ours, with the addition of plumbing and electricity. The goddess is surely entitled to the amenities we take for granted daily. When Henderson arrived, he was alone, driving a nondescript car, light blue in color, several years older than the SUV he had visited us in before. When Maddox questioned it, he laughed. "I am trying to be as unobtrusive as possible. Being caught in your company is a death sentence. I accept that I will most likely not see the end of this, but I can no longer be party to it. I walked him to the conference room and had mind-linked Venom what Henderson had told us. As soon as he walked through the door, Venom stood, shaking his hand. He offered, "Because of your help, I want to offer you and your family asylum, safety from anyone who would wish you harm for doing the right thing." Henderson grinned. "They are people who believe they are the ones doing the right thing, and I am betraying my own kind." Delaney laughed. "Well, essentially, that is what's happening. The difference is we are trying to keep people alive, not sacrifice them for what we believe is the greater good." Venom tells him, "Why don't you take today? Observe what we do, who we are. Sleep on your decision. There may be someone here that would like to speak with you tonight. Then, in the morning, if you decide you are safer with us, I have a team ready to move in and relocate your family here within the hour." His eyes widened, and he responded, "That's faster than the government could do it. But please explain to me how this all would work. Would my family and I have to become wolves? Or could we stay human? Would I become a member of the club? What the fuck? I have never even ridden on a motorcycle, much less drive or own one." We all laughed, and I said, "If you stay with the club, you could remain human. We have many human members. If you wanted to stay with Venom and Delaney, they would have to consider their pack first. While we have nothing against humans being involved with pack life, it's not for everyone. Wolves don't live by human laws. We have our own, what we consider perfectly normal. Humans struggle with, so, yeah, you'd have a lot of thinking to do. But you have several options, and only you can decide what's best for you." He grinned. "I ultimately don't have a choice at all. My wife and daughters are already packed up and are prepared to leave at my call. I never take chances with my family, and I had already had an escape plan in place for them when I was recruited for this shit job." Venom asked, "Is that a go then? I can have your family here by dinner time." Henderson asked, "How long before your team is in place for extraction?" He was told 10 minutes, and Henderson pulled out his phone. He texted, "It's a go. 10 minutes. Roll out." And we all sat down while Henderson opened his briefcase. He removed 4 flash drives and 4 file folders. He placed a drive on each folder and looked at Venom. Each folder is self-explanatory. The flash drives will back up the information you find inside. Each organization involved, every officer in charge, and all the departments who have a player on the field. This is bigger than even I knew. And once I had begun uncovering the information, the more I realized how wrong this all is. Morally, ethically, and legally, wrong. What you said last week about being a patriot resonated with me, and I knew I had to do something to stop this from happening. Venom pulled the folders over and briefly read through them. He whispered, "Fuck," and slid them all over to Gizmo and Geek. "Get on it. Your entire team." Delilah still seems to be their focus for doing the turns. It seems some idiot has decided that she is their best option for turning out alpha wolves. I snarled, "What the fuck? I have never turned anyone. Not even one. And you turned Maddox. Steel is absolutely all alpha. Seems you did just fine. Before anyone even knew I existed." Henderson said, "No, we have known about you. For years. That is why Eric Garrison was recruited. We knew you would be the last remaining Dubois. Once your mother was dead, we didn't expect him to have his own wife marry your father. That was because of your inheritance, and, if you can believe it, my superiors didn't factor in human greed muddying the waters." I growled. "And now, he's loose again, with nothing to lose. I have a question. How the fuck did your people get in and out of here without detection? And why didn't you give us a heads up? If you're really wanting to help us. Shaking his head, that was a covert plan. One I wasn't in on. I have been closely monitored since I returned from the club. The first time. So I wasn't privy to any plans regarding you. I would hazard a guess they hacked your cameras and played a loop to not attract attention should the cameras go down all at once. They were to extract Max or assassinate him if they couldn't get him out safely. Either way, they were to return with proof of death. Maddox asked, "Why is it called Operation Gemini? Who names these bullshit covert exercises anyway?" Henderson laughed. "Whoever is running it. Defense, Homeland, CIA. But in this case, there are several agencies involved. The reason for the Gemini name is simple. A human, sharing a body with a wolf. Twin souls, two beings, Geminis." Maddox said, "Not twin souls, and not two beings. We are one being, with the ability to shift shapes. We are half a soul. We wander through life, searching for our other half. When we find it, we will fight to the death to keep it." Henderson nods. "Your mates? I read about that. And the Dubois girl is yours. I take it." I snapped. "My name is Delilah Connors Quinn. I have never been a Dubois. That was my mother's maiden name. So, either you call me Delilah, or do not refer to me at all." Delaney laughed. "Ruffled my girl's feathers there, General. You should probably work on your people's skills." Everyone laughed, but it aggravated the shit out of me. It's as if my only purpose in this life is being the Dubois girl. And I have never been that girl. Maddox stood me on my feet and knelt down in front of me. "I asked your father for permission to marry you. Before our mating ceremony, I have waited and worried and planned for the perfect time. I have just realized any time is the perfect time. If you say yes, so, Delilah Autumn Connors, will you do me the greatest honor of my life and marry me? Will you be my wife?" Holding my mother's ruby ring in his fingers, I broke down in tears, kissing him deeply. I whispered, "The honor is all mine." He slipped the ring on my hand and grinned. "We're getting married."
Chapter 38 Stood a Goddess. Maddox's POV.
I spent the entire afternoon on cloud nine. Delaney had the great idea of putting together a wedding ceremony tonight, after the temple dedication, meaning ours will be the first wedding to take place in the new temple. The girls had gone shopping, while we men waited for Tom's family to arrive. Once we learned they were on board the chopper and inbound, he emailed his formal resignation in, effective immediately, and he was out of uniform and into street clothes before we could bat an eye. When the chopper landed, Bradley, the pilot, said the bird took some damage and Mrs. Henderson needs medical attention. There was an ambush team waiting. I guess they knew something was up. We took some heavy fire on takeoff, and the rotor was hit, as well as the woman taking a round in the shoulder. Tom was getting his family moved to the infirmary, so I made my way over there. While mind-linking Delaney about the situation, their daughters were upset and teary-eyed. While Tom was consoling them, I asked if his wife had been taken back. He replied, "They are prepping her for surgery." I had no idea they would be so prepared or move on me so rapidly. I shrugged. Seems to be their pattern. And as soon as they considered you a loose end, they decided there was no point wasting time to tie it up. Delaney rushed through the doors, immediately asking about Tom's wife. Vicky and Valerie took the girls over to get a snack and meet some of the club. I didn't ask their ages, but they looked to be early teens. Delilah asked Tom, "Have you thought about changing your names? We can arrange that for you." Being wolves, we had a pretty good system in place for us as we aged out. Luckily, that's a thing of the past, but we can still do it. He chuckled. I can imagine they will be on board with that. Imagine every kid that grows up hating their name and having the option to choose one they actually like. Yeah, my girls will be all over that. I asked, You're not very old. How did you achieve the rank of general so young? He seemed a little offended and replied, I earned it. If that's what you're implying. I worked hard. I volunteered for dangerous missions. I kept my eye on the prize. I was also one of Slate's attorneys at his court-martial. I made myself indispensable. Delilah smirked. Until you weren't. My mate wasn't asking in an accusatory way. He was genuinely curious. Might want to curb the attitude. Maddox isn't only an alpha. He's the president of our club. Any disrespect is dealt with, harshly and swiftly. I smiled, teasing her, my little cheerleader. I was merely curious, actually. I really don't care how you made general. It means nothing to me. Tom scoffed. It means nothing to everyone. If rank truly mattered, they certainly wouldn't have sent a strike team to kill my family. I apologize. I am worried. Stressed out. I am 46. Met my wife 16 years ago and married her 2 years later. 2 years after that, Renee was born, with Sharon following a year later. Boom. Instant family means staying stateside. I negotiated my rank by agreeing to represent a traitor. I smiled. Yeah, I can understand that. Now, since you are an attorney, I feel you will be a great asset to the club. You will be surprised at how many white-collar professionals we have as members. Doc was once a highly skilled cardiologist, but he lost a patient due to a pulmonary embolism during open-heart surgery, who just happened to be a mafia boss. They came for him in the night, killed his wife, and we found him in a bar, drunker than a Baptist on a back road, brought him home to sober him up. He's been here ever since. Delilah gasped. That was the raid y'all were talking about? You said a couple years ago you wiped out the little mafia family in Portland? I nodded. They had a life debt to pay. And so they did. And Doc got retribution. Tom said, I take it that Doc isn't his real name, making all of us laugh. I think Tom is going to fit in just fine. Delaney came out of the operating room. She's going to be fine. We got the bullet out. It had broken her scapula, so she's going to be unable to use her left arm a while. But with physical therapy, she's going to be just fine. She's going to be moved to a private room soon. Then you guys can see her. Tom hugged Delaney, thanking her. And once again, the pride I have in my big sister wells up in my heart. She's simply amazing. As the moon began to rise, I summoned every member to the waterfall. I waited for my bride. Venom and I were in black jeans and tuxedo shirts, our newly oiled cuts gleaming in the moon's glow. I spotted Delaney walking up the hill in a beautiful emerald green gown, carrying a bouquet of red roses. Behind her, Delilah stands in a stunning white silk gown, backless, lace front bodice and rhinestone straps. As she started up the hill on Henry's arm, her brightly painted red toes peeked out from beneath the hem. I chuckled, completely enthralled with the fact my little mate was barefoot. She and I entered the temple alone. She began the dedication and prayer to the goddess, our goddess of the moon. Accept this temple as our gift to you in this earthly realm. Find your solace and peace inside a home. Your people will find you. May the sanctity and purity of your home always have the protection of Dubois blood, Dubois pack, and Dubois kin. In her name, we beseech thee. I joined her in chanting the last part 3 times. Everything else had to be said by a Dubois. But now I am Dubois kin, so we chant together. Delilah sliced her palm and squeezed a fist. She counted 5 drops of her blood as they fell onto the rocks. Her blood was instantly absorbed into the stones, and a low rumble rolled across our territory. Then it rolled back again. As the moon shone brighter, seemingly growing larger, the brighter it became, I asked, what's happening? My mate grins at me from ear to ear. She's practically dancing in excitement and responds, she's coming. The goddess is coming, she squealed, clapped her hands and spun in a circle. And I swear by everything that's holy, that was part of the ritual, because just as she finished her little spin, laughing and clapping with my mate, stood a goddess.
Chapter 39, Meet the Goddess. Third person POV.
Selene stood looking into the faces of her guardians. She grinned, "Oh goody, you dressed up for me," and shifted her gown into a formal style and asked, "When is the party then?" Delilah laughed and said, "We are dressed like this because we are getting married tonight, but we can be persuaded to party afterwards." The goddess laughed. "Oh, my Dubois, the fates have chosen well. A wedding? A wedding, you say? Well, my first official act of christening the dome. A wedding? Come, come, children. It's been too many millennia since I personally joined two of my most blessed wolves." Delilah looked at Maddox, who was in as big of shock as her, and whispered, "Holy fuck, are we getting married by the moon goddess?" And they heard, "Language, darling. You're in a sacred temple now, and of course you're getting married by the moon goddess. Did the fates get it wrong? Is my Dubois addlepated?" Looking at Maddox, who was struggling holding back his laughter. He finally grunts out, I don't know. I don't know what addlepated means." Selene says, "Oh, goddess, help me. Both my Dubois are addlepated, bewildered, confused, dazed, dizzy, dumb." And Delilah clenches the deal when she asked, "When you say, 'Goddess, help me,' who do you mean?" Selene's eyes practically pop out of her face. Then she busts out laughing. "Oh, you got me. I was getting worried for a minute. Let's get the family in here and get you married. I'm so excited. What a way to christen the dome." Everyone crowded into the temple, wanting to see the goddess. She giggled and spoke to the throng. "Let me get my Dubois wed. Then I will bless all the Dubois kin." The entire club gasped and gulped, then fell silent as Selene recited an old mating ritual and declared them married. By law, by decree, by goddess design. Maddox kies Delilah, and the goddess kies them both. She smiled, "My children, what you have done for me this day has been the greatest gift of my reign. I bless this pack, oh, this club, with my protection. You are all gifted longer lives, strength and endurance. You will now find yourselves immune to silver, verbena, and wolfsbane. The time will come when these gifts will be needed. Now, about that party." Delaney stepped forward laughing. "I like her. She's spicy. Can we keep her?" Selene smiled. "Ah, Delaney, my child. I am so proud of the way you have mastered your gift. Your healing powers will also increase now." Selene walked around the inside of her temple, talking to people every now and then. She congratulated Vicky on her baby, told Valerie that she would be pregnant the same time as Delilah. She smiled and took Henry's hands and told him Calypso missed him and was so happy he had someone to love him. Then she said, "She did that for you. She begged me to let you have a second chance." Henry smiled as a tear rolled down his cheek. "Yeah, she would. She always was that way." He introduced Kathy to her, and Selene kissed her on the cheek and whispered that was from Calypso, making Kathy gasp. She laughed and joked with everyone, human or wolf. She wanted them all to know she saw them as Dubois kin, and they mattered to her. Maddox introduced Tom and his family to the goddess, giving a brief synopsis of how they ended up with the club. She reached over and touched his wife on her bad shoulder. Smiling, she said, "You're healed now. And Tom, if you decide you want to be a wolf, let my Dubois know. I have already had one wolf ask for you to be his vessel. He's one of my favorites." She walked away, leaving a dumbfounded Tom in her wake. She was standing next to Venom and Delaney. Delaney asked, "Why do you call Delilah your Dubois?" She laughed. "I was wondering when someone was going to ask. Delilah is my Dubois. The bloodline was created by me. It's the most unique in the world. She is the last of that line. But by extension, you are all kin. So, when I refer to my Dubois, I mean all of you." Delilah joined the conversation. "This is the first goddess dome temple built in nearly 1,200 years. Many have tried. All have failed. The reason that is, only Dubois blood can open the portal for Selene to cross realms." Maddox gasped. "That's why your blood absorbed into the floor. To open a portal?" Delilah smiled, nodding, "Yes, but not a portal. The portal. It can't be opened up anywhere else in the world, and can only be used by Selene." Maddox asked, "Was all this in your mom's papers?" She nodded and told them, "I couldn't read them. Gizmo and Axe couldn't find anything significant, and it's because I had to be mated and marked before they made sense. When Selene summoned us to the window to see her chosen spot, she told me to read the papers again." Selene smiled. "See? Unique blood. Whenever a false Dubois built a temple, as soon as they spilled their blood on the floor, the temple would collapse in on itself, killing everyone inside." Delaney grinned. "Ooh, smart cookie. That's why you told us we had to stay outside for the first part. But what about Maddox? He was inside." Delilah laughed. "Have you ever told your brother no? I told him what might happen, and I wanted him to keep everyone outside. He refused. Wouldn't let me go in alone." Selene said, "I wasn't worried. I knew it was going to work. Now I will be able to help my children when they need me. Well, one night every month. It requires too much energy to cross realms without the aid of the full moon." Delilah laughed. "I was worried. I didn't want to be crushed under 5 tons of glass and rock. That would not be cool." The moon was approaching the horizon when Selene told everyone she had to go. She looked at Venom and said, "They're coming for Unjur. 2 days. They think he's here but aren't sure. Will probably hit you both." And was gone. Venom immediately went over to Maddox and told him they need to talk first thing in the morning, and decided everyone would sleep at the compound tonight. Walking back, Snake says to Vicky, "I didn't know you are a pregnant baby. Why didn't you tell me?" She laughs, "I'm not." Delilah laughed then. "You will be." Snake said, "What? Wait. Now? We will be pregnant now?" At Vicky's nod, he hoisted her over his shoulder and ran for the clubhouse, leaving everyone to choke on his dust.
Chapter 40, Born to be a Wolf. Maddox's POV.
Everyone was in the conference room on the 2nd floor. By 9 the next morning, Venom told them, "Selene told me that someone is coming for Max, that they think he is here, but will likely hit both places." I looked at Tom. "Who's coming, Tom? Can you estimate how many?" He shook his head. "They already know they can't go covert. That security will have stepped up. As for the who, it is most likely the NSA and CIA. Since the project is supposed to be top secret, and since it seems Max is a key player in all this, my guess would be they will go for shock and awe. Probably no less than 200 troops." Delilah sighs. "Well, shit. Time for some booby traps." Whoever thought of that anyway? Booby traps? I mean, I get it. The best booby trap is a bra. Hardy har har. I mean, who would call something a booby trap? When we had all finished laughing, Delaney told her they were actually traps. In the 17th century to catch a type of seabird known as a booby. The traps would kill them. The phrase was again used in World War II, when American troops would set deadly traps to catch the enemy and kill them. Some were pretty gruesome. I looked around the room accusingly. Who found the fucking key? What fool unlocked the useless knowledge box in her brain? Making the girls laugh. Venom said, "Time for serious, folks. We are facing an imminent attack. I am not about to doubt the word of a goddess." Delaney giggled. That was so weird. I was a fucking fangirling fool. It will start to feel normal after a few months. Am I right? Am I right? What? Oh, right. Serious. My bad. Go ahead. Delilah was the first to break. Then the laugh went all around the table until everyone was gasping for air. Tom said, "Before we start again, I really do have a serious question. How long would it take for me to turn? The goddess told me something last night that made my mind up for me. She said that one of her favorite wolves requested me as his vessel." Delilah squealed, "Oh, I am so happy for you. I haven't ever turned anyone. But if Venom can walk me through it, you could turn in less than 24 hours? I know it is supposed to take 3 bites, but I read a bite from a Dubois only takes once." Venom suggested we get through the meeting and get our strategy planned. Then we would get Tom to the infirmary. Delilah would bite him, and Delaney would monitor him. I would be on hand to submit his wolf. We decided half our men would sit outside our borders, some of them up to 20 miles out, hidden in the tree line, waiting and watching which direction they would be coming. A Golden Lake is easier to defend, and Snake and Axe have already started getting their people in place. Geek was amping the power up on the fences. We were rolling out concertina wire all the way around the outer perimeter. Brock asked, "They wouldn't be so stupid as to use heavy artillery, would they?" Venom was already shaking his head. "Nope. They are trying to stay under the radar. They may be able to get away with hand grenades, but no major explosions." By the time we met the girls at the infirmary, Tom was resting comfortably. He had opted for a femoral bite. Knowing Delilah's venom directly into a main artery would speed up his shift. He grinned when he saw me. "Hey, Alpha, take a look. My bite's almost healed." My eyebrow shot into my hairline as I look at my sister. She grinned and shrugged, mouthing morphine, and I smiled, nodding back at her. Delilah came in with ice cream. "Okay, Tom, I got Rocky Road, salted caramel chocolate drizzle, and strawberry supreme." Tom squealed like a 13-year-old girl and said he wanted some of all 3. This is going to be a long night. Hopefully he will stay upbeat throughout. But some people panic when the first bone breaks, making the shift take longer. Tom's wife came in with Eliza and Elena, and why I can't remember his wife's name eludes me. She rubs me the wrong way, and I'm not sure why. I mind-linked Delaney to ask her what she thinks. I know humans are hard for her to read, but maybe she will get something I can work with. I hear her snarl, "How can you be so stupid? You used to hunt these filthy creatures. Now you're going to be one?" I knew I should have taken the girls to my dad's in Georgia. He laughed, outright laughed, and said, "By all means, you crazy old bat. Go. Fly away on your broom. But my girls stay with me. You don't want what I know to get out, do you?" She told him, "You don't know anything. You just think you do." Tom laughed again. "No. I know. Hey, Alpha, better watch that one. She's batshit crazy. She's a traitor. Betrayed the fuck out of me. All 3 tours. I hope my wolf decides you're not his mate. Huh, that'll learn ya, dern ya." I was chewing the insides of my cheeks, trying not to laugh. The girls had no such difficulty. They were laughing so hard they had to prop each other up. And when the girls asked Delilah when they could be turned, that woman lost her shit, hurrying her girls out of there. I mind-linked Hunter to keep somebody on her at all times. Then I asked, has that happened before? Has a wolf ever decided their spouse wasn't their mate? Delaney said. Who you asking? You're the only turned I know, I think. Hell, now I have to ask Venom if we have any other turned. Shit, why do you always do that to me? Delilah said, it's entirely possible that a wolf would decide to not want the spouse of the vessel, especially if the human is less than enamored of said spouse to begin with. And let's face it, they have got some issues. Well, fuck. His wife can't leave. Not as long as his family is being hunted. But I can't force Tom to stay with her either. This is one of those crossing that bridge situations. 2 hours later, Tom's temperature spiked and Delaney got him into an ice bath right away. Tom was thrashing and struggling. I looked up at Delaney and she smiled. I know, but your bites were stretched out over time. Your body grew accustomed to the venom, so your turn was more of a natural shift. Tom has a mega dose of super strong venom in his system, twisting his blood, organs, bones and muscles in directions they have never known in 46 years. It's going to hurt like a bitch. Makes sense. And I am definitely grateful Venom turned me the way he did. Watching Tom is painful for me. I don't want to imagine what it's like for him. It took a few hours before it was time to take Tom to the backyard. Already his wolf was fusing with him. His weight had increased by quite a bit. Steele pushed forward to pick up his scent. Growling, strong warrior in my head. It actually took just under 2 hours. A reddish-brown, good-sized wolf lay panting on the ground, and I shifted into Steele. Tom's wolf was Samuel, and one of the goddess's strongest warrior wolves. Steele puts his jaws around Samuel's throat, and he rolled belly up, in submission. They ran and played a couple hours, and when Tom shifted back, he was the happiest I had ever seen him. He said, I was born to be a wolf.
Chapter 41, finally. Some action. Delilah's POV.
Tom's curse to his wife proved prophetic. Samuel didn't want to be around her, said he smelled other men on her, and refused to share a room with her. I spent the morning getting him relocated, and I found it odd that he wasn't more upset. He is in high spirits. Maddox asked him to take on some training duties when he wasn't going over our legal issues. He was thrilled and agreed right away. All the border modifications were in place. Our men were miles out, ready to close the net once the combatants entered our territory. If they're thinking this will be a quick get-in, get-out situation, they have another think coming. They haven't fought against an army of wolves. Venom had Axe Move Max. He has him in the Alpha's panic room under heavy guard. The panic room is a small room built into the closet of the Alpha's bedroom, nearly impenetrable from outside. The door is solid 8-inch thick titanium and vacuum seals itself when closed. Once you're locked inside, you stay there until the timed lock can be overridden. Otherwise, it's a 24-hour lockdown. We had been working all morning getting our sharpshooters in trees and setting trip wires that will set off grenades and flashbangs when hit. Motion sensors on some of them will automatically trigger the detonators. Maddox pulled me into his arms. We have been so busy. One thing after another just keeps bulldozing over us. I want to be able to be normal newlyweds, if only for a day. I giggled and relaxed against him. I'm sure we don't know what normal is. We haven't had anything normal in our lives. Ever. Look at how we had to grow up. I am not even sure we would know how to do normal. We were sitting down to lunch when the first reports started coming in. A convoy of military vehicles were rolling west on I-60 in a line of 30 vehicles, 4 armored Humvees, 14 armored transports, 4 medic vans, and 8 cargo trucks. Maddox said, we target the cargo trucks first. Those are supplies, and anything ranging from bedding and tents to food and ammo. According to this drone footage, they are about 150 miles out. Venom said they will split off, sending some north towards Golden Lake. It won't be an even split, I'm thinking. Probably a third of that convoy will break away. Maddox ordered our bikers out that far to fall in behind the convoy. He's on the phone with Manic when we hear, "Let them see you. I want them off center. They will wonder if you're ours. Or just a different MC out for a poker run or something. Keep them guessing, and keep me notified. If they stop off, I want to know." I looked at Tom, laughing and joking with some warriors, and asked him to come over to our table. He sat down, looking at me, then Maddox, and asked, "How can I help?" Smiling at his enthusiasm, I am really starting to get attached to him. Do you have any idea who they may have put in charge of this attack? He sat a few minutes, thinking. If it was me planning it, I would order Captain Gregory Blaine. He's combat hardened and has a thing about wolves. Seems he had a high school sweetheart he was going to marry after she graduated, but she turned out to be the mate of a gamma wolf in a local pack. But since I'm not planning it, they probably have Commander Harris leading the charge, for no reason other than he is expendable. Nobody really likes him, and his strategy skills are subpar. If it's him, his tactics are almost always the same. I asked, "Do you know his strategy? Can you give us any pointers?" He laughed and nodded. The man's an idiot. He will first issue the grenade launchers to prep, while his grunts will be boots ready to charge. Then he will order the launchers to fire, simultaneously ordering the infantry to charge. Maddox gasped. He would put his own men in the line of fire like that? Tom nodded again. He has the highest kill ratio for friendly fire, more than any other commander, and more than several commanders put together. It's the primary reason for keeping him stateside, riding a desk. Venom said, "When they split off, we start taking out the cargo trucks. The men will disable them. I have ordered not to cause harm, unless it's in the defense of their lives." I asked, "What purpose? Will the entire convoy stop to aid in getting the trucks back on the road? Or will the transports continue on towards us?" Maddox smiled. "They will stop to check on the trucks, offer aid if it's a quick fix. Otherwise, they are military, and will adhere to whatever time schedule that has been pre-ordered." Delaney grins. "Well, that's stupid, and I gotta tell you, Tom, I'm neither shocked or awed." I laughed. "Yet? You aren't shocked and awed, yet. Never know, sister. They might have a trick or two up their sleeves." Venom shrugged. "Bring on the tricks. Poorly as bring on the tricks. The military have done the same thing in ground strikes since its inception. Charge? Yes. We have learned to use our surroundings as cover. But charging an enemy that is aware of you coming is committing suicide." Tom laughed. "They have no way of knowing exactly what they're up against. I know this because the intel I was given on your compound was sketchy. At best, it was estimated you have just under 400 members. Never more than 200 in and around the territory at any given time. I damned near shit myself the day we arrived to try and bring Max in. 200 armed men, easily visible. That's shit that nightmares are made of." I laughed. "Yet, you seem so calm, not a care in the world." He grinned. That was the first time I realized I was fighting for the wrong side. What Venom said that day resonated with me. When I passed him my private number, I knew I was taking a huge risk. Either way, I had decided I was done. Maddox smiled. "Their loss. Definitely our gain. Samuel is a much appreciated addition, and you have fused so well with him. I think I agree with you. You are born to be wolf, my friend. Delaney asked, I have a pertinent question. Once this group is vanquished, and we all know they will be, when will they regroup for another strike? I'm asking because I want to get my hair done, and this shit is interfering with my me time. Venom rolled his eyes and lifted her into his lap, while the rest of us laugh. Valerie says, me too, Lainey. My nails are horrible. We definitely need a spa day. I looked down at my own hands. I don't know, out of feminine instinct, and Maddox chuckled, grabbing my hand and kissing each finger. Your nails are always perfect, my love. And it was my turn to roll my eyes. Tom's wife stormed over to our table and demanded, Tom, you need to tell these new friends of yours to just hand Max over. This shit wouldn't be happening if they weren't being so stupid. Samuel growled, Hazel, walk away from me. Now, right now, you're lucky I haven't snapped Loverboy's neck myself. Then he looked around the table. Yes, brothers and sisters. Max Unger is my wife's lover. Well, one of them. But he is the most recent. She is so stupid she never figured out he was fuking her to gain information on me. Hazel raised her hand, preparing to slap him, and I grabbed her wrist. You don't lay hands on one of mine, ever. I don't know what your deal is. And I left my give a fuck in my other jeans. But never, and I do mean never, approach this table again. VIP means invitation only. As she stomped off, and Eliza and Elena quietly asked, do we need permission too? We are really sorry for Mom. Tom pulled both his girls into a hug, and I told them, you are children. You are always welcome to be wherever your dad is. You need never be afraid to come talk to Maydog or me about anything. Maddox's phone rang, and he put it on speaker, saying, heads up, it's Derek. After saying hello, Derek said, 4 cargo vehicles down. The targets stopped to refuel, so in the time allotted, we were able to slice through all 24 tires. I am thinking they don't have any spares. Some chubby guy in the first Humvee ordered his men to move the equipment from the 4 downed vehicles to the 4 remaining. Blaze is rolling under as many vehicles as possible, placing electronic scramblers in the undercarriage. Maddox responded, that's great news. Gizmo will shoot a signal to the scramblers when they are about 10 miles away. Let's see how enthusiastic they are when they can't restart their trucks. Venom asked where they were stopped to refuel, and we were told that it was a junction, the interstate and a highway. Derek said, if they do what we are thinking, the squad they are sending to Golden Lake will take off down Highway 167 and head north. I will shoot a text when we leave. Delaney took my hand and tells our men, we are gearing up. Gonna sit a tree branch a while. I smiled. Finally, some action.
Chapter 42, Fight Them with Words. Maddox's POV.
I walked outside, taking a look around. Every person my eyes landed on were armed to the teeth, loaded for bear. We aren't getting caught with our pants down around our ankles. The element of surprise is gone. On both sides, we know they're coming, but they know we know. So I have no doubt they will try to change it up. I told Geek, I want this entire thing videoed. Document everything. Get drones up and filming them coming at us. Then pull them back out of firing range. I plan on contacting their president. After this is all said and done. Walking back inside, I ordered, everyone, head to your designated positions. We want to be ready and aware of the enemy's every movement. Venom and I will be at the east gate. That is the direction they are coming from. They do not come onto our land. Delilah skipped over to me. And I don't know about you, but a woman decked out in combat gear is hot. Especially my woman, damn. I can't wait to get her out of these clothes. She grinned and told me to focus. I grabbed her and swung her around, growling, "Oh, my baby, you have no idea how very focused I am," laughing. We walked hand in hand over to Delaney and Venom. He tells us, "Let's get to the border. I want our ladies planted on those tree branches." Delaney grins. "I'm not promising anything, you know. I haven't been to the simulator for several days, and I'm in need of target practice." Delilah laughed. "Me too. They best hope I don't spot anyone pointing a weapon at our old men." I laughed. "Hey, who you calling old man?" "Kizing me," she whispered. "My old man," laughing again as she skipped away. It took nearly an hour before we could feel the rumble of the convoy heading up our road. I still don't have a clue what they think they will accomplish, but I guess we will find out. We watched as the vehicles slowed to a stop outside our fences, parking side by side, hoping to hide the fact their men were unloading from the transports, searching for cover, not realizing our men had closed in behind them. Within minutes, we had them surrounded, and they didn't have a clue. Tom chuckled from my left flank. "Commander Harris, I was right. I mind-linked him. Would you like to take lead on this? Find out what he wants?" His link came back, "Holy fuck. That takes some getting used to," making Venom and I both laugh. Then he said, "Yeah, Alpha, I would love to talk to this prick." I nodded and had him step forward. He clears his throat, making sure all eyes were on him, and said, "Harris, I'm surprised they sent you out here. I always thought they liked your brown nosing. Ask Heising's strategy of rising to the top. Yet, here you are." Then he loudly said, "To those about to die, I salute you." A holy antagonism. He just goes straight for the metaphorical jugular. And once again, I am grateful he chose the side of right. Harris spoke calmly, hand over Max Unger, and this will all be resolved peacefully. I spoke, "Well, you see, it may end peacefully today, but we have danced this dance with Unger. We allowed him to slip away 5 years ago, when he was simply embroiled in abducting women, in itself a crime against humans. But now, he abducted my woman with nefarious intent, and that, my friend, is a crime against wolves. You have no jurisdiction here. The only reason you want him released is to make him disappear." Harris said, "You are wrong. I have a warrant in my possession, charging him with treason, crimes against humanity, and waging unauthorized war with a subspecies." Venom barked out a laugh. "You do realize humans are the actual subspecies, don't you? I want to read the warrant." Harris held it up, and a soldier started walking it to the fence, where Brock was standing. He grinned nastily and told the soldier, "Don't touch the fence. It will light your ass up with over 8,500 volts. Won't kill you, but it will hurt like a mother fucker." The soldier gulped so loudly we could hear it. Venom read over the warrant, looked at me and said, "It reads real pretty, but it's not an official warrant. The judge's signature is illegible. There is no government seal. It looks to have been downloaded and printed off the internet." Tom tells Harris, "Bogus warrant. Not worth the paper it's printed on." And as he said that, the whistling of a grenade launcher was heard. At the same time, a muffled pop was heard above my head. I watched the soldier with the grenade launcher drop it and clutched his shoulder. Delilah opted out of killing him, but when the grenade landed and exploded, accompanied by a yell of one of our people, she yelled, "Try that shit again. I kill the next one." Steele was fighting me. He wanted to shift and start ripping people apart. Harris yelled, "We don't want to fight. Max Unger is government property. We are only asking he be returned." Venom yelled back, "Tell us why." You and I both know he is no longer active military, and just a simple employee now. You tell us why you want him so badly, and I might consider his release." Harris said, "I shouldn't have to spell it out. You know what happens to a compromised operative. It's not my decision, but they are my orders." I said, "So you want him back so you can kill him? That is ignorant as fuck. He hasn't given your organization up. He hasn't talked about the operation, not about Gemini, and not about your current covert activities. I can't guarantee it will stay that way once he knows you consider him dispensable." Harris snarled, "Look, my orders are to bring Unjur back to Washington, and I won't allow you to stop me." Then he ordered his men to open fire, and our people systematically started taking them down. I had ordered to try and not fire a kill shot. When I air the video, I want it known we did not intentionally kill anyone. Delilah and Lainey were both continuously firing, hitting arms and legs, but when a round hit Delaney in the upper arm, knocking her from her perch, Venom and I wolfed out, while Delilah emptied her clip into the group that fired on Lainey. Tom had shifted into Samuel and flanked us. As we leaped the fence, landing directly in front of Harris, he flung himself into his Humvee, locking his doors, never ordering a ceasefire, and ducking his entire body behind the front seat. Coward, we had them pinned down, which wasn't difficult. Not a lot had the heart to fight, although they were still firing on us. Steele and Torin backed up to gain momentum and leaped simultaneously into the side of the Humvee, successfully turning it on its side. A woman ran out into the line of fire, yelling, "Max isn't here. He's over at a gold lake. You have to save him." We heard a single shot ring out and watched a hole open up in the middle of her forehead. Venom tackled the shooter, who happened to be Harris, and Tom jumped the fence, running to the fallen body. Hazel stared sightlessly into the afternoon sky. I shifted and told Harris, "I am giving you exactly 5 minutes to vacate my territory. You have murdered an unarmed woman, a human woman, and if I dare to hear she is referred to as collateral damage, I will burn your world to the ground." I stepped into a circle of my men and announced, "The woman these people just murdered, a human woman under our protection, is the wife of one of our own, retired General Thomas Henderson. Her name was Hazel, and she leaves 2 young daughters. Tonight we mourn. Tomorrow we end this." The soldiers gathered their dead and wounded. Loading up, they left. I ordered a head count and conditions, discovering we had only lost 2, but 23 were injured, including Delaney. Delilah had killed 5. They were clustered and firing their weapons. She didn't know which one had hit Delaney, so she killed them all. Then she said, "Their God can sort them out. They are lucky I didn't kill more." We had gathered in the conference room, and Geek was editing the video feed I would release to the public. Tom knew several reporters that were eager to scoop the story, and we were still waiting for the video from Golden Lake. Axe and Snake did not indulge in conversation or negotiations. They warned them once to vacate the area when they didn't and raise their rifles to firing position. Snake gave the order to unload on them, where we dealt with launching grenades. Golden Lake didn't allow their group enough time to even load a single launcher. That is definitely a strategy I will remember. For now, we fight them with words.
Chapter 43, Max Tells All. Third-person POV.
Venom and Delaney were in the infirmary. He wanted her to rest, but she was too busy healing the wounded. She bumped, literally bumped, into Tom in the corridor. Realizing he was leaving the morgue, she asked, "How are you holding up?" He shrugged. "I disliked her. I planned on divorcing her. But at the end of the day, she gave me my beautiful girls. so I could never hate her. It hurts more for my daughter's sakes than anything else. Delaney nodded and told him if he needed anything, whether for himself or his girls, to not hesitate to ask. And she went back to her patients. Maddox had placed a call into the president. He was now crossing the second hour of being on hold. Delilah hung the phone up and hit redial. When the telecom operator picked up, asking how to direct the call, Delilah said, "We have been on hold for 2 hours, so before that shit happens again, write this down. President Abrams, this is Warrior Wolves MC calling. President Maydog would like a teleconference with you. Within an hour. If we do not hear back from you by that time, every media outlet in the country will be airing a military attack against a peaceful people, killing 3 of our people, injuring 12 others. Casualties on the side of the military are unknown and uncared about. Now, do you think the president will receive this message before the hour is up? Clock starts ticking now." And she hung up. A hunter laughed. "Well, that's one way of getting noticed." Delilah shrugged. "That elevator music was killing me." Maddox chuckled. "It had played for so long, I tuned it out." Modox's phone rang. The caller ID showed the White House. What are the odds that it would be identified? Maddox answered and put it on speaker after saying hello. President Abrams snarled into the phone. "Who is this? And what is this about an attack? I have authorized no such attack, and never on U.S. soil. You better have a good reason for such an accusation." Maddox calmly said, "Mr. President, I am Alpha Maddox Quinn, and President Maddog of Warrior Wolves. If you check your email, you will find 2 videos depicting synchronized attacks on my compound and on my brother's pack, denoting interstate involvement. If you did not authorize these attacks, authorize the use of these government assets, then who did? Who is running your government? Because obviously you've been kept out of the loop." The line was silent while Abrams watched the videos. Only the occasional "what the fuck" was heard, and Maddox would chuckle. Has to be a crushing blow to that man's ego to watch something like that unfold, knowing he had no idea this shit was happening under his nose. Abrams came back on the line. "Where does this leave us? Do I need to prepare for retaliation from the Wolf Nation? Maddox denies an attack from the Wolves. It depends on where this goes from here. There are things at play that can cost humans their freedom. At the very least, their lives will most likely be the ultimate loss." Abrams asked, "Is it possible to meet with you in person? I need as much information as possible before I go public with this. And rest assured, I do plan on going public. Is it possible to speak with this Max Unger? I believe he has some vital light to shed on this situation." Maddox agreed, telling him, "It is best if you don't let anyone but your closest staff know anything. I don't want to think your life may be on the line with these people, but I fear that may be where it's heading. Assassinate a president. Blame the wolves." Abrams agreed and told them, "It's 10 now. I can be there by 4 this afternoon. Can you arrange a ride from Coeur d'Alene? I would rather not call for a car. We won't be flying Air Force One." Maddox told him we would arrange transportation and advised Abrams to keep his head down until they decided how to address the situation. Venom asked, "How are we doing this? Are we picking him up and going to Golden Lake? Or do we transport Max here?" Maddox suggested, "We go to Golden Lake. Can you get Max set up in an interrogation room and have a video monitor in place? I want good old Max to see and hear what their plans are for his treasonous ass." Delaney laughed. "Yeah, that's going to shake him up a bit. Being interrogated by President Abrams will finish him off," Maddox said. "I hope so. We need resolute enclosure. I would rather not wage a full-scale war against the human military if we can avoid it. By the time Maddox and Delilah arrived with President Abrams and his 10-man security detail, Venom had Max chained at a table in the third-floor security command office. When the Secret Service detail tried to follow Abrams inside, they were stopped at the door. The commander demanded someone had to be there to guard the president, and Tom stepped up. "He's got me. And these people here, they aren't the ones posing a threat." Abrams sat down across from Max. "I expect you to tell me what you know. I don't know if I will be able to negotiate your release from these people, but I promise I will try. Now, start at the beginning." Max took a drink of water and began. 8 years ago, I was recruited by the CIA. Several active military personnel were. My assignment was to survey and recon Colonel Richard Slate. When he was arrested and charged with war crimes, I thought my assignment was over. I was wrong. I was reassigned to locate and recovery of weapons of mass destruction that had been stolen from military munitions bases around the country. Captain Tiberius Stone, Urim, Venom, aided in the location of said weaponry. My orders were to prevent Slate talking to anyone about anything, but especially about anything pertaining to Gemini. The order was by any means necessary, so I did what I did. 4 years ago, I was given a new assignment, and I was told if I was caught, I was an unknown. My assignment was to infiltrate bikers' organizations and sell them weapons and ammunition. As time went on, and as orders often are, my assignment was modified. I was to locate and recruit an alpha wolf willing to turn humans into wolves. I found 2, needing the money and willing to put something over on Stone. One of the biker clubs I was dealing with was aware of a wolf that would be capable of turning a human in under 24 hours. So I reached out to my superiors and received financial authorization to acquire this particular wolf, again, by any means necessary. The man who knew about the wolf, in turn killed the girl's mother, then abducted her father, after his own wife married the guy. Somehow, they had learned the girl stood to inherit a large sum of money. So, the biker and the kidnapper betrayed me, which I found out later. The directors of national security and the CIA are running a covert operation, calling it Gemini, and turning humans into wolves. They started with turning prisoners, then military personnel with shady histories. I don't know how high up this goes, or who is involved. I answered to the 2 I mentioned, and I am sure they are controlling an entire group of officers like me. Venom showed him the video of what they had tried to do. And what was said? He said, "They aren't coming to rescue you, Max. They are coming to make you disappear. I sure hope serving your government in this way helps you sleep at night. I once considered you a friend. I believed we fought on the same side. You proved me wrong, and it has become one of the biggest regrets of my life." President Abrams said, "I have heard enough. I am going to expose this entire ring of traitors. Then I am going to clean house. Please, on behalf of my office, on behalf of this great nation, and on behalf of myself, I humbly apologize. I regret everything that has been done, and I assure you, it stops here." After they had made sure the president was in the air on his return flight, they gathered in the courtyard of the compound to say goodbye to their fallen. The goddess shone a small beam down on them while calling the souls of her wolves home. Delilah smiled. "I will never tire of watching the souls follow the moonbeam home. It touches my heart, knowing they aren't really gone." Maddox turned her face to him, wiping a solitary tear from her cheek. He whispered, "I love you so much," as he kissed her deeply.
Chapter 44. Life doesn't get any better. Delilah's POV.
"We have been working with the federal government the last few weeks. President Abrams was doing exactly what he said he had planned. It was refreshing to see the follow-through. He exposed every department and every department official involved in Gemini. He condemned and criticized each and every person involved. In turn, he praised Venom and Maddox for aiding in the apprehension and prosecution of the traitors, and advised all humans to never cross that line again. That in researching the turning, there are procedures and protocols to follow, and ultimately, trying to force a turn could be deadly. Our lives were falling back into a routine. The diner is back to full staff and operating on a full-time basis again. I hired a new head server, as well as a night manager. Being the only restaurant in town guaranteed, we were always busy. The goddess had visited a week ago, happy with the way things were coming together for her temple pack, and she warned us about Eric Garrison, that he hadn't given up. And even though I was still nearly 3 years away from claiming my inheritance, we had to be vigilant. Maddox laughed. We just aren't going to get a boring life, are we? Selene laughed with him and said, My sweet Dubois, you are alpha president to an immense wolf pack biker club. The name itself is not conducive to a mundane lifestyle. You're so cute, making me laugh. The goddess referred to my mate as cute, and he blushed like a schoolboy. I was on a mission. I hadn't seen my mate since morning, and after I left the infirmary, I went to his office. No Maddox. I tried mind-linking, but his block was up. Of course it was. I found him. On the training grounds, sparring with Tom, Valerie was standing beside Hunter, practically bouncing. I mind-linked her. You too? She nodded, smiling ear to ear. Maddox scented me before he saw me, and landed one last punch before jumping out of the ring to pull me to him and kiss me. I smirked. You're all sweaty, and I am mad at you anyway. How dare you block me out? He looked confused. Then he blushed. I am so sorry. I didn't even realize. I won't ever do it again. I promise. Please don't be mad. Please? I love you. I laughed at him. And I love you. I guess I will forgive you. I'm too happy today to stay mad at you. He reached for me and started tickling me, which had me laughing so hard my cheeks hurt. He lifted me bridal style and ran for our rooms. I asked where we were going, and he laughed. I am going to shower, and ultimately, my end goal would be for you to join me. But barring that, I will settle for you keeping me company. I missed you. He didn't have to ask me twice. No way in hell would I pass up an opportunity to spend naked time with my handsome mate. We took turns washing each other's bodies and exploring each other's bodies, touching and kissing each other's bodies, until he stopped, dead still, and kissed my stomach, gently and slowly. He stood up. Cupping my face in his hands, he kissed me, drifting his lips across my cheek and down my neck, burying his face in the crook and breathing deeply. He whispered, Your scent has changed. I heard the flutter of 1,000,000 butterfly wings in your tummy. You had been searching for me. Is there something you want to tell me? My eyes filled with tears. My smile stretched across my whole face, and I nodded. I whispered, We are carrying pups, and they will make their appearance in 3 months, the week before Christmas. He smiled slowly. Then it got bigger, and he shouted, Pups? More than one? Oh my goddess, you are the greatest pride of my existence. Life just doesn't get any better than this.
The end.